Abram as well. But they mentioned that look, the best thing that Stacey Abrams can do is flip that state blue, cause now it's red, flip it blue, and then hopefully there's a white flight, and then that will enable Black Americans to slowly take over that state. And this. But yeah, well, I'm going to write some things like I'm going to propose that I would favor or support Stacey Abrams if she does the following things. Like number one, not to declare Georgia as a sanctuary state for
too late, bro. Too late.
Support that Black-owned businesses are granted 50% or 40% of the state's state government contract. Things like that. I have about 5 or 6 demands that I'm going to write for me to support Stacey Abrams.
Yeah, she's got a campaign ad basically stating that the Hispanics are growing Georgia's population. She is pro Hispanic takeover of the state of Georgia. And that's the Democrat platform. So everything that's on the Democrat platform, she's with it times 1,000.
And the reason is because she depended on the white Democrat Party leaders to support her as governor. That's the only reason.
I don't know, man. Okay, we got a hand up. I don't know because I think that she is what she is, and because I mean you could give some pushback. She already proved her worth. She proved her value. She could have pivoted to, okay, Georgia's 33% Black. Let's run all the contracts, 33% of the contracts through Black businesses. But she doesn't. She talks in flowery, ambiguous, vague language. And that leaves Black people to imagine that she's going to do something for us, but she's not, because she's very clearly speaking to the Hispanics and other groups in the state. So I don't trust her at all. I think she says who she is, and you just got to believe that that's who she is. Go ahead, ODB.
Yeah, I'm right here with you. I don't think we should give our vote to anybody who doesn't. It runs away from the point of stating that they are with issues, that they're going to support issues that specifically affect the Black community. If you're not going to go out there the same way you can say you'll support an Asian hate crime bill, and then you'll say like the same way say you'll support Mexicans, but you won't say you can support African American or FBA or descendants of slaves, whatever way you put it, we should not give them our vote. And then also, I believe that Biden did this thing that Biden did to pardon all these people with cannabis, small, simple. How many people are actually in the federal prison because of small, simple weed charges?
0.
This is a super disingenuous thing to kind of trick the Black community. So fuck him too.
Yeah, there are 0. All of these pardons are for previous convictions. None of them are incarcerated today. So they say it's people say it's a big nothing burger, but that's really what it is. He shifted to say, and basically to ask, but it's really begging states to pardon, other cannabis convictions, because the states are where most of the convictions occur.
And really, if he really wanted to help us, he would really pardon all non-violent weed charges. So if you got pulled over with weed and a gun, and it was a legally registered gun, it would be wiped clean, because weed was the thing that got you in jail, and you had a registered gun with you. I have friends right now that are in jail for or not in jail, but they have a felony on the record for having a gram of weed with them and a legally registered firearm.
Damn.
Or a 3.5 of weed, like a 35 and 8 of weed on them, and a registered firearm. You know what I mean? So they slapped him with the gun charge and a marijuana charge.
Damn.
So they gave him a minor misdemeanor for the weed, and they slapped him with a felony for a weed charge. So if you really were trying to help us, you would go after shit like that actually happens in real
time. And there was an advocate that is in one of the news reports, whatever her name. She sounds like an Hispanic person, but whatever. She was advocating for exactly what you're saying. All non-violent offenders. She wanted that sort of exoneration, that sort of a pardon. Now I tried to dig into it, and I ran across a couple attorney websites trying to explain the difference. So there's pardons which come from the executive branch, and then there's expungements which come from the judicial branch. So with the pardon, the governor or the president can do that. However, the paperwork is still there. The record still exists. Whereas the judiciary, when they give you an expungement, they actually erase it from your record. Now, where that can prevent you from doing certain things, that requires an attorney to explain it, because different states have different laws, different requirements to have a concealed weapons permit. They all have different laws about it. But at the end of the day, a pardon, or even a presidential pardon for that matter, is not the same as erasing the record, is from what I understood based on what I just read overnight. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the expungement is very, very important. I'll land my plane.
Yeah, so there's a viral video that I think Miss Juicy and her, I want to say Black News Nation or something very similar to that, her organization, she was recording a Black gentleman in Georgia asked Stacey Abrams about her position on legalizing marijuana at the federal level and also reparations. That's essentially what the way the question was crafted. She completely ignored the legalizing marijuana portion of it, and she focused on the reparations part, but only to make a bunch of excuses. She brought up the filibuster, and she brought up the need to have 60 votes. So this is the excuse that they keep running with. The filibuster, we need 60 votes. We can't get nothing passed without 60 votes and the filibuster. But again, she just completely ignored marijuana legalization and or pardoning and expunging criminal records at the federal level, making it legal, so that not only one, we're no longer dealing with the in criminal justice system, the criminalized injustice system. And then, which this didn't come up, but this is what I do want to talk about. The other part of it is Black Americans having businesses inside of the cannabis industry. Because when Joe Biden did this thing, even though it only affected, I think the number's like 6,500 or so people, which is a very small number considering on average 700 to 800,000 people in the country are arrested on marijuana charges, and the majority of those people are Black Americans that get arrested on these marijuana charges. So 6,500 in a one-time pardon, when they estimate like as many as 8 million Americans have been arrested for marijuana over the last decade, is not even a drop in the bucket. It wasn't worth doing. However, what he could have, should have done was to establish a fund for Black businesses, Black entrepreneurs to get into the cannabis industry, to establish loans specifically for that purpose, for those who either were affected negatively with the incarceration and the criminal injustice system, and or setting it up in a way where it directly impacts low income communities, or some other way where you're not using race, because we know that's the big issue, and that's where the Asians come out and the whites come out and try to sue against anything that is specifically meant for Black Americans. So um, obviously they could use the freedman status designation, but very few people are really up on that information outside of this Twitter sphere that we are involved in. And so using low income community or enterprise zone or whatever designation they normally use would have been a way to set up Black businesses in the marijuana industry.
You know, I feel bad. Well, not bad, but I'm a little bit embarrassed that I don't even know what is Stacey Abrams' position on legalizing marijuana on the state level. I mean, once she become governor,
yeah,
she can actually legalize marijuana on the state level.
Yeah, and that's why I think she avoided the question, because if it was something she was interested in, that was a softball pitch. She could have just simply said, well, on the federal level, I don't know, but this is what we can do here in Georgia. And she could have ran down a whole list of all the plans that she has to make that happen. But obviously, and then again, she could have pivoted to Black businesses and how she can make sure that Black Georgians get a foothold in whatever happens in Georgia in terms of medical marijuana or recreation or whatever. So she has no interest in it, is what it seems like.
Yeah. Look, her handlers are telling her not to mention anything if she want to be governor of the state of Georgia, that she can't mention anything about supporting Black only type objectives. I think they're telling her that her suggestions or recommendations.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's likely. That's likely with all of them. They're giving them marching orders. They're probably having private debates, and all of those things to prepare her and how to handle situations, what to say, what not to say, all of that stuff, guaranteed. And she's just going for it, hook, line, and sinker. She has no pushback. That's why I say I can't believe that someone's just willingly going down that path so they can get into a position, and then all of a sudden she's going to do the opposite of what she's already been saying. I just don't see it that way, because that's not how any of them have done it. They've said, this is who we are, this is what we're going to do. They're very bold and blatant about it at this point. They don't care, because I believe they feel like there's nothing that we can do about it. And until we get super organized, she's probably right, unfortunately. And then on the other hand is she's got all these Democrat voters, supporters, celebrities, etc., who keep telling her, essentially by supporting her, that she's on the right path, she's doing the right thing, she's saying the right things. I've had conversations with elders on Twitter about her, and it's the same, lesser of two evils BS, in the simple fact that they would rather have her than the white guy, blah blah. It's a lot of that. And like a lot of us are past that part, and understand that just because she's a Black face doesn't mean she can't harm and destroy Black Georgia, because she can, and she likely will. Oh man, I need some of this tea, man. I need some of this tea, B.
No, I would like to see her team or her potential cabinet.
Whew.
You know, I like to see those things. But yeah, I really don't. I don't know what. I mean, she's saying things that are toting the Democrat Party lines. However, it doesn't seem that she's really full on supporting those. I don't know. I just see something. She seemed to be contradicting herself. So I'm just not quite sure.
Yeah, she's very contradictory because more than likely she was on the blame black men bandwagon, you know, of the last election or whatever, whenever they came out with that. And she kind of silently rode that wave up until the very end when she realizes, hey, I'm about 8 points down, 10 points down, and it's got to be black men, right? So now she's kind of been setting it up where she's trying to attract black male voters, and really, to me, it just looks like she's going to set it up to where she could blame black men at the end of the day and really try to run with that as the excuse as to why she wasn't able to beat the evil racist white Republican in the state of Georgia, you know. So that's what I see on the horizon from her, because she really waited. Like I said, I mean, it's only been a couple of weeks since they've been on this, you know, get black men out, and that whole black BLK app, dating app with the insane derogatory images and lyrics is really the Democrat Party saying to black men, if you don't vote, what they're trying to do is get black women, which this doesn't make any sense at all, but they're trying to get black women to say, if you don't vote, then you're not, you know, you're not going to have any sexual relations. And that's just insane, like utterly insane, so disrespectful on so many levels, but not at all a part of our culture, and not that it would ever work. Likely you would upset the men in those situations. They would be very irritated and likely vote for the opponent, you know, just out of spite for this, for what you're trying to put us through. So I just don't get that at all. But this is what they, you know, it's all about manipulation and trying to force you know, black men especially to do something that we know in our hearts is not beneficial.
Right. Hey, Black, can you do me a favor? Because I can't put anything in the jumbotron. You know, anything you like in my timeline, you can put on there.
Okay, I got you. Is it because of your phone or something else, or just not able to?
It just seemed like it started about a month ago that I was unable to put anything in the jumbotron.
Wow.
Something changed. You know, it's possible that there was some type of a download that I was supposed to do, but I didn't do it. So maybe I don't have the newest version of this Twitter space.
Yeah. Okay. So you got to update it, because they did a big update. It changed a bunch of crap, and every time I come back to it, come on it, the text looks different. It's bigger. It's smaller. It's all weird kind of text. And then they added a bunch of emojis as well. So that's probably what it is. I've been trying to update it every couple weeks. Every time I think about it. Excuse me. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, I see this Miss Denise. She put something up. I'll throw it up in there. So yeah, the YouTube, there's a bunch of people on YouTube having a really good discussion. But you know, I see people keep getting in and out. So it looks like the room is pushing people in and out on Twitter. I do have the YouTube as the first post up in the Jumbotron if you get tired of dealing with Twitter and everything that they got going on. Yeah, I got a couple things off, like a couple of the first ones off your profile here. Okay, let me throw this one up there too. That's the one. Okay. But yeah, so just in terms of the president of the United States, who it seems many voters believe is the king of the country, has basically a dictator status and can tell everybody in the states what to do. This is a really good example of why that's not true, because it's not true. It's never been true. It's never going to be true. But for him to ask capital AS KS or capital ASK, the governors to pardon their respective marijuana, cannabis convictions, tells you flat out that he cannot do it. He has no power to do it. I read that Pennsylvania governor, Tom Wolf, he's a Democrat. He fell right in line almost instantly, issued some proclamation that he was going to get right on top of it. I live in Pennsylvania, so God bless everybody who gets that from the governor. In Republican states like Texas, they issued something that said this is reckless. The governor of the state of Texas can't do it. He doesn't have the authority. It has to go through the legislator first in order for them to approve the ability to do that. So every state is different. They all got different laws. The president just doesn't have the authority to issue a countrywide pardon at the state level. He can only do things, and he's between Trump and Biden. If you've paid attention, they've made it very, very clear the limits of their authority when it comes to the federal government interacting with the state governments. They just made it so clear. It's been a really good lesson on how this country works and how it operates. And if you don't know the information, you might not catch it. It might just go right over your head. But for those of us who do know, we're just like, wow, yeah, exactly. That's what we talk about all the time. That's what we're trying to get everybody to understand. The governor has way more authority at the state level. If you're in a state like Texas, where they have some weird laws that say the legislators have to approve of it, okay, so be it. A black majority state, our legislators and our governor and our senators, U.S. rep, attorney generals, they're all going to be on the same team. They're going to work together. And so we should get things done really, really quickly, really, really smoothly, and move our people forward, the citizens of that state, whatever the state ends up being. Like I said, in that he mentioned that Marcel and Naheem returned to the South Space, and there was a gentleman who did mention Delaware. He's from he sounded like he had a New York accent. Not sure, never met him, never saw him in the spaces, but he was right on the money, pinpoint target. He nailed it. That state is set up for us to win, and win quickly with the least amount of people. And it was really exciting for me to hear that from someone else who I've never talked to before. I've never interacted with them in post or anything like that. So it's a good thing this information is getting around and people are catching up to it. Yeah, I'm very excited. I had an unexpected day off yesterday. I was on the Delaware real estate websites, the Indeed Delaware site, in the business and commercial property sites, I try to do it every once in a while to see how the property values are moving, see how the jobs, whether there's more or less, or if the rates are going up, whatever the case may be. And it just looks promising from being a truck driver, moving over there. I didn't look at any other career opportunities, but I'm sure there's plenty there because it's a commuter state. You know, they got trains, they got buses, they got highways. There's a lot of ways to get around and to get to and from work and all of that there. So, and some of the houses, you know, they got some houses that are around 100,000, a little less, a little more, that are like fixer uppers, and then you get into the 200,000 area, and they become a lot better looking homes. Anything over 200 for the most part is like a really nice place. Um, so there's a lot of availability when it comes to that. And so and then there's a lot of lower income housing as well. That's another thing. So for elders, senior citizens, and people of that on fixed incomes, there's actually a lot of apartments and stuff like that for elderly in the state of Delaware. So the opportunities there, you know, we just gotta take hold of it and um, make it happen. So
Right. Hey, look, hey, Black. You know, I've been under pressure for the past 2 or 3 years to expand the Black American homeland from 8 states to 11 or 12 states. So what I did was I officially expanded the Black American homeland to 12 states. It's 12 states now, and I included states like Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, and Florida. However, I mentioned that Florida, it will be the hardest of the 12 states to take supermajority. But the thing is, Florida has a lot of supporters in that state. So I just went ahead and added Florida as a permanent member of the Black American homeland. I guess my main thing is to have as many people as possible on the southern state strategy. I believe the more states you have, the more people you have that will be involved. And but yeah, so that's my that's the way I'm gonna go about it for now.
yeah, it's a thing of what do they call supply and demand. So you have supply and demand, and we have a finite supply of voters, and that's really the number that matters the most, not even the population, because the under 18s that can't vote and may not be able to vote for a few years even. Really, you really don't want to even include them in the calculation. People who can no longer vote because of whatever issue they have with the criminal injustice system, um, or also people who, until we get control and we can try to get their records expunged and rehabilitate them. Actually, it's so crazy when I was reading into this expungement and pardon. What I kept coming across is they were saying restoring a person's civil rights. This kept coming up over and over again. And I believe that's what federal law, although some states were also had the same wording. So essentially saying, and this may be where I believe it's the 13th Amendment that allows them to enslave you when you are in prison. This may be a connection directly to that, because essentially what it was saying was when you are incarcerated, you lose some of these rights. You lose the right to bear arms, obviously. You lose the right of freedom. You lose the right to vote in certain states and everything like that. So they were essentially saying once you meet all the requirements of, getting through your incarceration and being rehabilitated back into society, getting a pardon, getting your record expunged, restores your civil rights. And I just found that I found that pretty interesting, because they were applying that term to everybody in the country, um, but again, it probably does harken back to the 13th Amendment and the fact that they use that to take away some of your civil rights.
Hey, Black, look, there's Black American men I know or heard of that been out of prison for 10, 15, 20 years, and they still can't vote. They still can't bear arms. And there's many other things they can't do. It's hard for them to get a job. They can't run for political office.
That's another one. That's very important.
They can't ever become police officers or anything like that. So yeah, once you are considered a criminal, you lose many of your rights. So yes, I would like to change that as well.
Yeah, you mentioned the one about holding political office, and I'm going to say it because the gentleman said it, himself in a space. He was very public about it. But there's a pastor / I'm gonna say he's a councilman in California. He's been popping up in spaces recently, but he said he did 10 years, and he rehabilitated his civil rights, obviously, because he holds elected office. And that was one of the things that they did mention was the fact of
you in that zone, man.
Damn it.
That little matrix right now.
Okay, let me invite you to host. I'm gonna invite them to host. Okay, how about now? Let me see if I collapse the screen.
I hear you.
That's a little bit better. Okay, good. Yeah. So the thing about
it went back.
Okay, well, I got you as the co-host. I tried to send another person the invite.
Okay.
So that I can actually try to leave and come back. Sometimes collapsing the room helps. Sometimes moving the phone around helps. Damn it. Let me know.
Just a few seconds ago, I could hear you clearly.
Okay, what about now? Not so much.
It's like it's going back and forth every 3 seconds.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm gonna step out, step right back in, and we got one co-host that usually holds the room. Okay, all right, hang in there. Oh, Twitter being Twitter. Twitter being Twitter. What else is new? Oh, now they asked me if I experienced technical difficulties. You know I did. Hello.
Discussion.
You there?
I'm here.
Okay. All right. Cool. Go ahead. I wasn't trying to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No. I was just telling everyone just to be patient, and you'll be back in a few seconds. Well, yeah, I hear you clearly. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I was saying that you brought up the elected, being able to run for office and be elected. That is one of the civil rights that people lose with these convictions. The voting, the right to bear arms, the ability to run for office, and yes, sometimes it actually affects, from what I'm reading, federal funding. It could be for businesses, homes, education, which I didn't really know that was one of the issues. And then, just getting a job in general could be an issue, depending on, what type of job it is or whatever.
Right. And look, and there's another thing that most people don't even think about. If you have a criminal record, you can't apply or receive a passport.
Oh, wow.
Or you have to go through the State Department and you have to explain what your conviction was all about, and so you can get your passport. So that's one thing. I do not want to lose my passport. So.
Yeah, that's
To me, the
interesting.
passport is freedom.
Passport to
To me.
freedom. Wow. Yeah, I would, because again, I have gotten to the point in my life where I'm like, man, I do not want to go anywhere that's not under U.S. jurisdiction simply because anything could happen. Um, you look at the what's the woman over there in Russia who, she said she had Brittany Rainier or whatever her name is, Brittany Griner.
Yeah.
She had been over there.
Yeah.
She'd been over there multiple times. Had taken her vape pen over there multiple times. Never had an issue until it became political to have Americans over there, and then they, essentially use her as a high profile pawn. So I always think about stuff like that. We had the issue. I think that would might have been a year or so ago where it was a black basketball player. Matter of fact, he was at a bar over some white European country, probably talking to the white women. They ended up jumping this man and almost killed him. He was in the hospital with a breathing tube, and who knows what else was going on with him. And I don't even remember how that story, what the outcome of it was, because there's so many of these stories. It's just rapid fire, story after story after story, and it's hard to keep up with all of them. Um, but that's the thing that I'm always like, I'm really overly concerned about stuff like that. I mean, anything can happen here, of course, but
Right.
here, there is some type of legal ramifications to it. Over there, I mean, literally, um, you could disappear and nobody ever even know about it over there. So
No, not really. I'm telling you, Black. Look. When you are an American citizen, right? Do you know if American citizen get murdered in another country, the FBI is going to be all over that. The FBI. Matter of fact, it's a law that says that any American citizen that is murdered in another country, the FBI has to do full investigation on that on that murder or kidnap or anything like that.
I don't
Because
think that's happening
me
though.
being
I don't think
overseas,
that's
right?
happening. I
I
don't think
know
that's
that
happening.
I am vulnerable, right? So I looked into things like, okay, what happened to me? What type of what type of support do I have from the American government if something happens to me? And really, as a citizen traveling overseas, American citizen has a lot of support from the government. Yeah. Look. Good example. I remember I was flying out of the country, and my flight, the airline went out of business.
Mm.
Right. So now I don't have a flight out of the country.
Oh wow.
I went to the embassy, and they were able to give me a flight out of the country. And what they did was they put a restriction on my passport that I couldn't leave America until I paid the loan that they gave me for the flight back to the United States. So it's a lot of advantages that American citizens have when they're out of the country. Yeah, I land my plane.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna ever really worry about that. I mean, salute to everybody who's made those trips. Like I said, I want to go to, so we got the Virgin Islands, which is a U.S. territory. We got Puerto Rico, we got Guam, we got Hawaii. Um, so it's like that for me in terms of my international travel will be U.S. territories.
Look. America has influence in most countries in the world, like Australia. Australia is to me, is a very safe country. all of Europe is not all of Europe, but Western Europe is fairly safe. The Philippines used to be an American colony. I mean, Japan, there's a huge American naval base in Japan and Korea. There's some army and naval base in Korea. There's a lot of countries, that Americans have a lot of rights in those countries. And I travel to most of them.
Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah, and look, I'm gonna tell you, man, those countries, man, I'm gonna tell you, American citizens, man, they treat you like an honorary citizen in their country. They will make sure that you are treated very well in that country because they don't want anything happening to you in their country, especially American citizens. So, yeah. I mean, you just don't want to commit any crimes in those countries.
Yeah, so we got the Virginia. I think he was the head of the NAACP, and that's on my timeline. I'm not. It's going to be difficult for me to find it, but I'll find it and I'll put it up there.
Yeah, I read that the other day. He was murdered in an island in the Caribbean islands, right? But
exactly.
I think that was what's that word I'm looking for? I don't think that was premeditated. I think that was a random just a random attack, and they probably know that they probably didn't even know he was there. But yeah, things can happen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Things can happen. And so the last one I put up is these 3 pictures of Osama bin Laden, right? And they basically are saying he got younger as time went on. But the facial features that I have, it's so crazy. When I see Osama bin Laden, I'm like, damn, he looks like he could be one of my uncles. And I say that in all seriousness. There's a physical resemblance that I would have with people in South America, South and Central America, and definitely over in the Middle East or North Africa, depending on how you look at it. And so that's been the other issue that I've had with it, is that me trying to travel around, and even in like Europe, because there's a lot of Muslims up there, whatever, that do a lot of criminal activity as well, to be perfectly honest. And I'm always thinking, if I'm out and about in these foreign areas and someone looks at me and says, in their mind, they're thinking he looks like Raul or Akbar or whatever, and then they're like, he's got a U.S. passport, right? We can just slide right into this guy's life, like literally. That's always in the back of my head, man.
Yeah, I understand. Look, okay. Would you feel comfortable traveling to a foreign country that has a American military base? Now, a lot of countries, I said at least 100 countries have a American military base in their territory.
So I would feel comfortable flying on a U.S. military plane, surrounded by a bunch of U.S. military servicemen and women, and or something similar to that, because not that I'm some big wig, whatever, and never want to be. I kind of want to be behind the scenes as much as possible. But still, if there comes a day and time when, if there comes a day and time where there are people who are not just sending me death threats, like they typically have done in the past about this topic and the things we talk about, and it becomes like a much more real thing, much more credible thing, I don't put it past anyone to down a plane full of people to get rid of one or two people on the plane, or things of that nature. So there's a lot more in my mind when I think about it, as far as traveling internationally and all of that. So the good thing is there's always people who will love to do that and who will want to do that. But I feel way more protected knowing that I'm on American soil wherever around the planet that may be, if that makes sense.
Right. Another thing, Black, is that when you travel to another country, many of those, government representatives or immigration or whatever, right? They going to assume that once they see you're an American citizen, they might assume that you are a military person, a military personnel. And to me, that's very that word. To me, that gives you advantage because if they consider you some type of military personnel, they would definitely leave you alone.
Yeah.
They will not bother American military personnel.
Well, that's good, and that's what I would be up for. Absolutely. I mean, watching that it wasn't even Nancy Pelosi, because there were multiple governors that went over to Taiwan. She was the first, and then there was like a whole week's worth of people that went over there. So something like that, if ever was in that position, and again as a backup background role, I would be totally on board with something that looked like that, where there was all of this projection of protection around it, but just going over there as I mean, like the dude from Virginia, whatever the case. Yeah, I read the story. It was something about he was on a tour, and I guess a tour through the island. And I remember way back when I went to the Bahamas, that was something that they do as a regular thing. They try to drive you around and say, stay away from this area, blah, blah, blah. They kind of give you the rundown of how things go. So I could see how he might have, kind of got looped into that or whatever. And then for it, yeah, wrong place, wrong time. Could have been a setup. Could have been whatever. Could have been a whole lot. I mean, it could have been a whole lot of things, but obviously a tragedy.
You know how many people live in that country, and how many that country has less than 100,000 people, and murders. They usually have only like 1, 2, or 3 murders every year. So that island is an extremely safe place.
Yeah, these news reports are I mean, they're blaming it on Jamaican gangs down there. So, I know there was issues even in the Virgin Islands of outsiders coming in and creating violence or whatever the case may be. So, yeah, I'm trying to look that up right now. Oh, this is so I just put in Trinidad NAACP, but they're talking about there was a Trinidadian head of the Florida NAACP who resigned, citing racial marginalization. So that's interesting. Why is someone from the Trinidad leading an NAACP organization in Florida? Florida is the Northern Caribbean. That's the way I got it listed on my map, and that's pretty much what it is. But yeah, I was trying to see what their issue is down there in Trinidad and Tobago. Now we have a group of our people who, much like the Black Loyalists, went to Trinidad and Tobago. I think they're the ones that are called the Americans. Yeah, the Americans. It was a small group. This is after the 1812 war. Almost like the Liberia and things of that nature. They ended up going down there to set up, which was a Black American uh, community on that island. And there's still like street signs and everything like that. I did a little thing on it on YouTube. You can find some of that information about the Americans down there. So maybe, quite maybe, they were like, oh yeah, the Americans were here and blah blah blah, because this seems to be a topic. There's still some ancestors who have connections to the people, the originals that still live there down there. So maybe it was a whole tour that included some of that information. Ain't no telling. I mean, there's no way to know exactly what it was about, but um yeah, I actually, when I saw that story and I first came across it, I was like, man, it'd be nice to visit and see what that's about. Try to connect with the people there, but ain't no telling after a situation like that if you even want to put yourself in that predicament, is what I'm saying. It's almost like you got to travel with security outside of the United States. Even if you got, two security, one in front, one in back, two cars traveling together at all times. That's pretty much how I see traveling outside of the country, because I've never taken a vacation. I've never had the desire to take vacations. It's not been my thing. I know some people really enjoy that, but it's never been something that was a thing for me. So I don't feel like I'd be missing out on anything, to be honest. Um, but yeah, it is a weed space. We do want to talk all things cannabis. I was hoping we get some smokers in here so we could really talk about that aspect of it. Me, it's been 30 years at least since I've smoked anything. Um, so I have no idea what that's all about. The prices, the flavors, I just have no idea about that world. I would love to learn about it from a business aspect, an entrepreneurial aspect, the different candies that they're producing, the tinctures, the sprays, the vapes, the whatever, all of it, the oils. I just have very little, um, you know, um, understanding of that whole entire world. I know it's extremely profitable, of course, always has been, always will be. We know in America, the prohibition of marijuana started because of the CIA, a movie called Reefer Madness, FBI, where in which they essentially said that smoking marijuana makes black men, it makes them bold. They look white men in the eyes. They will attack white women. Blah blah. All of these very racist, stereotypical tropes that they put out there in order to push the narrative of prohibition on marijuana. And so that's the history of it, of course. And then the war. And you fast forward to the war on drugs, where it was a war on black Americans, the black community. And so now we have this, which is like, to me, it's just like another statue. I mean, this little freaking 6,500 pardons, which is not even a drop in the bucket. And he actually, it was this is so-called him fulfilling a campaign promise, which is total BS. And he could have did so much more, should have did so much more in terms of establishing black businesses in this industry. Miss Brooke.
Yes, I agree wholeheartedly. He could have done so much more. It was I can't even call it the bare minimum. It's almost like he would have been better off not continuing on, not doing anything at all.
Right. Absolutely.
I mean, that's just me. I wanted to come up to offer some perspective on the. You were curious about the cannabis
Turks and Caicos.
sector?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Any information would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, so we actually just had a little virtual webinar thing. I'm gonna have a video available soon. But so what's happening is the Illinois Black Chamber of Commerce Cannabis Committee, the Cannabis Committee of the Illinois Black Chamber of Commerce, is helping Valore help people get into the cannabis industry, because the permitting, of course, is per state, right? And then it's so insanely, the fees are so insanely high and outrageous that they have requirements like you have to have $500,000 in capital within 60 days of processing your application, but the application fee is $20,000.
Oh wow!
So it's just like, okay, come on, you guys. And so yeah, they're purposely trying to cut us out.
Absolutely.
And quite honestly, the way the Democrats are just blatantly disrespecting us and telling us to our face, like, we are going to continue to give these illegal immigrants the right to vote, and take away your right to vote at the same time. We should be using their immigration against them and just saying no more immigration until we get reparations.
Amen to that.
No immigration until reparation. Yeah, I like my play.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. In Pennsylvania, it was medicinal first. I don't think recreational. I think they have decriminalized it in certain parts of the state, but I don't think it's full recreational yet. But at any rate, in order to get a license to dispense marijuana in Pennsylvania, you had to have a pharmacist on staff, which means you had to have them on salary, and then you had to have a net or gross value of $1 million minimum. Now, how many of us in this state, how many of us in this country have a net value of $1 million and can afford to have a pharmacist on staff? So that clearly says they had no intentions of Black Pennsylvanians ever being involved in the cannabis industry from an ownership point of view. They built a grow house manufacturer in it's now at this point it is a predominantly Black city. It's a little city called McKeesport. The only way they got that in there was they used Franco Harris, the legendary Pittsburgh Steeler, to be one of the owners. They always have these ownership groups. They used him as the face of it to push it into this little town. And I think I assume they're doing well as far as that goes, but it was a big controversy initially surrounding it. But Franco's he's like OJ before OJ became OJ, if you know what I mean. White America loves Franco Harris. He's never had no issues. They support him here locally, whatever. He's involved in the community. So, he could pretty much do whatever he wants, and there won't be a whole lot of pushback. But again, he's like 1 out of fucking 10 million, essentially. And when it comes to something like that, I know in Ohio, there was a Black woman and her family who we posted a few months back. She had one dispensary. I think she was working on opening up a second location. But I remember the thing in Ohio it was on the ballot one year. They rejected it. The voters rejected it because it was set up for white men to control everything. And then I think eventually, either in another election, it got passed because they changed it, and or through legislation, it became much more open to others. But again, it's just likely very few of us who have dispensaries anywhere in the country. And that's by intention, that's by design. And so you have this president who puts out this video talking about the racial disparities, blah, 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 blah. And it's all feelings and vibes, and none of it is substantial legislation that says to correct this wrong, we're going to make sure you get a percentage of this industry, because that's the only thing that matters. None of this other whatever crap. You can put up a statue, you can have a ceremony, you can create a holiday if you want, but at the end of the day, Black Americans need to earn a living off of whatever it is that y'all got going on. We need a percentage. Um, for 13% of the country, we should have 13% of the national GDP flowing through our fingers annually. And anything less than that is just not acceptable. So I looked up the story so I got the Turks and Cake. He was the Virginia gentleman, and I want to read this news report. It's a tragedy. He's from Virginia. The story happened in the Turks and Caicos, not in Trinidad and Tobago. So there's a lot of little islands out there, and it's easy to get them confused. But he was in the Turks and Caicos, so that's a little bit different. But the story is a tragedy. I want to read it because I just read it. I'm like, damn, this is like totally fucked up. There's a picture of him taking with the local police officers, probably upon his arrival to the island or whatever. He took some pictures with the local cops there. But Virginian NAACP leader killed in ambush during Turks and Caicos Island vacation. He is an Army veteran. Army veteran Kent Carter reportedly shielded girlfriend from gunfire during Turks and Caicos Islands vacation. Man, it's a tragedy. A Virginia NAACP chapter leader was murdered while vacationing in the Turks and Caicos Islands in the Caribbean, officials say. Kent Carter, a U.S. Army veteran and realtor from Arlington, Virginia, was killed by gunfire during an ambush attack, according to the Royal Turks and Caicos Islands Police Force. He served as vice president of NAACP's Arlington chapter. According to the police commissioner, Carter's killing was random and may have been related and linked to a turf war. A staff member was also injured during the shooting. Carter was visiting the Turks and Caicos Islands to celebrate his birthday. Damn. He and his girlfriend were leaving the beach on a hotel shuttle bus when gunfire erupted. Carter reportedly shielded his girlfriend from the gunshots, according to NAACP Arlington branch president Julius D. Spain. Police later found the suspect's vehicle leading to a shootout. The suspect's vehicle was armed with automatic weapons. Police believe one of the vehicle's gunmen may have died during the shootout. Carter's tragic death led to an outpouring of grief from Arlington, Virginia community. There's a picture of the police car that was damaged during the shootout with suspects who use automatic weapons. And this whole front windshield, there's got to be 30 bullets, just in this windshield alone. Goodness gracious. So they talk about mourning him. Passed away October 2nd while vacationing abroad. Deepest sympathies. Oh man. Whew, still it's the Turks and Caicos that are investigating. So I don't see any mention of the FBI, although they may be coming. That may be an issue that may come up at some point. Not sure. This guy's an Army veteran. He's a leader in the community. I don't see no help. And this is just me observing this story. I don't see no help coming from the federal government in this situation. Looks like it's going to be a local crime that was committed. The local authorities are going to have, they have jurisdiction. They're going to handle it. And this was a very tragic scenario where this black man was celebrating his birthday and was gunned down unnecessarily so. And that's just that, man. It's like goodness gracious.
I mean,
Whew.
it's very tragic. Look, man, that island
Goodness
is one of
fucking
the
gracious.
safest islands in the Caribbean.
Whew.
Other than let's say Bermuda, the Cayman Islands, and the Virgin Islands, that island is extremely safe. But anything can happen anywhere.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, yes, yes. Anything can happen anywhere, and it may be that the island is safe for a certain demographic, and that for what?
It's majority black. People there are majority black. At least 99% black.
Yeah. I don't, what do you?
You couldn't tell him. You couldn't tell the difference between. You wouldn't know if he was a local or a foreigner.
Yeah, on a shuttle bus. I mean, I get you because they're saying he's on a shuttle bus, which you would think is full of multiple people. Um, how that he's leaving the beach to get on the shuttle bus. There's some exchange of gunfire. How they get in the crossfire of that. I mean, it's a very weird, wild story. Of course, I mean, there's nothing I could say about it other than, man, I just don't want to ever be in that situation. Is what I'm gonna end with. Um, and especially being someone who's military trained, that was his training that kicked in to shield his girlfriend. Hopefully, it doesn't say that she was harmed at all, which is a blessing, I'm sure. And I just don't ever want to be in that situation. Because so again, this is me. This is all me personal. I'm not a beach person. I I don't like the sand. I don't like the jellyfish. I don't like the fucking seaweed. Like I'm not a beach person. And so these are all personal things for me. I don't it's so fucking bright when you're at the beach. It's just like it was never a thing for me. I do like warm weather. I hate the cold, but I've just never been a beach person. That's just me. So a lot of vacations involve going to like some beachy type area. And even when I went to the Bahamas so many years ago, I spent most of my time inside, to be honest, inside the hotel, the casino, whatever. And I was like 16 gambling in the casinos or whatever. But I don't know. Um, it's a tragedy. It's so sad. Um,
No black. I'm wondering if his girlfriend was she a local or did he bring her from Virginia?
I think it said that they both arrived there together.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, I mean he was celebrating his birthday, so I don't imagine he was there alone. As far as going to an island to celebrate his birthday alone. But again, it sounds like it was just him and her. It doesn't mention any other family members or anything like that in this story. So, and they don't even say her name. So they just say his girlfriend. So she must either not have wanted to be identified or whatever. It doesn't look like she gave a statement or anything like that from this story. So
So that's why it makes me say that she's a local because if she's from America, I think she would have her name all over the place. I mean, being part of a potential, she could have gotten murdered herself, and just her name being mentioned, she would have been all over the American news. But maybe she wasn't thinking about that.
yeah, let me see if I could find anything that mentions the girlfriend, or if there's a picture or something out there. Hmm, it's a tragedy, bro.
I don't know. Maybe she was white. I don't know.
Mm, mm. That's a they say. I mean, it's kind of like what you know what I mean. I mean, you know what? Maybe if I look up his name, maybe there were some pictures of him in the past that may pop up. I'm not sure, but everything here, every story I see says girlfriend and no name. So
Okay.
that is interesting to be sure. Yeah. Um. So to the topic of the room, Biden begs state supporting cannabis. He has no power to. This is from a progressivepolicy.org. They're I guess big on this marijuana thing. And in this article, which is called "Expunging Marijuana Convictions," Progressive Policy Institute, and that's a very clear distinction. They want expungement because that's where you do erase the record, and the pardon doesn't do that. The pardon opens up doors, but it doesn't erase the record. So, any rate, it says the federal government cannot mandate state expungement, but it can set an example and offer federal funding to help states purge old convictions from legal records. Now, they go as far to say the federal government can provide funding to help states purge old convictions from legal records. I didn't hear anything from Biden saying again where he's going to put money up to help the states perform this function. It was, I'm asking governors to do something with no funds behind it. Again, no black businesses funding behind it. He's just basically giving lip service and doing the bare, as Miss Brooks St. Clair said, the very, very bare minimum in terms of expecting, and it's really going to be Democratic governors that he's expecting to toe the party line and essentially take his example and follow through in that way. And you're probably likely to have the Republicans who will not be as willing to follow in his lead because it's not even about whether they want to do it or not. It's politics. They don't want to give Biden credit for this. So they will likely hold on to it until there's a Republican in office so they can, swing back around and give the credit to the Republican president or whatever the case may be.
Hey, look, hey, Black. What I know is if the federal government want the state to do something, right, you have to get the state incentives. You have to. You can call it bribery, but you got to give them money. Oh. If you want them to do something, give them money, give them funds, and they will do what you want them to do. Well, sometimes that does depend on the leadership. Some states don't want federal government support, but I'm sorry, all 50 states want federal government support, but sometimes they don't want to be led. Some governments don't want to be led by the federal government.
I found the girlfriend's name. Man, wow. The People story has way more details. Her name is Alania Williams. It says they arrived there together. They were they were there for his birthday. But yeah, they go into way more details. The shootout was in front of a grocery store. They say there was a third incident where some gentleman showed up at the hospital later. Yeah, damn, man. This People story. I'm gonna post this on the timeline because this gives way more detail into what actually happened there. And that's so weird where you have news like legitimate news services, corporations, they take a story maybe from AP or whatever, and it's got very little information. And then People, which is like entertainment news, you know what I mean? They actually got way more information. They actually, maybe they sent a reporter down, or I don't know how they got this extra information. Maybe they made a couple phone calls, whatever the case may be, but they did way more investigative reporting than the actual news services. Yeah. Okay, we got DJ Sedge 1. Yes. Okay. Alrighty. Okay.
Hey, Black, I see we have a request.
Yeah, that's DJ. DJ in the building. So yeah, man, you could educate us, and you could educate us on the cannabis from the legal, medical, and or recreational side. Because again, I was just saying, it's been 30 years since I've had any involvement. I'm probably, in my family of hundreds of us, I'm probably, maybe there's a handful of us that don't have any involvement with it, but everybody else does. So, it's one of those things, but go for it. You got it.
Give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Yeah, what's going on, everybody? Brother Brian right now. So, hey, man, I think the whole buying legalization or decriminalization, rather, of letting certain folks out for petty crime anyway, cannabis. So we already know it was a petty crime back even when Reaper Madness was a thing, or even back when the movie Birth of a Nation was a thing. So this is just government doing their thing to try to get the black man incarcerated, because we know slavery is the new, we know the prison is the new slavery. Right. So with that being said, you see all these other, obviously, California stay leading the way. They legalized it first as far as, medical, medicinal, then recreational after that, I guess. And then everybody else just kind of follow suit. Over here in Jersey, when they first word got out that they would letting people sign up for licenses, my phone was ringing off the fucking hook. I wonder what the hell's going on. Thought it was like some crazy emergency. It's just that everybody know I do actually got a degree in landscape, agriculture, horticulture, and and agriculture obviously too. I could grow food from start, from seed to finish, but I don't got $1 million laying in the bank to go get that permit.
There you go.
And that's just,
there you go.
Money in the bank just to put the deposit down on the permit. That wasn't even a guarantee that you were even going to get a license.
Right.
It's actually
turn left onto West Clay Avenue.
Sister, I think she's from California. She started early on when it first hit out there, tried to get the licenses and all that other stuff. She put her money down for the permit application, never got a permit. Everybody else that came even after her,
then turn right onto Roosevelt Street.
Everybody that came after her wound up getting a permit. You know what I'm saying? No problem. There's no issues or whatever the case be. So this is a real big problem. And like I said, ever since it became legal here in Jersey, I don't know too many Black American, let alone any type of Black, that has a dispensary, or some type of cultivation where they got an actual license to cultivate, or
turn right onto Roosevelt Street, then turn left onto Westfield Avenue West,
or they running a dispensary or whatever the case be. I don't know anybody. I don't know. So this is the problem. And then the other situation is, this is how they ostracize us. They locked us up all this time, for trying to make a living. I'm not even saying making a living. Trying to just get by, because the government don't care about nobody Black. So this is how they ostracize us again. This is how they ostracize us again. By not including us in this new found oil, aka the cannabis.
Right.
This is how they exclude us, y'all. Hold on 1 second.
Right.
This is how they exclude us, or whatever the case be, from achieving any type of financial wealth, any type of generational wealth.
Right.
I don't even know any too many Black farmers that's really doing the hemp thing either. Now, Trump, he made hemp legal nationwide under the federal law. So, If you can't get money with the THC, try the CBD. You know what I'm saying? So it's legal for you to grow hemp right on, anywhere right now for the most part. Don't need a license for it or any of that other shit. It's federally legal. You know what I mean? So we already know the what's the word I'm looking for?
Well, the state might have a different.
Can do for you as far as like it's excellent wood. It could be used for fibers and ropes. So a lot of folks may be thinking, I need to get in the weed game. Not necessarily, man. Let them cracking niggas have that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because they're gonna try to ostracize you out the game either by not giving you the license or doing a Black Wall Street move and just taking your shit. I tell the homies out here, shit, keep supporting the homie on the block. Don't go to no fucking dispensary and spend $60 plus tax. Actually, $65 plus tax to get an eighth, an eighth of weed. You know what I'm saying? That's a 3.5 grams, y'all. So an eighth of weed on the street, depending on the quality of the bud, you might get it for $20, yo. Some high grade, and if you really know a cat, you get it for 30, 35, 40 at best. You know what I'm saying? But it's the same quality, if not better, actually, cannabis than what's actually in the dispensary these white folks are selling. Now you got a lot of cats, swear up and down like, yo, these dispensaries, they got the best bud, this, that, and the third. Stop, man. All that shit is a stepped on weed that was wrapped up and packaged illegally still. Somehow the dispensaries wound up getting it. It's only a few dispensaries out here in the world that actually get their weed from a reputable, it's only a few dispensaries out here that get their weed from a reputable cannabis cultivation farm. It's only a couple of them. So, and when you think about certain areas early on when the weed first hit and it was the big thing, a lot of towns, like I think it was like Colorado and shit, they had so much surplus of money that was coming in, they had to cut the people in the town a check, yo. And then you had other places where they had so much surplus of weed that they couldn't even get rid of it because nobody was coming into the dispensaries to buy the shit. You know what I'm saying? And then you had the other situation where as far as like, okay, we got the product, but ain't nobody coming in here to buy it because this shit is high as hell. You know what I'm saying? And if you talk to any person that actually smoke, but a lot of the weed at the dispensary, that shit is trash, give or take, depending on what cannabis cultivation farm farmed that particular strain of cannabis. So, you got some farms out here like Humboldt, which is out in California in the hills. I can't even think off the top of my head. What do you call it? What's the heck? It's Cincy Seeds, which I think is Cincy. I think is overseas in Holland or whatever. But they've been around since like the '60s. It's a couple spots up in Canada. You know what I mean? That do seeds or whatever the case be. That's a reputable, seed company. You know what I mean? And not just any weed seed that you found in the bag of weed will grow weed. They don't work like that. You know what I mean? So just like your actual food that you grow, you need to get it from a reputable seed distributor. You know what I mean? And as far as like, what Biden again is doing, he a POS, aka Jim Crow Joe. We already know what he up to. Dixiecrats, you know what I mean? They're just using this shit for votes. They don't really care about nobody. I don't care if it's white folks, Jewish folks. They smoke weed, if not more than any Negro that you know. Real shit, you know what I mean? I don't work with these people who've been around them. First thing they do when they get a chance to go outside is hit the blunt, you know what I'm saying? And go right back into work, you know what I mean? They do that shit more than we do, you know what I mean? So, at the end of the day, don't vote Democrat because you think Biden let a bunch of Negroes out of jail for smoking bud when the shit was most likely a misdemeanor any damn way. But depending on the legislation and the law where you might be at, that shit might be a fucking high-level offense. So just get to Googling about Negroes that's doing life for weed. Shit don't make no sense, man. You know what I mean? It really don't. Hold on one second. But yeah, man, let me yell right here. Let me yell.
Yeah, I like what you said, and I'm gonna put this up in jumbotron. So California, it looks like, is one of the first states to implement interstate an interstate compact with the state of Oregon to deliver marijuana out of the state. Because up until now, at the federal level, they control interstate commerce, traffic, and because marijuana is illegal at the federal level, they can say you can't transport it across state lines. But this story is I think it's just a couple of days old. Yeah, this is from yesterday. Wow, so very topical. They are saying California passed legislation to be able to transport marijuana out of California into Oregon, and they'll probably add other states to that. It also says that New Jersey, the governor of New Jersey, also had legislation on the books to be able to deal in interstate trafficking, essentially, of marijuana out of the state of New Jersey as well. And there's some conversation in here talking about what would the feds do or not do, and this is where the Biden, where he talks about having the justice. I think he said he had the Department of Justice and some other secretary look into removing marijuana from the Schedule 1, which is probably the most important thing that he said in terms of the business part of it, because this article is saying that since Congress has already essentially decriminalized marijuana, that it's unlikely the feds would interrupt in a state compact of being able to transport marijuana across state lines. Which really, if you have the federal government removing marijuana from Schedule 1, that like opens the door wide open at that point. So that's probably the most important thing that he said in that 40-second little commercial that he put out. Even though they always lead with how they're gonna help Black Americans, the minorities, blah 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 blah, but they always do that so that they can effectively help big business off of our shoulders, on our backs. We become the mules for another white wealth system.
A white wealth transfer, that's what we call it, bro.
Yeah, and that so transfer was on the tip of my tongue, but then I'm like, well, they got all the wealth already. So, there
Right,
is.
no, it's what you said. It's the next white wealth transfer. See what I'm saying? Because it ain't getting transferred into nobody else's hands but theirs. So
Yeah, exactly.
This is an opportunity for any and everybody, but they're not leveling the playing field as usual.
Yes, indeed, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're setting themselves up. You said the oil rush, and that's right. Another major oil, because you got these huge corporations. Their stock prices went up actually as soon as he announced that, even that little bit, because they see it as the walls are crumbling down in terms of this interstate commerce, where you can have a grower like California supplying, most of the country, or whatever the case may be. Whoever gets there first, whoever can grow it and fulfill the market, and then this is like game over, because they'll be able to deliver it in cars, and it's gonna be all these things that are gonna pop up. It'll be everywhere. It'll be in gas stations eventually. Like they pretty much got the CBD in a lot of gas stations already, but it'll be actual marijuana at some point. So it might even be at Walmart one day. The way this thing is hit it. Yeah, Walmart selling weed. That is in the future. I'm predicting it. This story is from the Brookings.edu, Brookings Institute, and they say, despite cannabis usage rates between whites and non-whites being similar, Black Americans are arrested for cannabis offenses at a rate of nearly 4-to-1 compared to whites. And in a nation where nearly 700,000 cannabis-related arrests each year. I want to point out that they did capitalize the word black, but did not capitalize the word white. So let's give them credit for that. They're on top of things when it comes to that. But yeah, you have a 4-to-1 ratio where Black Americans are being arrested. I see a request when I collapse the room, but I can't see anybody in the room requesting at all. I don't know if the code. Are you still here, Black American Homeland? Just to make sure. If you are, you might have to drop out the room and come back in. Try to make.
As a co-host too, but I might be in and out. That was quick. That was quick. You know
Yeah, I was. My finger was already on the button. Let me remove. Let me remove Black American Homeland and try to bring them back up. Because that's what they do, man. This is what they doing. I think we've had, at the most, we've had 8 people in the room at once. And I know people have tried to get in and tried to stay in, but shit just ain't happening, man. This shit just ain't happening here. So crazy. You there, Black American?
Hey, Black. I was kicked out of the room, and I having a hard time getting back in.
That's what it is. So that's the that's the other side of it. Yeah, you once you're out, you can't even get back in, man. What the fuck is going on?
That's why I came up here on the mic, because you saw I hopped in the room like once or twice, and the moment I stayed in here for a second, the sound just keep going out. So I said, just let me come up here on the mic and get a spot. At least I know that way I won't get kicked out right away.
Yeah, so I didn't even see you coming in and out. This, like, when you first came in, I was like, let me get a mic over to you, but I saw you requested. Didn't even see you the other times, to be honest. Damn, bro.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah. It's fucking wild.
Hey, Black. There's this in Las Vegas. I visited the largest marijuana dispensary in the world. It's called Planet 13.
Wow.
And in Las Vegas, it's sort of like a tourist attraction. And I remember going there. I thought I saw at least 1,000 people waiting in line.
Wow.
At the dispensary. The place is about the size of a large department store.
Mm.
Yeah, they be doing the same stupid thing out here, Black American, waiting outside, knowing damn well you know somebody on the block that you can cook out the same thing for and double your price. You know what I'm saying? Double up on your weed, $65 for an 8+ tax. Get the hell out of here, Jersey. You know what I'm saying? Right.
Hey, so you mentioned that.
And look, check this out. And I gotta go there, wait in line, get taxed, all this other stuff. When I can just call a motherfucker and he'll drop it off on me. You know what I'm saying? Real shit, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned Vegas. This, I had posted this. It says there's so much cannabis in Vegas, they got that 1 penny, 1 cent for 1 gram going on. And this is something called Canastar Las Vegas.
About to go out there with $10, though.
1 cent a gram. Man, is that crazy? Oh man. That tells you, man, that the market has crashed. If you're basically giving it away.
Yeah. Look, I'm about to go tell my big dogs and shit that he go and take that trip, bro. We're about to kill him out here. And look, I remember the first year Las Vegas had they made marijuana illegal. I think the state government made like a couple of $100 million in revenue and taxes.
Mm.
So it's a lot of money for the state.
Yeah, the feds. So you think about it. What they gonna do? They're gonna put there'll be a state tax. There'll be a federal tax. Trillions of dollars once this thing goes national. And so the feds, being what they are. They're not stupid. They want a piece of that pie. It's probably where it's like it's time. But again, if they play politics with it, because you don't want the Republicans do not want the Democrats to get credit for anything. So they'll play politics with it, and eventually one side will have to cave in so the shit can go national. That's one of the.
But like DJ was saying, I don't see the federal government or any of the states putting in some type of a policy where Black Americans are guaranteed a percentage of the dispensaries. I don't think they would never have anything like that.
Well, it's the growing, the packaging, the dispense, the selling. I mean, you need to have a piece of all of it.
Hey, so again, a dispensary is a place where, matter of fact, let me go straight here. A dispensary is where they sell the actual cannabis and all that other stuff at, right? A cannabis cultivation, which is basically the farm. So when everything was going on out here in Jersey, they didn't see our people are so fucking stupid. We don't even look at this shit. We was just so happy giddy to vote for it to have it be legalized, but wasn't thinking about any representation inside.
All of it.
Trying to get money. You know what I mean?
All of it.
With that being said,
all of it.
They don't gotta guarantee us a damn thing.
Man,
you know what I'm saying? Because they already know we ain't even going.
They need to do something.
For it, let alone fight for it. You know what I'm saying?
They need to do something.
That being said and shit, early on when my aunt brought it to my attention, hey, look, let's get into this, yada, this, that, and the third. I said, Auntie, that shit is a nothing burger. You don't know what you're talking about. Yes, I do. You know what I'm saying? I study and follow this shit. You know what I mean? So if you were smart, you would just leave that shit alone. Just go put your money into a basic smoke shop. Everybody need blunts and papers and bombs, you know what I'm saying, to smoke the bud up in, and all the little knickknacks and shit. So you'll make money just off of that. I wouldn't even worry about trying to have a headache of trying to do all this shit, and be certified with the weed and all. You better off just getting a basic business license and and a certificate of doing business, and just go sell paraphernalia, as they would say. You know what I'm saying? Some blunts and papers. That's easy, and you ain't even gotta have a brick and mortar store to do that. That's what e-commerce is for. So start being a distributor of a person who sell smoking products or whatever. And then, and again, they don't have to guarantee us anything, because they know, one, we ain't gonna fight for it. Most of us anyway. I ain't gonna say all. There's some folks out here. Shout out. Matter of fact, take the time out to look up NJ Weed Man. Look up NJ Weed Man real quick, Black. And I ain't gonna spit his whole name, but that's the homie and shit. He been fighting New Jersey for the longest. He actually got a little eatery, a little lounge area down next to the state Capitol building and shit. Oh boy, they can't stand that Negro. You know what I'm saying? But he don't give a fuck. You don't lock me up illegally my whole life with saying that I was trafficking bud, and that shit wasn't true. So now that you don't got me all, pretty much, in the system, I might as well just go and sell weed now. So now you can't double jeopardize, because I'm telling you, that's what I'm doing. Since you tried to hit me up any fucking way, you know what I mean? And they hemmed him up a couple of times after that, you know what I mean? But he keep coming out and he just keep doing the same shit. NJ Weed, man, look him up, man. Shout out to the homies down in Trenton, yo.
Did you hear that the New Jersey governor is a part of this interstate legislation to move marijuana? They're saying
all these politicians out here in Jersey are crooks, yo. You got to think this is the home of the mafia right here. A lot of people think New York is, not. New Jersey is. The real mafia families, they lived out in New Jersey, bro. So I don't think a bunch of Italians $1 million in their hand right in my face, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know me? Real shit. So then they still run this shit. A lot of folks think, oh, because a person like Roz is the mayor, nah, he getting cheap tech because he a puppet. You know, and somebody got their hand up his ass. No homo. You know what I mean? Real shit.
Pause.
So, man, pause. You know, no homo. That's what they're no homo. Pause. No slow-mo. No slow-mo. Man.
Yeah.
Hopefully, TSG don't come up in the room. You know, the algorithm be fucking listening and shit. You know what I mean? So, with that being said and shit, you know, it don't matter what these black politicians and then their what do you call it? Their particular position is or whatever. They puppets, man. And then, you know, New York is still 50% black, Negro for the most part, but they act like we don't run shit out here, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I mean, they act like we do run shit out here, excuse me, but when we don't, though, in reality, these white folks still running this shit, bro. So at the end of the day, it don't make no sense. I mean, it don't make any more sense other than, you know, to get the fuck up out of here, man. So that's what me and a bunch of other Jersey folks, you know, through the background chat be talking about. It's top of the world, man. Whether we be in South Jersey or we be in North Jersey or Central Jersey, it ain't shit over here for us no more. You know what I mean?
Hey, Black, that's why, look, that's why running something as an individual, it doesn't work. You have to be an organization. You have to be an institution.
Yes.
That's the only way that you have to be a system. That's the only way it will work.
Yes, agreed.
That's why I don't think Stacey Abrams can probably hurt. But because she's not a system, because she's not a institution or an organization, you know, her policies won't last. So
that's interesting. But so right now in Georgia, marijuana is not legal, and if we remember that lacrosse, it was Delaware State lacrosse team that got pulled over. They claimed they smelled something, whatever, blah blah blah, and they violated those young ladies. So the state of Georgia, it's illegal. You're allowed to have CBD, which is low level THC, but you can't buy it in Georgia, according to what I just read. Essentially, if you went in another state, bought it and brought it in, I guess is how it works. If someone lives in Georgia and they know a little bit more about that, because up here CBD was going crazy for a minute, and then there was like something called Delta 8, and like there was all these high strains of CBD that was basically legal marijuana, to be honest. And there was like all these warnings about that, whatever. So I don't know where they're at on that, because they've been trying to push the lines. I know at my job they said they had to fire a truck driver because he was using CBD. He ended up popping a hot drug test, and it was just a one and done. They had to let him go because of it. Now whether he was actually smoking or not, whatever, he said he was using CBD. So so that can pop up in a drug test if that's the case. But in Georgia, they don't have anything on the books. Delaware, I'm trying to go through it now, but it looks like they have medical marijuana is legal. So you know that's how Pennsylvania, most states started with medical. Even California, the first one, they started with medical. That goes for a couple of years. People get used to it. It's psychological conditioning. Once the public is comfortable with that, then they say, okay, let's decriminalize it across the board, essentially, and then they go for full legalization, which is where a lot of states are very close to, that have had medical for a while. But then there's these other states that are just coming online. There's a map. I'm actually going to find a map, and we can talk about where the different states are at on legalization and what they, you know, what's coming down the pike. But again, the part where he says removing it from a Schedule 1 drug is likely the most important part of any cannabis discussion, because that has always been a thing at the federal level, because that keeps them on the same level as heroin and cocaine and opioids and whatever. So it's obviously not that. It's obviously never been that. It's just been a racist tactic used to target Black communities. Obviously the name has a Hispanic tinge to it. So they were using it to target Black and Hispanic communities to be 100 about it.
Hey, that's funny you brought up the certain words around like cannabis being prejudiced, because the word when somebody told me the word marijuana actually is prejudiced to like Mexicans or something like that. Yeah.
I'm sure it is. I'm absolutely sure it is.
This what scares me when I think about this, right? Even when marijuana becomes legal on the federal and level in all 50 states, right? Companies, the police department, the federal government, they can say, hey, we're not going to hire you if you have marijuana in your blood, in your blood system, in your system. So even though marijuana is legal, companies are not going to hire you if you have marijuana in your system.
Hey, Black American. That's why I don't work for nobody, bro. That's why I'm self-employed. Been self-employed for 12 years. I got 30 years worth of retail background. Real shit. I could work for any of these department stores, open, close, and whatever. So that's one reason why I don't work, because I'm a smoker. So I shouldn't be ostracized for doing my job because I smoke cannabis. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a meth head. I'm not a coke head. I'm not a dope head. I'm not a pill head. I'm not an alcoholic. You know what I'm saying? I don't come to work high or intoxicated. So I don't understand the argument. What's the difference of cannabis versus a beer when you have more accidents per death with beer than cannabis, more overdoses of alcohol and other drugs than any type of marijuana? You will have to ingest a shitload of marijuana to OD. A shitload, yo. But
yeah, but the way I see it, right? They know a lot of Black Americans like doing weed, and they're going to use that as as an obstacle to
Well, that hasn't changed. Nothing has changed with the drug laws as far as drug testing. You know what I'm saying? Per state,
right.
Even though it's legal, that's still on the books. So, that's one reason why I don't work myself, because I want to enjoy the fruits of my labor when I get my money. You know what I'm saying? When I come home and I want to roll up a fatty and just blaze up and chill. I'm not out here to go on some goddamn birth of a nation to reaper madness shit. You know what I'm saying? So,
there you go.
Becky's. You know
That's
what I'm
it.
saying?
That's it.
So, why they ain't never classified white boys as doing the same thing when they smoke the weed? See what I'm saying? So, this is a dual nation, man. Now, laws for them and laws for us, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the governor of Delaware, who's a Democrat, vetoed a bill to decriminalize marijuana. It was going to allow them to have up to an ounce for recreational use. He vetoed that. And they had like a 25-15 margin of victory in the chamber that voted to allow this to go through. It's saying how they're kind of upset at the governor for doing that, blah 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 blah. But here's where they're at with it. It also says that this is the story from May, but it said that back then, the legalization had done little to discourage black market sales in California. Some licensees were simultaneously participating in the black market in order to make a profit. And that's to what DJ was saying.
Right. There you go. So, with that being said, what's the purpose of you going to dispensary? It's legal now if you live in a state that's got it legalized, at least recreationally. So, I don't see. You have to be a fool to go pay double and get less versus going on the street and getting the same quality, if not better. From what my understanding, because I got a couple folks that work for the dispensary, they say the bud is trash. You know what I'm saying? So it's not.
But see that's the difference right there. When they say it's legal, like in Las Vegas, when it's legal in the state of Nevada, you can only buy at a dispensary. If you buy on the street, that's illegal.
Yeah, that's the black market, the underground market. They always put black on top of negative shit, motherfuckers.
If you get caught, you can it's only legal in a dispensary.
Right.
Matter of fact, the laws in the state of Nevada, when you buy the weed right at a dispensary, you can only smoke it in your private residence. That means if you get caught smoking it on the strips or on the streets, right? The police can use their discretion and say, hey, do we want to arrest this person, or do we give them a warning, or we give them a ticket? That's how they do the laws.
Yeah, what's interesting is that because like in Pennsylvania, if you have a medical marijuana card, right, which Delaware does have medical marijuana, they just don't have the full legalization of it for the recreational use. But if you have a medical marijuana card, and like DJ's saying, you sort of had somebody that you copped off of in a different part of the city or whatever, like what how can they determine the difference? You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not like they're gonna run a lab.
What? Say that again, though. Say that again.
Yeah, so if you got a legal medical marijuana card now in Pennsylvania, I don't think they sell the leaf. I don't think they're allowed to sell the flower. They sell all the byproducts. So this state's probably not a good example of it, but in states where the medical marijuana is the leaf, if you have the medical marijuana card and you have the leaf, there's really no way for them to determine where it came from. I mean, if you're
it's the packaging.
Well, that's what
I would agree with that.
But here's the thing. If you buy the package once, you can just simply keep the package and keep refilling it. I mean,
they have a.
Yeah, no, bro. Yeah, go ahead, Black. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, I saw in Las Vegas, right? Once you get in the marijuana, it's sealed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then once you break the packaging, once you open the seal, it's almost like buying medicine. You know how the medicine bottles have a seal on it. Once the seal's broken, right? Now that I don't know what word to use. Once that seal is broken, you cannot reuse that seal again or that packaging again.
Yeah, but okay, so is it like an aluminum? Because what I've seen, they look aluminum-ish. They might have a clear side on one side, but
that's a Mylar bag.
The Mylar bag. Exactly.
So you. Most part, it's not a full Mylar bag. It's like 50%. I mean, I ain't even gonna say 50%. It's like maybe 10 to 25% Mylar mixed with plastic. You know what I mean?
Okay, so once you open that up, you keep the baggie. Essentially, you go buy some from the man from whatever your homie down the street. You put that weed in that bag. How are they going to determine that it came from what source it came from when you have your medical marijuana card with you? Is what I'm saying.
Right. Well, look, I mean, it's easy. Like if they wanted to, right? If they say, okay, we are suspicious of this package and the weed inside this, right? Are we going to take this package and this weed back to this dispensary, and we're going to test to see if this weed come from this dispensary, and then any professional that's there can say, hey, no, this is not our weed. This is not our package. This is not. Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be easy.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if they're going to go through that, through all of that, and then they would need probable cause to take those steps. They would almost have to charge you with something, and then there's a lot of legal loopholes to where they get to the point where they're actually testing your marijuana.
Right. Once you are arrested, right? They really don't have to do the work. You have to prove your innocence. That hey, I actually got my marijuana from this dispensary. So I think it's the I don't know what you call it. The person that got arrested have to prove that he got the weed legally. It's almost like when they take your money, when you have $100,000, on the streets, right? And they say, hey, we're gonna confiscate your money because we don't think you received it legally. Now you have to prove that that money was gotten legally.
No. Let's go back. Let's no. Because in American courts, you are innocent until proven guilty, which means the burden of proof is on the prosecution, not on the innocent person who's being accused of a crime. That is actually the legal way it goes. And I've been in court. I've had family members in court. We've had to hire attorneys to fight cases. And it is up to them to prove that you are guilty. Murder is one of the hardest crimes to prove because they have to prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. So when you start getting laboratories involved, that means you got to have expert witnesses. That means the state has to pay for an expert witness. They got to be a third party, independent lab that's going to do those results. That takes time and effort. And I'm just telling you, an officer who has discretion, who sees you have a medical card, he sees you have a baggie, that's an official baggie, and you got marijuana in it, is not necessarily going to go through that process because it is likely an attorney is going to get that case dismissed. As soon as a judge sees that you are a bona fide medical marijuana user and you have doctor's approval and you're operating legally under state law, that case is gone. It's not even going to go past a preliminary hearing, to be perfectly honest. And they're going to look at the cop. Why are you wasting our time in a situation like that? So I just don't think it's going to go beyond. I don't think the cop's going to do it.
You're right about the week. But look, this one I'm talking about when it comes to cash is totally different, man. If you have $100,000 or $50,000, if you have more than $10,000 on you, right, and you can't prove right away that you received that money, from the ATM or you inside the bank to get that money, right? If you can't prove it right away, even if you could prove it, the police will take your money. They will take that $10,000. And then you have to write you have to sign a what they call it, a waiver that you what's that how they said you have to sign a waiver. Oh my God, that said that you waive your rights to something. Gosh. But look, man, I heard of people losing money all the time because they can't prove that they had, the 10, 20, 30, 40, $50,000. The government just take your money, and then it takes 6 months to a year to prove that that's your money. And then guess what? You end up only getting, they say, okay, we think it's your money. It's your money. But guess what? We're going to keep 30% and give you 70%. Man, that happened to many people. I've seen it. Especially in the airport. Go ahead.
Let me see. Let me get.
So
Okay.
I will say this. Hey everybody, because I was getting kicked out earlier. Hey, so the customs declaration form, that's part of that what you're talking about in regards to how much cash you can actually carry on you coming from the international back into the United States. There is a limit, I think, also for United States citizens, about I think up to $25,000. Before I think you have to stay under before you have to report cash to the IRS. The problem I think that we are having is that, I'm just jumping in because I kind of was trying to go between spaces, so I missed some of the stuff. Not spaces, platforms, YouTube and here, so I missed some of what you guys were talking about. But I will say that we have to figure out, what it is that we're trying to get down to the brass tacks of this discussion. Is it really, us talking about what are the legal ramifications of what's going on in regards to having cash, or are we talking about truly owning and getting involved in the recreational business of having cannabis? And then I will say that before it was coined marijuana, it was actually marijuana with an H. So I'm pulling up all the information and I'll post it down the timeline. So yeah, carry on. Okay, that's all I can say.
Never.
Yeah, thank you, brother.
Yeah, thank you. I never heard marijuana. That's interesting. We know it's
that was the name. That was the name it was given after. The formal name is actually cannabis, but then the name that I guess folks who seem to don't know how to create anything came up with marijuana, and then culturally based off of race and degradation that was used to actually lock up Black Americans, African Americans. They started coining the term marijuana. So marijuana actually is the bridge between the criminal justice system and drugs, and they coined that term and came up with marijuana. But go ahead.
Amazing. So we do want to talk about what was the meat on the bone that Biden said in that little 40-second clip. And I think we all are in agreement that it was about removing marijuana, cannabis from the Schedule 1 so that it opens up the potential for interstate commerce and the other thing, which we haven't talked about, if we want to talk about money, it's all this money that they can't put inside of banks and transfer around the country like normal money. They have to segregate it. And so once you open that up, it's game over as far as, Black Americans having an entry level position inside of the cannabis industry, because they won't have to launder the money anymore and everything, whatever else they're doing to move that money around. It's completely controlled by corporate interests. And like I said, there may be a time in my lifetime where you're buying weed in Walmart. So it just is what it is. But if anybody who actually smokes, I see we got DC Scotty up here. If anybody actually smokes and has a medical marijuana card or lives in a state where it's legal to smoke, if you want to come up and talk about that aspect of it, we haven't really delved into that. For me, it's been 30 years. I remember strains. I remember hydro. Remember when that was a big thing. I remember like in my area, there's White Widow, which grows naturally. Like that's the other thing, is that marijuana grows naturally across this country. I know in Kentucky, they had big grow operations all over the state of Kentucky. There was actually a TV show about that where they would jump out of helicopters and basically burn down these grow operations in the state of Kentucky. But them white. So look, man, this is beyond statutory. Right, statutory limitations are over, so I can tell this story because this shit like 30 years old. I was in the streets. I was in the streets, and there was a farm up in a white county that grew marijuana on this farm, and so people got wind of it, whatever, the word got out, blah blah blah. And I had a brother who was murdered in a bar, but he was the first one. He went to the farm late night, went in the house, duct taped the people, and took the money. And I think it was like, it might have been $30,000-$40,000. It was a big lick, as they say, right? So you hear about that, and then how they have these seasonal grows. They grow it and then they sell it off, and so they're sitting on this big pot of money every like a few times a year, essentially is what occurs with it. And I don't know, I think this was like a corn farm or something. They grew it within the corn or whatever the case may be. So 6 months go by, and the people that I'm familiar with is like, yo, man, we gonna hit that farm up again. You know, it's been long enough. They didn't grow enough. They didn't sold that shit off. They harvested, whatever. So this was the plan. And again, this was the life I was living, right? So it's like four of us in the,
yeah. I don't think you should you know.
This is beyond statute of limitations, so it is what it is.
I understand that. Yeah, I understand that. Go ahead, man. I mean, I don't know, man. What anything that you are personally involved in, I you know, I don't know. I'm just kind of. I mean, if you, it's up to you. I mean, look, man, you a grown man, man. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. For sure. Again, if there was any ramifications that could come from it, so be it. However, nothing happened other than what could not be prosecuted anyway. So at the end of the day, we end up at this place, 2 vehicles, you know, and it's dark. It's the middle of the night, probably 2 a.m., whatever. And it's a tap on the window, break the glass, enter the home. And you could tell, and again, this first time I'm in somebody's house like that, but you can tell it was a son and an older gentleman. So it was like the house of the father and maybe 2 sons is what I would guesstimate. And they're upstairs locked in. They got the room locked in, but they're upstairs, right? They're probably behind the door with a shotgun, more than likely waiting for us to breach that door, but they are maintaining their position. And essentially, what the people that I'm with is, they're like, where's the money? Give us the money. Give us the money. That whole thing. Where's the money? Where's the money? And that goes on for maybe 5 minutes, not a whole long time, 5 to 10 minutes. And after essentially getting, you know, like no progress in the situation, everybody decides, okay, it's time. It's just time to go, because they can't get the money, whatever. It's time to leave. So here we go, running across the cornfield, although they had plowed it. So it was freshly plowed. They probably had just put down the seeds. We're running across the field in the dark of night, expecting that the first thing they're going to do is dial 911, obviously. And we're like, man, we got to get out of here, obviously. So as I'm running, I drop my cell phone in the farm, in the dirt, but don't realize it. Have no idea that I did it even. Get to the vehicle. We get on the highway. We probably get a mile up the road, and you see 2 or 3 state troopers, lights blaring, phew, 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 passing us up as we're headed in the opposite fucking direction. And the only thing I'm thinking is, holy shit, my phone. I don't know where my phone is at. You know, my phone is gone. It's missing, whatever. End up going to get back to the city, because this is like an hour outside the city. Get back to the city, ended up taking all my clothes off, throwing them in a dumpster at the car wash, getting to the house, putting in my work clothes, and went to work, and never heard anything about it after that. So long story short, these white boys been growing this marijuana in the fucking weeds, in the corn, our entire existence here. They have a whole network where they're making millions of dollars selling marijuana illegally across the country, and they've been doing it. And this was just one of those opportunities of when you're involved in street activity and you get wind of some shit like that, you know, you're a wolf and they're a fucking victim at the end of the day. And it just turned out that there was no money that came out of it, and no one was harmed, but it was just, that was the life that you're involved in. So when you mention mob, mafia, and all of that stuff, that's, you know, that is in control of those things. I mean, I can't deny that there is some of that, because again, typically the way drugs travel across the country, it is through organized crime, and it could be biker gangs because they're connected to the mafia. It certainly could be in trucking. I had a guy who used to come into my the last bar I had. He was a Mexican. He was from California, matter of fact, but he was like an American Mexican. But he had a trucking company, and they would bring shit over the border into the country. And this dude, he would travel across the country buying old school Chevy trucks and old school Chevy cars. He would fix them up and take them out to LA or whatever and sell them, double his money. But his trucking or operation was where he was making the real money, obviously, and it wasn't just from selling oranges. Obviously, is what I'm trying to get at. So the shit moves in and out of the country in so many more ways. And when we hear about these big drug busts, which are not big at all, because the shit's coming in just like China sending all those shipping containers over here. These fucking cartels are shipping drugs in the same way, in the same manner, at the same rate. The shit is coming in. And a lot of people in high places know and understand it. Just like this gentleman who was in this white community and was selling this shit and growing it in the corn, guaranteed his neighbors knew, guaranteed the whole fucking community knew, but they did nothing about it. They were doing nothing about it, and so, I'll end with that. It's like, whoa. Yeah. But go ahead, DC Scotty. You came up, and then we got Aryan Flux who came up. If you got a real life marijuana story, go for it.
I don't have a real life marijuana story, but I'll pass the mic to someone who does.
Oh, sorry. Oh, hello?
Hello.
Oh, yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
We hear you.
Oh, okay. All right. I live in Arizona. Marijuana is legal. It's legal recreationally and medically. And I go to the dispensary sometimes. And so they have like different restrictions on. So like if you want to buy a chocolate bar that I'm into edibles, I don't smoke anything. But if you want to buy a chocolate bar and you only are in there for recreational, the maximum limit on each edible is 100 milligrams. And if you're medical, it's 1,000 milligrams. And they package it up and they seal it up and they put it in a special childproof bag, and they tell you you can't open it until you leave the dispensary or the grounds of the dispensary. I don't know. The other thing is that because it's not legal federally, if you work for any institution or organization that accepts federal money, if you work for like a hospital, or anybody that takes Medicare or Medicaid, you can't be fired for partaking in marijuana, even though it's legal recreationally. So in order to make it truly legal, like also if you get caught with marijuana,
you're breaking.
And even like some of the Indian reservations have specific laws. So if they do catch you with marijuana, they can get you on possession. It's illegal on federal ground. That's all I got.
Man, bro, here's the thing. We live a crazy life, man. Here we go.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's interesting about the hospitals and federal positions. So there's something they call it. It ends with sensitive safety. I think it's safety sensitive positions. That includes like truck driving, anything where you're operating machinery. If you're working in a warehouse or if you're around sharp tools, those are the jobs. And matter of fact, I got a relative who climbs towers. They have a really strict zero tolerance for drugs. If you work in the oil field, like there's a lot of these safety sensitive areas of the society where if you're working and an accident can occur that would result in life harming, it certainly is something where you couldn't smoke marijuana or have it in your system and still, keep your job if they found out that you were using it. So like I said, we had a safety meeting a couple of weeks ago, and the safety guy said there was a truck driver who tested positive for marijuana, although he said he was only using CBD oil for whatever reason, arthritis, whatever the case. But he said he ended up getting a positive test, or she or they or whoever it was got a positive test, and they had to fire them on the spot because of it. And then it goes in the trucking industry, there's a federal registry. It goes on your permanent federal record. So it makes it very hard for you to then get a job as a truck driver. And most companies, I mean, all the companies are required to do it, but I'm sure there are some companies that still hire drivers under the table. But those are usually very shady operations, to be honest. And there's usually the type of operations that if they don't want to pay you, you could have worked 2 weeks or whatever the case may be. And if they decide they don't want to pay you, guess what? There's not a whole lot you can do about it because you got a bad drug test, it's on your record, blah, 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 blah. So they kind of got you in a real bad situation with that. Go ahead, Arian. Aaron.
Yeah, I was just wondering about field sobriety tests. I don't think they've developed one for marijuana, so I don't know. I don't even really know what the laws are. Like, if you get pulled over and the police officer suspects you being high, I don't even know if they have a sobriety test in the field. I don't know if any of y'all know anything about that.
Well, they don't have a breathalyzer. They are working on it. I know they were working on a breathalyzer. They have their typical, stand and walk and turn and do the alphabet backwards and all that BS. But we know, we all understand that anybody can fail that. They can be flat sober, to be perfectly honest. Those are very manipulative. What they do have is a blood test. And if they suspect that you are intoxicated, they can require you to have a blood sample drawn, and then we could go from there. But go ahead, DC Scotty.
That actually reminds me of a conversation I had with a cop. He told me that racist cops, they just simply lie. I mean, we know this, but they'll just say they smell it. And then that's one of the things they use to search the entire vehicle. Yes, even if you're not smoking anything, they can just say they smell it. And one of these states that legalized it recreationally became an issue for the cop because they could no longer use that excuse to search your vehicle. And marijuana-related arrests actually dropped because they were no longer able to lie in that state.
Nice.
One of the things I'm concerned about, the whole Breonna Taylor case has really, opened my eyes to the way industry colludes with cops. I mean, it's always kind of been there intuitively. We know that there's been something going on, but now we got it, on the record. You know what I mean? It's clear. It makes me wonder about the whole marijuana industry and all the different industries that are involved in employing prison labor. I believe prison labor produces about $11 billion in products and productivity every year. I mean, they produce all the paints and paintbrushes and just a whole slew of things that they're producing at a 90% clip of entire products, just from we could call it slave labor, essentially, right? Through the 13th Amendment. So I'm just really concerned about the broader incentives here, and it makes me believe that we know that Biden, that was just an empty gesture. It's for politics, for votes, similar to his whole, they're going to make federal cops, wear cameras when we know that it's really a state issue. So it was a nothing burger, just the way Black was saying, but it really makes me concerned. I'm just now looking into this. I'm kind of new to really going deep into it. But if you have any perspective on that in terms of the industries that are involved, I remember you were saying something early in the conversation about banks, about it being an incentive for banks. Is there a war going on between the different industries that are involved in employing slave labor and the different interests in terms of the banks and the government being able to tax these, tax marijuana and so on? Is there competing interests going on? Are they warring? It's something that I'm new to, I'm looking into. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, awesome, man. You said a lot. I'll start with the bank part. So because marijuana is technically illegal on the federal level, all the proceeds from marijuana, they have this like limbo status, where some banks just won't touch it. I think in some states they've had to create sort of like banks just specifically for marijuana for the proceeds or whatever the case. So there's like, it's just this issue of the federal government who regulates banking and what they do with this money. And so we've speculated in the past that they're finding ways to launder the money essentially in order to put it into the greater economy, if you will. Because that is kind of been the issue right from the beginning. I think the most important part was him removing it from Schedule 1, because that would open up federal banking. It just actually is like the dam breaking essentially by taking it off of Schedule 1, because a lot of universities have asked for that so they can start studying and doing trials and just everything about it opens up once it's no longer on that schedule. So that's the most important thing he said. I'm trying to think of everything else you said. Well, Rella's got her hand up. She probably is going to answer some of that.
Hey, DC Scotty. So I actually just pulled some information. I know, and I'll post it again down the timeline. The Pew Research has actually had some information as well as why the banks are not all banks, but basically federal banks and some banks are having a difficult time actually allowing people to open up accounts because of the FDIC. So apparently, from what I have here that's pulled up, it says that since most banks are insured by the FDIC, which is the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, the federal prohibition bars these federally insured banks from depositing cannabis funds and or offering financial services to cannabis companies. And this is the article called the MowieWhite.com. So I will post these two articles. But it's interesting, though, to see, since there was a discussion about the legalization on the federal level being brought to the floor for a vote. I'm going to look that up and see what ended up happening with that, and see if I can post that as well. So I'll put these two down below as well.
Awesome. So did we answer all of the questions? Because I know there was a bunch in there. If we didn't get them all, can you repeat the ones that we missed?
No, I think you answered them all. It was just me kind of just throwing out some questions because this conversation is really it's opened up a lot of different new areas that I haven't really looked into. So you guys pretty much answered them all.
Well, I did want to mention. I wanted to mention though, one thing that DC Scotty did bring up, which was I thought was a very good point, was the case with Breonna Taylor, because of the fact that you do have
that is very important.
People who are working in law enforcement and in government. I think government positions, state and local positions, who are also, in my opinion, embezzling money, because if it was us, they would say that we are committing fraud if we get into or organized crime if we try to get into business of selling cannabis. But if what they're doing in the case of what they did in the case of Breonna Taylor, they literally were doing it as well as trying to stronghold a group of people, a group of citizens out of real estate by pushing people out so that they can actually take over blocks in cities and blocks of communities. And I think we haven't really touched on that and how, their access to capital as well as their access to drugs, whether it is they're pushing the drugs in the community or they themselves are the actual mules. We don't know how large of a community that is. We only see it on a small scale when cases like Breonna Taylor come up, and we haven't really had that discussion. So I'm just throwing that out there too.
Hey, Black, so you're saying that the only type of bank that can
that's a good question.
That can
I don't know. Let me look that up, bro.
Deposit that you can deposit marijuana proceeds into a bank. It has to be a bank that is regulated by the state, but it's not FDIC insured. That's the only type of state regulated bank that can you can deposit marijuana proceeds, and that state regulated bank has to be insured by the state, like a state instead of FDIC, had to be SDIC, a state depository insured corporation.
Yeah, so I did a quick search and there is conflicting information. I know in the beginning it was very, very hard, and there were stories where they were just stacking the cash, right? But then there's something where they say Obama sort of created a roadmap. That was a 2014 story. This is 2018, and they're talking about marijuana retailers can't use banks. They run foul of federal laws about money laundering. So there is this federal designation as a Schedule I drug that is affecting the ability of marijuana retailers across the country with putting their money in banks and using it like a normal, like if you sold beer, for instance, which is another drug, or coffee for that matter, which is another drug. But so there is this conflict between the federal law and what's happening inside of these states when it comes to the money. Obviously, they're making billions and billions of dollars. They got to transfer that money to the state. So they've had to come up with some type of system. But the question then becomes, can they transfer that money across the country? If they need to transfer that money outside of the country, like is there some issues with that? This says this is from 2021. It says does federal law prohibit banks from taking marijuana money? So I'm gonna post this up in the Jumbotron because this is a fairly recent story, and it looks like they're trying to give some explanation of it. It says they said, go ahead.
Yeah, but like if I can remember, this marijuana dispensaries in Vegas or in the state of Nevada, you cannot use your credit card to do a transaction with marijuana. It has to be cash. You can't use your Visa or MasterCard or a bank card to purchase marijuana. I'm not 100% sure. Does anybody have that information?
I know as much as. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I know when I go to the dispensary, like there is some issue with the FDIC, and they won't allow. They just now started accepting credit card payments or maybe debit card payments at the dispensary, like in the last month, maybe here in Arizona. But prior to that, it's all cash. So they have the ATM in the dispensary. If you want to buy, you gotta pull the cash first, and then you pay them in cash. And I feel like there's something else I was gonna say about this whole thing. I was wondering too. Do you guys know what the I don't know what to call Black people anymore. I'm confused. What is the representation of Black people in these marijuana dispensaries? Because, I'm sitting there in line looking around and I'm like, damn, like they really did. I didn't believe it before, but I believe it now that they use it to terrorize Black Americans. I don't, and I feel bad. Like, I don't even know if Black Americans were given any opportunities to open up a dispensary. From what I understand in Arizona, it might have been like a lottery. They said it was a lottery system when they legalized it and they started opening a dispensary. So I don't know if y'all know anything about that.
Who is they? And which state are you talking about?
Arizona.
I know. Okay, so who is they? Are you speaking about a particular city or the state?
I'm in Mesa, Phoenix area.
Okay, so Phoenix. And so you're saying the Phoenix, the local government had a lottery?
So the state, yeah. So when the state legalized it, when they voted to legalize marijuana in the state of Arizona, they have to put together the grows. My daughter actually worked at a grow for about a year when she turned 21. She lived out on a marijuana farm out in Western Arizona. I know that's another story altogether. But so when they legalized it and they were handing out the license, so you have to be like licensed to open a dispensary, and you have to have, they have like a shit ton of regulations, like hundreds of regulations. And so they put people through a lot of hoops, but I just don't know if they purposefully, I don't know how they did that in terms of race, or if they offered any specific status to minorities, because I think at this point it's criminal that they don't give Black Americans the opportunity to open dispensaries. I don't even know if that's a thing or that's all.
Didn't Michelle Alexander talk about this? How the people disproportionately affected are also locked out of that industry?
Yep.
I didn't read that book.
Michelle Alexander did, as well as the owner of the Weed Head. There's organizations that actually did I don't know if it was on Vice or was it HBO, one of the shows where they actually showed, or they were going through the process of how we are actually locked out. As a matter of fact, because Virginia had just legalized it on a state level, but there's still some criminality to it, where if you are stopped with more than a certain amount of ounce on you, that it's a fine, right? But while all of those things were happening, they already had people in place with able to actually put down $60,000 to $160,000 to open up dispensaries. So now you have medical dispensaries that are open, and there are no melanated people in them whatsoever, let alone a Black American. So, yeah.
I have a suggestion. I've been looking at land because I'm worried about the war and everything. Everything's kind of going crazy, and I was looking at rural land in Arizona, and I started looking at funding to buy land. It's really hard to get money to buy land because you have to have a home on it. But the USDA, I started looking through their stuff on the website, and the USDA has all these programs for minorities, and farming. Like, I know it's not something I don't know, but they offer all these grants to startup farmers, minority farmers, and the interest rates on these loans are so freaking low, and I don't think they're affected by like the mainstream banks. But I mean, if anyone was planning to do a grow, or if you know anybody who's a minority, I mean, I would start researching now, because I think you can get really cheap money through some of these USDA programs in order to buy land to do a grow. But they have all the packets on there, all the information about what experience they would require, blah, blah, blah. But I would imagine that would be like a first step into maybe, I know like one of the dispensaries out here, I can go take a picture if you want me to, but one of the dispensaries out here has an actual grow behind it, like in a warehouse, and it's in the city. So I don't know what they're doing in terms of all that, but I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, let me Let me shout out 2 black women. Someone in the YouTube put it in the YouTube chat. But Miss Nike John, black woman in Boston area. She was the first black female-owned cannabis dispensary in the Boston area. And then this is the woman who I talked about earlier, Ari Ann Kirkpatrick, who's a former Cleveland construction entrepreneur. She opened up a something called Harvest of Ohio, a dispensary. And like I said, I think because her family was involved in it, I think they were working on a second one. But this was a black woman in the state of Ohio. To go back to the whole federal bank issue. So here's I put that in a jumbotron and they got all the information in there, but I'm gonna read the last part of it because he mentioned credit cards. So it says final thoughts on federal law, banking, and the cannabis industry. The marijuana industry desperately needs the same banking access as other sectors. Without it, cannabis business operating legally are unable to. They're unable to accept credit cards. They're unable to get loans. They're unable to write checks. They're unable to set up deposit accounts. They're unable to pay taxes. They're unable to run payroll. That's all very, very interesting. The fact that she said it's all cash, I remember those. So I think when Colorado first went online, there were a bunch of like news reports, could have been Vice, could have been somewhere else, but they were showing how they moved the money. They moved the money, how they had armed guards to move the money, and then they had like super security around wherever they kept their money at. Like massively armed um installations, buildings, etc., where they would just store all this cash. Um, so at present, it remains a federal crime for banks to do business with cannabis companies. Until that changes, these institutions won't risk huge fines, the loss of licensing, and the seizure of assets. As a result, legitimate marijuana businesses continue to operate in the shadows. And so over the course of this story, they're essentially saying the way the laws are set up, it forces these businesses, especially the bigger ones, to operate sort of where they are intentionally breaking the law.
You're in the matrix. You're in the matrix.
Okay, I'll jump out and come back in.
There you go. You good now?
Back. Okay, so they're saying they're forcing these businesses to operate illegally. They just can't operate like a normal business because of federal law, is essentially what it's saying. Yeah. So that's the answer.
You said her Black. You said her name was Nikki John.
Nike, like the
Nike.
shoe, Nike John. Yeah, I put those on my timeline. I didn't put them up here, but they're on my timeline. If you wanted to open up those stories.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go into and by the way, that article about the federal banking is from 2021. It's a fairly recent one. This article is dated. We actually have October 7th, 2022 at the top of this. So this is a fairly recent, but I think they've been updating this article. But this is where is marijuana legal? And I was hoping I'd find a map in here to show where it actually is, the states where it's legal. Okay, states where recreational marijuana is legal: Colorado, Washington, Alaska, Oregon, Washington, D.C., California, Maine, Massachusetts, Nevada, Michigan, Vermont, Guam, Illinois, Arizona, Montana, New Jersey, New York, Virginia, New Mexico, Connecticut, Rhode Island. That's about half of the states for the recreational part. The legalization of the medicinal, I believe, is like almost 40 states. So probably almost double that amount. So at this point, it's more about where is it not legal than where is it legal.
Yeah, I put a link. DISA, I think it's DISA.com. And they have marijuana legalities by state. For all the states, they have the legalized, the medical, and decriminalized. They have the medical decriminalized, and they have the CBD with THC only and fully legal. So they have that list. I did put that underneath the this space. I added that link.
Okay, cool. Let me go to that, and I'll read from that one then. Let's see, where are we at? Excuse me.
Hey, Rella, I was just looking at your picture. You know hiding your picture.
Thank you. That's not me. That actually, that's my mom.
That's your mom?
That was my mom. That was my mom. She passed away this month last year.
Oh, okay. Sorry to hear about your mom's pretty.
Thank you. That's where I get mine from.
Okay, I was gonna say. All right.
Sorry about your loss, Rella.
Yeah, I don't see.
Thank you.
Condolences. I do not see the link to the DISA though. Did you put it in the text of this part or?
I just linked it underneath the space. I'll send it to you. Hold on.
Yeah, because I don't see it. Yeah. So, excuse me. So it's a thing where we're going to see what happens with the midterms. Likely the Republicans will have the Senate, which means they can block any and everything that they would try to do. So then that brings up executive orders, and since we do have reparations talk, and we sort of filter that in and out of the things we talk about, what comes up often is that the president, who's not a king, who's not a dictator, who doesn't have the full authority to just do anything he wants to do, oftentimes it comes up that he can just do reparations with an executive order. I'm going to leave that out there for those to argue that point. But let's say for this marijuana thing, right? Can the president, Joe Biden, through executive order, just say, okay, on the federal level, you know what? Choom, choom, choom. That's it. Marijuana is legal, recreational, medicinal, all of it. It's decriminalized. No more prosecutions across the country. Does anybody believe that the president of the United States can make that declaration, make an executive order, and it becomes law of the land? Okay.
I don't think so. I think the Supreme Court would have to, right? From a federal standpoint, wouldn't it be because the president is only over the military and what? He's the legislative, judicial, and he's over the legislative branch.
Well, he's the executive. He's the executive branch, but the president tends to have more authority over foreign issues, to be pretty honest about it. And the military, as you stated, it would likely have to be legislation through Congress that got passed for something like that to pass constitutional muster or a constitutional challenge through the Supreme Court. I don't.
So would that be the U.S. Capitol then? So that's the U.S. Capitol over the legislative branch for the House of Representatives and the Senate, because they make up Congress.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, we got a strange speaker. We're gonna bring them up and see what they have to add to the conversation. So it goes. You requested. See what you got to say.
Oh, no, thank you. I was just gonna, if the conversation was about what the power a president has for legalization, it's essentially a direct executive branch power, because it's all based on not even a law that was necessarily passed. It's the schedulization of individual substances, which is done at an executive branch level, actually within the DEA. And it's a very, things were made illegal by very arbitrary decisions by a couple of people. It wasn't something that ever was really voted on. And the things that have been schedulized is all been through a Justice Department executive branch policy making. And it's essentially, if the president wanted to legalize anything, it's really just a deschedulization from a Schedule 1 substance within the DEA reporting to make it a Schedule 4 or Schedule 3 substance, and it's no longer illegal like all other drugs are.
Interesting.
It's a pretty cut and dry process. It's been a political landmine, and now it's a political lever that can be used.
Interesting.
That's kind of how we got where we are today.
Okay, so that pretty much backs up that in this 40-second commercial he put out, where he talks about the DOJ and some other secretary looking at the descheduling of this substance or this leaf from a Schedule 1 to whatever they decided it's going to become. And we also agree it's going to open up all these doors for the medical marijuana industry. But so here's the question, because you have state laws which still make these, marijuana illegal. For instance, Georgia they're allowing the medical use of CBD, low grade THC, into the state, but they have not yet legalized it on the state level. So while the federal government could say we're decriminalizing marijuana, the states that still have these laws on the books would have to then follow suit in some way, shape, or form, because they actually have laws that are like, again, the state of Georgia, one of the few states that still hasn't moved to legalize.
You know what's so funny though, when we are having these discussions, and when it sounds like a cut and dry issue when we hear the federal government doing something on a federal level in regards to policies and legislation. However, the states also have constitutions as well that are supposed to follow the federal constitution, but on the stance of actual laws and bills that are passed by the states and local, counties and towns, those are all done by assemblies and done by boards. And in that regard, that would take time, because the people who are on those boards or states assemblies also do things that go against the federal government. They've been doing that for years, which is why it's such a big deal in trying to pass anti-lynching laws and things like that. But when it comes to something like this, we can't seem to, put all the pieces together, because the people who are running in these positions, state and local wise, do the opposite of the federal government, like the total opposite.
Okay, I'm gonna read off the list of the states where where marijuana is fully illegal. There are some caveats. CBD oil is legal for medical use in some of these states. Marijuana is still illegal, but it's decriminalized in a few of these states. But this looks like less than 15 states. So here are the states: Georgia, Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Nebraska, the Carolinas, both North and South, Tennessee, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. And like I said, a few of those, CBD oil is legal for medical use, and just a couple are where it's been decriminalized, which that usually means personal use. If they catch you with less than an ounce or 2 ounces, depending on, every state's different, they will make you dispose of it, but they won't arrest you and charge you for it if it doesn't look like you're essentially selling it or whatever. So we are at the point where there are way less states where it's illegal, and even these states that where it is technically illegal, they've either decriminalized it or they're letting CBD oil be used, which means their citizens are traveling out of state to get it and or having it shipped in, which is probably illegal to ship it through the mail. That's another thing that we haven't even thought about is shipping it through the mail. That's a federal issue. So even CBD oil, that might be an issue if you're trying to ship it through the mail. So you could open it up. And when I first said we will see weed in Walmarts, guess what? Amazon will be delivering marijuana at some point in the future, because then it's like wide open at that point.
Hey, Black, I remember hearing a tourist bought marijuana at one of the dispensaries in Las Vegas and forgotten that they had it in their bag.
Ooh.
Went into the airport.
Ooh.
And when customs checked their bag, now they were arrested for having marijuana in the airport. Of course, the airport, that's federal.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's unfortunate. You hear, even at our airport, you see stories. They caught this person with a gun in their bag. This, whatever. It's like people. I don't know if traveling is you're already anxious and you're rushing around, and so you're forgetful. You're forgetting this, forgetting that.
Adjust your mic, Black.
Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna let DC Scotty go, and I'll come back in.
I just had a question, Black. When you
damn it, bro.
Are they not getting federal charges? They're just state charges.
Yeah.
Are these charges stacked? Or is it state charges and federal charges that's applied to these people? How does that work?
So from what is I actually was reading that. It's funny you're saying it. So under politically or what is this? Politicalfact.com. So Biden is asking that since he's passing the possession for marijuana on the federal level to be pretty much done away with, right? To be decriminalized. However, on a state level, it is not decriminalized everywhere. It's only decriminalized in about, looks like 37 states as of May. And according to the National Conference of State Legislatures, there's something there as well. And he's asking that the Health and Human Services Secretary expeditiously initiate the administrative process to review how marijuana is scheduled for under federal law. So I don't even know how that's going to affect state laws, because again, he also was asking mayors of states to or cities, because there's different mayors in different cities. So I'm assuming he's asking mayors to pardon people who have been arrested for low level possession. So that tells me that the states still have the rights, or townships still have the right to say yes or no. Absolutely. So then we're still going to have a problem. And I actually made this comment under D.L. Hughley's post that, because everybody was cheering, oh, yay, Biden came out and made this whole video. But yet you still have to wrestle and wrangle with the states and the mayors to say, yeah, we're going to do this. And if you got a shitty-ass mayor, or a mayor who has, a political, or maybe he don't even smoke weed, maybe he doesn't really care, or they're like, no, we're going to keep whatever the proportion of people are in jail are in those particular states in jail because it brings in money, then we have a whole nother problem. So,
Right, I'm not. Sorry, go ahead, DC.
So Texas. Okay, I'm not sure who was first, but who wanted to speak?
I was going to say something, but DC was going to say something. I was going to let him go first. But I guess I'm not a lawyer, but my understanding of other controlled substance bans in states, and a lot of state drug charges, you're not necessarily charged like by the definition of the drug itself. You're charged with possession of a controlled substance, right? And if it's a descheduled substance, then it's no longer a controlled substance, and those statutes don't stand up anymore. And I think a lot with other things, there are interstate commerce clauses in like federal law and interstate commerce for if it's not illegal in other states have to allow commerce to take place between states. Like they can say, hey, like dry counties exist in America still in certain places where you can't buy alcohol, or there's no bars or anything like that.
Dry cities exist.
But they can't arrest you for driving your car through that county with alcohol in it. And I think that's probably the direction where this will end up heading if it becomes federally descheduled. Even if states want to keep some sort of prohibition, they'll be limited in their ability to prosecute people for participating in interstate commerce because it's kind of protected in the Constitution.
Yeah, I get that. So I've lived in a city, a very small city that was considered a dry city even. And I mean, this is like a borough or a municipality, very, very small, a couple thousand people. But however, if you're drinking and driving through that town, you could be pulled over if you have an open container. So there can be ways that they could still enforce their version of what they want to prohibit in terms of the activity around that substance or the leaf, if you will. But I agree with you. If you know, I'm in the trucking industry, so if I have a medical marijuana or a marijuana trucking company and I'm driving through some town on a state route, the police couldn't pull you over and harass you for that reason or whatever because it's illegal in their town necessarily. So I agree wholeheartedly with you on that part. But you know, it's like we can look at other laws like abortion, euthanasia, other laws where states have the ability to make their own laws, even though technically the federal government either hasn't had a say in it or they're neutral in it. And it sounds like that's essentially what Biden is doing, is making the federal government neutral and then kicking it down to the states, which is why he's asking governors to pardon. He's asking mayors even to pardon, which we just had a space. I don't know if that was the last one where we saw a mayor in Alabama, I believe, who passed out like 15,000 pardons. Didn't even know that was a possibility until then. But so yeah, it's not something that he can require or force, but he's asking them because he doesn't have the power or authority at the federal level to do that, you know, to affect anything on the state level, to be perfectly honest. But again, as the one article said about providing funds, so the federal government asks the governors to do something, asks the mayors to do something, and then he needs to provide funds to facilitate whatever it is he wants to accomplish and achieve. And for those who want to take the money and be a part of that program, so be it. The ones that don't, it's likely some states that want prohibition, like Texas, would refuse to take the funds and refuse to participate and keep the laws the way they want to keep them, because that's the way the country is set up. States do have, you know, some power, some control, and anything that's not in the federal powers, that power goes back to the states. So the states can regulate certain things if they choose, just like we have states who have monopolies on alcohol. There's actually a lot more states than I realized that have monopolies on the alcohol industry. But yeah, states can do some things if they choose to. We got, I don't know if DC Scotty wanted to speak, but if he does, he can go, and then Aaron Flux, and then Miss Rella.
Yeah, you guys
This is very informative. So do federal charges only get, I don't know the legal term, does it determine, is there a certain amount of marijuana or drugs that a person needs to have in order for federal charges to get activated? Is that how that works? Otherwise, it just remains as state charges, and this is the reason why we're having this issue?
Yeah, that's a good question. So when you are, again, going back to my past, I've known several people who have had their charges elevated to a federal level. Usually, there has to be some interstate trafficking involved. So, in other words, they know you're getting your supply in another state, it's crossing state lines. That's an automatic kick up to a federal charge. If there's firearms involved, that can kick it up to a federal charge. There are certain things that enhance the charges from state to federal. The amount could, if it's a large enough amount and they feel like you are involved in, again, interstate trafficking, and or maybe you're supplying the whole entire state, where the feds would look at it like, this is much bigger than a small time operation, if you will. So yeah, the feds usually get involved, and here's the other thing about the feds: they win their cases. They win. So they don't like to take cases that they're not going to win. They protect their record in terms of their victories, and so they tend to indict people that they've already very, very sure they've got a conviction, they've got all the receipts, they've got all the proof. You're in a no-win situation usually when you're indicted by the feds, and so that's usually when they do get involved. We got Miss Rella. Oh no, I'm sorry, Miss Arian, and then Miss Rella. Arian, I keep saying.
Well, I was wondering what your opinion is on what's the holdup on the federal level, right? Like if there are 40 states where it's already legal, like it's kind of like not a mandate, but it is. It's like the majority of states want legal marijuana. So what is the holdup? Do you think it's some sort of a power thing?
Politics, power.
Politics.
It's all politics.
Okay.
I think the Republican or the Democrat Party, they want to ensure that they are responsible for legalizing drugs on the federal level.
Yeah, they want the credit.
Party want to be the authority. Yes. Yeah.
Right. So they can get Yeah. This is
so they can get credit for it.
Right.
We think black.
Yeah, I agree. And then the other thing is they don't, at the same time, while they want credit, they don't want the other side to get credit. So that kind of works hand in hand, obviously. So
and it's money. So, those who can control the legislation. They actually can control the money and how the money is distributed and, get their kickbacks. Like, I really think they believe that we as American citizens don't understand how politicians and people who get into, political spaces make their money. You can't become a barista and then overnight you're a millionaire just from off of being a barista and going into politics. That's not going to happen. There are other things that you get into once you get into politics that give you access to capital, and then you get to move that money around investing. And take your whatever
insider trading.
Like anyone who is a citizen is voting who does not understand that's something that's going to happen. That's why I implore all people of melanated skin to go and get into politics and try to run for office, because that might be your quickest way of getting yourself established when it comes to getting access to capital. But I'll land there because that's a whole nother conversation. But I wanted to read this excerpt in regards to GC Scotty's question earlier. And I did post the scheduling based on the DEA website for the what the I think it's maybe talks about the offenses as well as what each scheduling is. And so because marijuana is a Schedule 1 drug, or Schedule 1 substance, excuse me. I forgot, we got to use those terms. Schedule 1 substance. It gets declassified or deregulated, then it no longer is, you no longer can be held accountable for smoking recreational or having certain, I guess, amounts on you. It does not say a specific amount on here, but that's what it says. This what I'm reading from is the American Bar Association. Is the state laws, state law versus federal law, and it says here, as we examined in the beginning, states have moved towards embracing the use of cannabis. The federal government, meanwhile, has not made the same move. Under the federal law, cannabis is still classified as a Schedule 1 substance under the Controlled Substance Act. This means it is considered to have high potential for dependency and no recognized medical use. For context, other Schedule 1 substances include ecstasy, heroin, and LSD. Distribution of a Schedule 1, substance is a federal offense. So to me, I think that, and I'll post this article because it also has more about the why it's such an issue between state and federal. I just think that it has a lot to do about power and a lot to do with regulating a substance that can no longer be used to, benefit the state's biggest commodity, which is drug offenses and arrest. The states get money based off, I think, however many arrests, which is why you always have police officers between the 1st and the 15th trying to count how many arrests they have because they have to meet quotas. So I think it's more to it than just us thinking about on a federal level, Biden making that decision. There is money being moved around when these things happen, and it's going to affect us in a different way, and we really need to think about that. And I'll land there.
It is very possible, and you can't put this past these people. They've run the numbers, they've run a side-by-side comparison, and they realize they can make more money with the legalization of the leaf versus the incarceration and all the things that come from that side of it. So it is very possible. I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah, but they're trying to wait till particular people, I think, get into position to be able to be the beneficiaries of making that money, which is why they did not allow melanated or Black Americans to be able to get involved into the programs that were opened up across the state. However, you had, I don't know if you guys remember, DC Scotty probably remember, he's from DC. They were handing out the the marijuana, the cannabis seeds in DC, and all those people were standing in line. And so, the person who was handing them out was a white guy.
Oh, wow.
There was no Black people handing out medical marijuana seeds, and the people who were having a problem with it are the people who sell the drugs. So all I'm saying is, for those who are interested in getting into the business, then we need to look at it as in the business sense of how do we actually get into position to get prepared. And then for those who are, doing stuff illegally, you might want to get into the business and get out of, working the trap, because it don't seem like the trap is going to help you moving forward with the way that it seems like the federal government is getting ready to try to shape things, as well as the state. That's just my 2 cents. But anyway.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell a quick story from my days, my teenage days. There was a guy, his name was Heavy, and he literally used to ship in garbage bags full of weed on the Greyhound bus, because you can put like packages or whatever under the bus. And he had got too comfortable with this whole scheme that he had arranged. I don't know where it was coming from or none of that, but they ended up arresting him when he came to pick up these fucking, I mean, quite literally, garbage bags full of marijuana. I've known a lot of people who've got busted with garbage bags full of marijuana like that. Um, but DC Scotty talked about Breonna Taylor, and that Vice story. If you haven't had a chance to watch it, it exposes what that was all about. These police very corrupt, and they were robbing suspected drug houses, whatever the case may be. Anywhere they thought there was cash, they were running up in there and harassing the people and taking the money. So that's how she ended up, in that situation, because they thought that that house was a stash house. I think there was money that did come up missing. When you're exonerated, because Black American Homeland brought this up earlier, you could have large sums of money. You could say, it came from an uncle, came from a relative, came from mother, blah, 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 family money, blah, 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 whatever the case may be. As long as you're not convicted, you can put in a request to get the money back. They have to hold the money as it's basically property inventory. And when when you beat the charges, they have to give you that money back. If you are lucky enough to get a good enough attorney who can get the charges dismissed, then obviously you're going to get your property back. But I've had a family member who was arrested and charged. They held onto his property. There was some money in there, a couple $1,000s. They ended up giving that back with the property. So they don't always keep the money. They oftentimes they do steal money. That's another big thing, where people who do have millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars, when they go to arrest them and charge them, half the money disappears before they even, put it on paper. So that happens a lot with these police activities, these criminal police activities. So I just wanted to throw that in there. But go ahead, DC Scotty, and then I'm Black.
Yeah, I remember that story about Breonna Taylor. There was actually an explicit agreement for the police to police certain areas of that neighborhood on behalf of developers, and her house fell in that area. Mm-hmm. They were colluding with developers too. Yeah. This kind of brings me back to one of the things I was looking up was under the WOTC, employers receive a tax credit of $2,400 for every work release inmate that they employ as a reward for hiring quote unquote risky target groups. Wow. And they said that the federal prison industry produces 100% of all military helmets, war supplies, other equipment. The workers supply 98% of entire market for equipment and assembly services. 93% of paint and paintbrushes, 92% of stove assembly, 46% of body armor, 36% of home appliances, 30% of home phone, microphones, speakers, 21% of office furniture, airport, airplane parts, medical supplies, and much more. Prisoners are even raising seeing eye dogs for blind people, and they make anywhere between 90 cents to $4 a day. Crazy. McDonald's, Wendy's, Walmart, Starbucks, Sprint, Verizon, Victoria's Secret, Fidelity Investments, JC Penney, Kmart, Airlines, Avis. All these people are involved in prison labor. Crazy. And it just seems, I remember to Arian's question about what the holdup is. It seems the holdup is money. It seems the holdup is all these different industries that are just invested in keeping these people in prison. I mean, I'm sure it's all those other things as well, but it just seems like the money is the really big piece. And I was reading the other thing. I think the ACLU was talking about how $11 billion in productivity has been created through prison labor every year. So it seems they just don't want to do it because it'll upset their special interests.
I have a question. Aaron, is your name Aaron or Arian?
Is she there?
Aaron. Is she still there, or did she drop off?
She got to take her mic off. Turn the mic on if she is there. I'm not sure.
I was just wondering. I didn't know. I'm not. I don't think she's not like Arian, like what I think it is.
Aaron. I caught that. Yeah, Aaron Fucks. I think that's If it's not anime,
that's Aaron from the other night.
It's basically Eon Flux. It was like some weird cartoon
anime,
back in
something.
the.
I thought it looked familiar.
Eon Flux, yeah.
It's just a play on that, because whatever.
Right, but is it Aaron or is it Arian or Aaron?
Black Majority State for the other night. I did come into the space and I didn't really understand what was going on, and I didn't really understand a lot about the reparations movement. And I just want to let you know that I went ahead and I listened to that Sean Rochester video about the one black tax, and I will be getting the book and reading through it. But for me, that whole thing was that Jim Crow, when you're young and it was like literally like a blurb in the textbook. And they might have talked about how horrible it was for Friedman. But to me, that was like the missing piece for me. And it's like one of those things, like when you learn about it, everything else kind of makes sense. Like I'm thinking about all the people I went to school with, all the Black Americans that I know, and I literally didn't realize that is what was going on. And I just want to apologize to you guys. I will get up to speed on that. But the prison industrial complex, I hear people talking about this, and so they use prisoners basically as free labor, right? I mean, this is what I'm not up to speed on these issues. I'm separate. I live in a different community. It's a different world. But I just want to apologize to you guys for that.
Okay, I think she wanted to know, how do you pronounce the screen name that you have there?
Aaron Flux.
Aaron. Okay, so the A is silent. Okay, cool. So to DC Scotty's point, and I'm gonna put this up. This is a story from just a couple of days ago. It's a Fox News story. It says slavery is on the ballot this fall as voters decide whether to amend language to Constitution in 5 states. And essentially, this is in Tennessee, Louisiana, Oregon, Vermont, and Alabama, where they are essentially dealing with the issue of the 13th Amendment in their stated constitutions, where they're going to either vote to keep this provision where you can have slavery or involuntary servitude under the prison system or not. So in these 5 states, that is Tennessee, Louisiana, Oregon, Vermont, and Alabama, they're making this decision. And just to be 100 about it, although it does affect us disproportionately, obviously we have a high prison population because of the criminal injustice system. However, they're not segregating groups of people based on race as to who has to be under this involuntary servitude. So it applies across the board. Those wages that DC Scotty talked about, they apply across the board when you're in the prison system. So just to make that distinction there, so everybody has to be under this system. That's why a state like Vermont, where there's not a high Black population, that's why that state really stood out to me. Oregon as well is not a high population of Black people, but they're both saying we're going to either allow this to continue or we're going to vote to stop it. So just some food for thought.
And Los Angeles voted theirs down.
So Los Angeles County had the opportunity to do that, and the voters voted against it?
No, the state legislature voted against the bill to remove it from their charter, involuntary servitude. They voted against it. The supposedly most liberal state in the country.
That's interesting.
Yeah, but that whole, I really believe, that whole term liberalism is just the opposite. It's just the opposite. It's just the opposite.
Companies, or are they private industry that
can you guys hear me?
Cheaper labor through the prisoners somehow,
hello? Hello.
I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can hear you, Lella.
I can hear you. I don't think she can hear you. Let's see.
So I'm no, I'll go leave and come back.
Okay.
So I really think that the term liberalism is not the same as what we look at, what we believe it is, and when we have discussions about freedoms, humanity, and what's right. For some reason, when I think of like liberalism and what's being done, like what happened in California or even across the country, it's almost as mirroring the laws that were passed by the now Tea Party Republicans that are in office. And so when we talk about right wing and liberalism, I really think that we're really talking about the same people, and the same motives and intentions in voting. It's just who has whose power is going to win, because to me, a liberal state does not mean the practice of supremacy doesn't happen. The practice of supremacy still happens, and it happens even on a greater scale based on the population. In California, the Black population is 5% and dwindling. So, I mean, how much more, liberal can you now say that they are? You're talking about people who are heavily immigrated, and people that are coming in are literally taught to practice the same supremacy practices, even all the way up into government, to the point where you have the LAPD literally not willing to testify and own up to the fact that Latino gangs now practice the same thing the Aryan Brotherhood has been practicing for years in the police departments. So, yeah, I really have that liberal term. It's just it doesn't sit well with me. It really doesn't at all.
Well, liberals are they practice subtle racism, but it's only subtle to our face. What they're doing policy wise, across every sector. I think Dr. or Neely Fuller has the 9 whatever for the code and all of that. If you look at the way liberals approach his 9 areas of existence, they have so much more control over Black Americans. I talk about that in the book that I wrote. They are our true natural enemy because they've played, and Malcolm X talks about the fox and I guess the wolf, or the fox has this, he looks like he's smiling all the time, whereas the wolf shows his teeth and you kind of know that's your enemy. And they play that role where they pretend to be our friends. In those mafia movies, it was always somebody that that was going to come up and try to end your life. It's that type of situation. It's that type of role that they play in terms of Black America's lives. So when I hear liberal, I hear the new liberal world order, hear shit like that. I know these people are totally against us, and we need to do the opposite of whatever they say.
So then what can we call that? Because I really believe that, like, it would quell a lot of the arguments that we had in regards to what our beliefs in conservatism is and what we believe or operate in the realm of, as citizens and as people, what we are actually trying to achieve, no matter what lane someone else is in or what they believe in. Like, I really think that there's something to that, having that discussion on getting people to understand we don't operate like white liberals or other groups of people that come into the country or that are first, second, third generation here. We don't. And that's not to have a conversation on, whether or not someone was born here or not. It's really to say there is a culture in the Western culture that still has that colonial supremacy culture that's being used even in citizenship when people come here. And so then once they actually become citizens, they start operating the same exact way. And then yet again, we are put into this box where, we need to, attach everybody with us. We need to make sure that we're fighting for everyone else's cause. I'm like, I'll fight for humanity, but I cannot fight for supremacy. I just, that's not in my DNA.
Yeah, we definitely need to come up with a term for it that we can use to identify these people for sure. I was thinking neoliberalism, but that doesn't fit.
Hey, no, I never understood why. Okay, I can understand.
Neo-fascist.
These corporations. They say they need labor. I can understand that, but why do these illegal immigrants that come here to be laborers? Why do they also have to be?
Here it goes.
Citizens. Why do it's necessary for them to vote? If you need them for labor, then just let them be laborers. Don't let them be citizens or have the right to vote.
Well, we already know why that is. Well, at least I assume that has something to do with, the loss of, if the demand and the demand for reparative and redress is becoming too much. And so now they need people who are willing to come and work for low wages to step up and, become the new bottom of the bottom class, because they look at it as, and when I say they, the U.S. Government or the states' governments ran by the Democratic and Republican Party are looking for bodies, because don't get it twisted. You have Republican supporters who hire low wage non-citizen workers because it helps to keep their costs low when it comes to business. They're doing the same exact thing that you have some Democrats or a lot of Democrats doing the same thing. And who's going to turn that down if it helps them keep money in their pocket? The problem is they don't want, they want to stay in those positions, and they do that by voting. People being in positions of voting. So if a lot of us are saying that, yeah, we're going to move away from voting the status quo back in the office, whether it's Democrat or Republican, right, then they're going to have to usher some new people in. And the people they're about to usher in are the people who have no concept of not living in squalor or poverty. Them, you paying them a few dollars more than them making nothing in their own country is maybe worth gold, until they start to learn the economics. They get into programs like DACA, and then they realize, hey, no, we need to be doing X, Y, and Z. We need to be in these positions so that way we can be the people climbing up the economic ladder and moving out of the bottom caste. That's the fight that we're in. We're in a fight for getting legislation to be moved out of the bottom caste. That is the fight. And the people at the top don't want that to happen.
Okay, let me get some more speakers up for just invite people to be able to stay in the room. I see they're still, well, actually they're letting people sit in the room a little bit longer than they have earlier, but they are kicking people out. So if you want to stay in the room, just request a mic so we can try to keep you in a little bit longer. I'm a reset the topic a little bit so that so we can talk about this in terms of marijuana, the presidential power that he has or does not have, and why he's been begging the governors and Miss Rella said the mayors even to pardon past marijuana convictions. I got to assume that applies to current convictions as well. Some states have jumped on it. Other states are like, slow down, homie. We're not going to do that. We read off the list of the few states that marijuana still is fully illegal, although that list is shrinking. And so if anybody would like to address that topic, please put your hand up, as well as share any marijuana stories, from your life or from some family member or associate's life experience. I don't think anybody's overdosed on marijuana ever in the history of the planet. While people are overdosing on medical drugs, prescription drugs, people die from getting the wrong combination of medically approved drugs and prescriptions. People are dying all the time. There's always lawsuits. But I just don't think it's ever happened with marijuana, in and of itself. So that's something that we can also talk about as well. Aaron, Flux.
Okay. So, I used to be an alcoholic. I used to drink pretty much nightly for, over 10 years. And marijuana helped me quit drinking, right? Like, alcohol will fucking kill you. It'll destroy your liver. Marijuana, I don't know. They're doing something to it. Like, whatever we have these, it's like a candy store. So they have, in the edible, I don't smoke. But I notice now I'm getting like shakes, and they're using nanotechnology to deliver the THC now, and they're mixing it with like other like plant medicines and stuff like this. And I get like, if I take an edible, I usually take it like only indica to help me sleep. Now I don't really do a lot, but I notice sometimes some brands make me like clench, like shake, and it doesn't feel good. And it's not like any kind of normal weed. And I don't hang out with a lot of weed smokers. I don't really know. But is this a thing with normal marijuana where people like clench and shake and feel like crazy? I don't know. That's it.
Is it making you feel like? Do you feel like you're getting addicted to it?
No. Well, I mean,
no, she's having side effects.
Like psychologically, where
side effects.
Your marijuana sounds like it's laced.
So this is marijuana from dispensaries.
That doesn't mean it's not laced.
All right, that's what I was wondering, because I'm just like, what in the hell? And they're doing some weird shit. I don't know what they're doing, but it is all through the legal dispensaries.
Have you been to the doctor to go get tested to see if there's anything extra in your blood?
Side
no,
effects.
But it's a good idea.
Yeah, you may have an intolerance for the way that you're putting it in your body. Have you tried the sprays or the other methods?
Yeah, like some brands I notice it with, and then some don't, right? Like I could take like 15 milligrams of one brand and be fine. And there's just so many different like growers. I don't know what they're, I don't know how regulated it is. Like there's so many products, and it's unbelievable. Like I can't believe like how fast they're on like developing all this crazy shit. But I took this one. It's a company called 1902 or 1906, and they make these pills, and they're 5 milligrams a piece. And they had one called Midnight, and I took it, and I swear to God, it was laced. Like, it made me trip. And I was like, oh, my God, like, what the hell? Like, it wasn't even, like, a huge dose. And I looked it up, and they put this thing called Cordalis in it. And people on Reddit, there was, like, a whole thread on Reddit about how it affected their liver. But I went up to the dispensary. I told them, I said, you guys probably need to pull this shit before you get sued. And they did. But, they're doing all kinds of weird shit now. Like, I don't even think the marijuana smells the same. Like, they smell like IPAs to me, the bud now. So I don't know. Like, who knows where this is going,
Yeah, to be honest, right? To be really, really honest, I'm against any type of legalization of drugs. I mean, and I have daughters, right? And if I see my daughter, taking drugs, man, I would be extremely pissed at them. So, but yeah, it's funny. To be honest, I really never took drugs my whole life. So, yeah.
Oh, you gotta also remember. Well, I let because DJ got in saying, "Hey, DJ."
Hey, I'm smoking over here. Don't worry, Black America, I'll do the drugs for you, bro. But weed is not a drug.
It's a plant. It's a plant. Yeah. Yeah, free to plant. It's a plant, bro. I feel you. It's just a plant, and maybe Arian needs to get the plant because that's the natural form of it. When you start, creating different products out of it and doing different things to it, you're manipulating it, and you probably end up with these side effects.
And all drugs, all substances, are made from different forms of plants, chemically put together. Yeah. And so if you have people who are, playing, my chemistry set behind the scenes and, testing it on the public, then that's a different story. And so with that being said, all plants, herbs should not be ingested by everybody because based on your body chemistry, you cannot absorb all plants. And some people don't even realize that. That was what was that white lady that killed her husband? Allegedly murdered her husband. Right? Because she thought giving him a whole bunch of herbs by double the teaspoons amounts and stuff. This is all over social media that she could somehow cure a disease that he was battling. Wow. And I think he had seizures. Wow. And so as I was following that story, I'm watching these videos. This woman just shoveling herbs, mixing stuff like that. She doesn't even know what the she doesn't know the combinations to be doing, but she's like trying to quote all the herbalistic people like Dr. Sabi and stuff like that. I'm like, listen, herbs are not to be something to just be playing around with. It's just, they're just not.
Right.
And you have to be mindful of your body. If your body's giving you a response to something, then you need to be on alert.
I'm going to cut all this shit out eventually.
Not me. Bring me the weed, Aaron. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, your problem could be that you might be a diabetic and not even know it, or you might have like some weird, like Rella said, blood sugar issues. Because edibles, right? The reason why I don't like doing edibles, and I mean, don't get it twisted, they are fun, but the problem is when the sugar from the cookie or the brownie or whatever it is, lollipop, once that shit breaks down into your liver and your system, that's when you get the shakes and all that other stuff. Now, as far as anything else being is, like another chemical or whatever it is these jokers is cutting with, that's why you just got to make your own shit. Go get the butter machine that they sell on the internet and start making your own cannabis butter. And, then start putting it in your food like that. Whatever it is you cook with at home. You know what I mean? Well, while risking your life, you know what I'm saying, when you don't know where this shit coming from. Now, as far as the bud that's out in the dispensaries and like on the street, again, just like anything, don't be club hopping with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Or hoe hopping, as they say. Stick with one or two brands or one or two people, and that's it. That's your plug forever. You know what I mean? Because they smoke too, and pop edibles and all that other shit. They not gonna give you the wire shit, if you understand what I'm saying. You know what I mean? They're gonna give you what it is they're taking as well. You know what I mean? So, I've been dealing with the folks I've been dealing with for a while, so I'm not switching up because the dispensary is open and everybody, I could go to buy weed. Fuck that shit. I'm gonna go support my peoples that I've been supporting. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, you either got one or two choices. Either if you're in the state, you could grow it yourself, knock yourself out. If you get a medical marijuana card, then hey, that's great. Then you could go get the real actual shit because your insurance most likely will pay for it nowadays. So you could go get the high-end Charlotte's Web, if you know what I'm talking about, Aaron. You know what I'm saying? Or you could, again, just go buy the materials and just make this shit yourself. You know what I'm saying? Go get your buds, make it yourself. Now, as far as the ingesting, like you said, Black, that is the real right way to get the cannabinoids from out of the plant, the actual THC that gets you high. You know what I'm saying? Tetrahydrocannabinol. Tetrahydrocannabinol, that's the acronym for it. So you probably are better off smoking, Aaron. You know what I'm saying? Because smoking weed is not like smoking cigarettes. You know, you smoke a fucking pack, 2 packs a day. One joint of some good ass bud, like this fucking Gelato 41 I'm hitting. Yeah, a couple pulls is over with. You go to sleep for real. You think Tyson came up and boom, 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 boom. You know what I'm saying? And all you did was hit the joint. So you ain't got to pop no pills, take no edibles. That shit is trash, in my opinion. And I know folks who do that shit for whatever reason because they can't smoke or don't want to smoke or don't like to smoke. You 9 times out of 10, you better off just smoking some bud, yo. Real shit. Now, let's talk about that. Because over the years, you're going to eventually have to switch it up. You're going to have to go, vegan with the smoking products, too. So I'll smoke raw papers for the most part. But once in a while, stuff some bud in a bowl. Get you some hemp wick. Don't light the actual lighter with the bud. Get you some hemp wick, which ain't nothing but a candle wick, but it's dried up, light it up, and then take the wick and then place it on your herbals and hit your pipe. So that way you're not inhaling the butane. You feel what I'm saying? From the lighter. So that's another thing around it too. And then start getting things like filters. They sell cigarette filters. Other type of filters with fruit flavors in it. I'll try those. They're pretty good. I ain't gonna lie. You know what I mean? So, with the filters, any type of smoke produces tar and carbon monoxide, obviously. You know what I mean? So if you get the filters, you could cut, obviously a lot of that stuff out. But it don't taste the same depending on the filter. If you smoking weed regularly with no filter, sometimes the kick of the THC don't hit the same with the filter versus without. So a lot of times, brother, just be raw dogging. You know what I mean? But yeah, stop popping any of your fucking thing. Make your own fucking edibles. This shit is easy. Go online. Screw tube is the new school. Figure it out. And that's it. If you pop in anything else, you might be a dope head at this point. You know what I'm saying? Keep it real. You know what I'm saying? You are. I'm just saying you might. You know what I'm saying?
Hey DJ, have you ever heard of a person, people suing a dispensary because because the marijuana they bought had a negative effect on their body?
Oh, so you say that again? That somebody might have gave a negative review to a dispensary or something?
No, just that these people, they bought marijuana from this dispensary for a whole year, and then they noticed that they had a breakdown in their body, and they feel like it's because of the marijuana they bought from this dispensary, so they decide to sue. You think that's possible?
Man, I'm gonna say I'm gonna say
no tobacco.
Well. Here's the thing. Big tobacco is no more. They've been sued 1,000 times, and for putting carcinogens in their tobacco, lying to Congress and into the public and all this other stuff. So I want to put it past that one of these dispensaries can be sued too. But I don't think it would be the dispensary, kind of running back what Aaron said, is that you don't know what these farmers or these cultivators, where it starts at. What fertilization are they using to grow this weed? You hear the word organic bounced around a lot in food markets, right? Ain't nothing out here organic you really eating unless you actually grew it yourself and knew what you went through the process. You know what I mean? Laying the foundation and making sure that cornstalk be stood up right with the the sticks. They have the tomato sticks, some people call them, but just the sticks in the ground to make sure it when it's young it'll grow straight up. So if you're not actually there from seedling to harvesting, they call it from seedling to harvesting. If you're not there for the whole process, then it ain't nothing organic. So don't waste your money going into the store and Whole Foods and all this other shit buying organic shit. It's all coming from the same place. I can assure you that. You know what I mean? Because you got to think about the monopolization of farms and chicken farms and egg farms and all this other type of stuff. It's all owned by a couple corporations that we know already. You know what I mean? Kraft Foods, which is, you know, Robert Kraft of the Patriots, and you know, whoever else own whatever else. You look up all the subsidiary type brands they own under that Kraft Foods brand, and Pepsi and Coca-Cola. Look at all the brands that used to be individual self-owned brands. They bought them out. You know, big fish eat little fish. So to answer your question, I guess again, and stick to the topic. I don't think the dispensary could be really sued like that because it's not their product. You feel what I'm saying? Even though they are buying from a distributor, you know what I mean? Or buying from a
liberal racist
Libras cultivation site. So, you know, Aaron, you guys got to do your homework, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's good stuff out here, you know, and it's good edible makers out here too. They do their shit on the low. You know what I mean? You just got to go find them. That's all it is. You know what I mean? So I don't think the dispensary could be sued. It would have to be for something else, I think. You know what I mean? Because if it's the weed, then that's on the farmer, yo. At the end of the day.
Well, see, the dispensary supposed to do their due diligence, supposed to do their background
so wide open, wide open right now, so unregulated.
So I see where you're going with it. Let me stop you right there. So there are a few national laboratories that test all cannabis coming from all reputable cultivation sites. There are a few labs, and what is it? Star Labs, I think, is the main one that does like a good chunk of the work, like 40-50% of testing all cannabis. And you'll be surprised when you look this stuff up, bro. A lot of cannabis gets rejected and thrown into the incinerator. Believe it or not, it gets put back into the ground because it got too much fertilizer on it, or it wasn't cured properly. So if it's not cured properly, meaning once you cut the branch off and you snip off some of the fan leaves, which is the actual marijuana leaf itself, you see with the 5-star finger or whatever, once you snip that off, because that's not worth anything. You could grind it up if it came from a female plant and turn it into hash and, butters and all that other stuff and oils and yada, yada, yada. But, yeah, my mom, like I said, my advice, just get this shit straight from a reputable source. But as far as the testing goes, that's done by actual laboratories. I think that was one of the things that California forced on the recreational side. I want all this shit tested, make sure there ain't no pesticides, it's obviously going to be some level of pesticides and fertilization, but the government minimum, amount is allowed. You know what I mean? Parts per million, ppm, parts per million will be allowed of nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium. So look up ppm and look how much parts per million is in everything you ingest inside of your body. Water, bottled water, you know what I'm saying? Food, whatever it be, lotions, you know what I'm saying? What's the parts per million of chemicals that's pretty much banned all around the world, but it is okay here in the United States. And then when you look up certain, like your favorite brand products, or like soaps and shit like that, lotions, it's banned all across the world, because it got like, birth control type chemicals in there, especially for us men. You know what I'm saying? I know that's a whole nother subject on the health or whatever, but it lower your testosterone. Some of these soaps, some of these lotions. I got dyes and perfumes in there. I got eczema. Myself, most of my life as a kid, I had it. I guess I kind of grew out of it, but sometimes I get that itchy feeling on my hand. But I'm hoping it's just some money and shit. You feel me? Go ahead, Black American.
Okay, here was a question.
Yeah. Go ahead, Black.
Okay, yeah, just to follow up. So there was a question on Avo, which is a legal advice website. A lot of attorneys answer questions. This was just a couple weeks ago. They said, can I sue a dispensary? They say, recently I went to a dispensary in my town, bought a cartridge, which is a THC-based vape pen. This person lives in Pico Rivera, California. I bought it from a reputable place with a reputable brand name, Stizzy, Stiiizy. When I got home, I checked to verify it, and it was fake. These fake cartridges usually have very toxic chemicals and sometimes result in death. I tried to reach the owner of the company, and they told me he's not in today. With further inspection, I realized online people complain about the boss never being there. I asked for a refund or an exchange of a product, and they told me no. My complaints are: 1, they are distributing illegal cartridges that can harm people. 2, being aware of it because I asked them and they were acting weird about it. 3, help get rid of the fake and illegal cannabis for safer smoking. The attorney, his response was, yes, you can sue, but the cost of litigation may far exceed your damages harm the cost of the pen. So this looks like from this one incident that there may be some fake products flowing around out there that people who are even going to dispensaries need to be aware of, because she said this stuff was branded under this reputable brand name. Turns out it was a fake product. So who has the infrastructure to create fake dispensary products and sell them to the dispensary? Like, come on, like, you know what I mean? Because it's an unregulated industry in a sense.
Right, and then
China and Europe.
And then Arizona, we're right next to the. I mean, this is cartel land. You know, like they come right up. You know, who knows? Who knows?
Nah, I don't see the Mexican cartels doing that. They're not gonna fuck their product up. You know what I'm saying? They got a reputation out here. But European cartels, you know, Russian, Ukrainian, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And China, yeah, and I'm gonna say, well, I ain't even gonna mention them because they do other fucking things, but they might have their hand in it. But I ain't even gonna mention them. But China for sure, and certain places like, you know, over in Europe where actual synthetic drugs are already legal. Those are the people you need to be looking at. And I forgot where was it. I think it was in Washington State. They're talking about legalizing like synthetic drugs, yo. That shit about to be the purge out there, yo. Real shit, yo.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's a terrible idea.
Yeah, when I put in lawsuits online, it looks like the dispensaries are the ones suing the states, because the states or certain states are trying to put regulations on their ability to sell their products. And so what I'm seeing in terms of lawsuits, more so coming from the dispensaries than from like customers or whatever. Yeah, synthetics. I don't know a whole lot about that, but I do remember the story of fentanyl laced marijuana. And now, you know, I know there's this whole thing about Halloween and not wanting to have kids out trick or treating, because there's this fentanyl scare currently going around. So I would say be very, very cautious if you do any trick or treating or you take your kids. I told my sister today about it, to, you know, because she's got a daughter, and then her boyfriend has 2 younger daughters. So I told them to, like, you know, kind of pay attention to what's going on. But yeah, there's been some marijuana laced with fentanyl that are causing fatal overdoses across the country. So that's something to be aware of as well. And that might be this might be the marriage of the Chinese criminal organizations and the Mexican cartels coming together to create this new problem. Go ahead, DJ.
I mean, yeah, like I said, I don't think it would be the Mexican cartel to do that because, you know, even though a lot of them got their hands in that fentanyl shit, you know, I don't see they will be lacing fucking weed with fentanyl and shit. You feel what I'm saying? Because Mexicans smoke weed too. You feel what I'm saying? And it's the same Mexican brick that we've been smoking since the 1900s, been coming across from Mexico. So it's like, I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying? That's like up in the air on that one and shit. I'm not siding with them, but I doubt it. You know what I mean? But it may be these new school fools that just don't give a fuck about, you know, you as a person. You know what I mean? So, yeah, you know, obviously that is the case too, though. But overseas for sure, in Europe, all they do is make synthetic drugs. Look this shit up. You go on Vice, any of this shit, you'll see it. China, they play with chemicals like, you know, that's their thing, bro. And obviously making fake fucking pills. COVID. You know what I'm saying? Allegedly, quote unquote. But, you know, China virus, I'm with Trump on that shit. And they bootleg every fucking thing. They bootleg everything. Look at the toys that come over here. Well, what is it? Not Homeland Security. I forgot what department that is. But you know, they always say when, you know, the holidays is upon us, just like, you know, Halloween is coming, you know, watch what candy you eat. Same thing when you go buy your kids toys, man, you gotta, man, this shit coming from China, put that shit back on the shelf. Or if it was made in China, you know, a lot of these toys got lead paint on it, and, you know, it was made with certain chemicals, yada, yada, yada. So it's like, you know, always think of the California problem one, and what is it, 65, I think, where it say, hey, this might have birth-causing defect chemicals laced in it and all this other stuff, but 9 times out of 10 you can't even escape any of this. And I was talking to somebody about this too the other day. It's called don't even quote me on a name, but it's like some type of like, it's like a weird naturalization process that's like in all of us, where it's like when like certain things break down. And whatever is natural state, it could be plastic, it could be just like natural flesh. When it breaks down and shit, it's like in your bloodstream. So like, you know, the same thing with, like, you know, people saying like a lot of these fish or seafood is eating plastic in the ocean, and then we turn around and eat it. It's a name and a term for it. Don't quote me. Let me shut up right there, because I don't want to go off and be talking about something I don't know. Not to say I don't know, but basically, you know, this affects your health. You know, this is why you go down to certain places like Jackson, Mississippi, you know, certain places in wherever there's been like a natural disaster, you can't live there anymore. People got cancer and all this other stuff they never had before. You know, over in Brazil and like South America, when like certain sand, that shit could blow all the way from like Saudi Arabia, come across the ocean, and now kids that are in South America, they got asthma that they never had. It's not a known thing to have asthma out there. And it took years to figure out where this shit was coming from. So, you know, ain't shit safe out here. You just gotta be fucking worried. Now, with that being said, there's always solution. There's a dude named Flav City on YouTube. Bobby Parrish, I think his name is. Flav City, that's his YouTube channel. FLAV City. No, Flav City. And he be breaking all this shit down. So, yeah, you follow him, you can be like, damn, that's my favorite shit. Fucking put it back on the shelf. That's probably the reason why my stomach hurt and all, you know, I got a headache and all this other shit. It's fucking chemicals, man. All the dyes, shit, you know, it's poison, you know, like Nas said, man. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so here's a story out of Colorado. The guy looks Mexican. This is from, just a couple days ago. So he's 27-year-old Mexican looking dude, 6 foot something, 240 pounds, whatever. They got these fentanyl bricks on top of this car. There got to be 50 of them here, just looking at them. It's 114 pounds of pure fentanyl, enough to kill more than 25 million people in this one car. And what I'm saying is this shit's coming over by the tractor trailer load. This is one car. And the craziest thing about this story is they let this guy convince them that he was going to he was going to finish delivering the drugs to somewhere in, looks like Indiana or something like that. So they're essentially following behind him. He ends up dipping on them, you know, and they had a tracker on the car. He ends up taking the tracker off the car. So he's like a fugitive on the run. Yeah, they got all these drugs or whatever the case may be, all this fentanyl. Holy shit. But yeah, he's on the run. And this is a weird story, to be honest. This almost looks like the shit was set up. And it's always the shit that really affects me about or upsets me, because they lie. They say, oh, the car, he was swerving in the car. We pulled him over because he was swerving. That's total BS. 9 times out of 10, they have previous information. They got a tip off. They know the car, the description. They're looking for this individual in this particular car. And this is how they sort of keep their confidential informants protected while they are running through their investigations or whatever the case may be. Because again, I've had family members who, same situation, the troopers are on the side of the highway waiting for your car to come past. They know who you are. They're looking for you specifically. Pennsylvania, you see the troopers on the Pennsylvania Turnpike all the time, and they're literally waiting for the car of the description of the car that they got the previous information for. How they let this guy get away, it just sounds insane to me. But he's a Mexican native, so you could probably figure out from there, where he's going to end up if he can escape their clutches or whatever. Miss Trouble.
Hey everybody, how y'all doing tonight? Shout out to the host. Yeah, DJ, Miss Rella, News Toter, everybody. I know growing up in the Midwest, we had this one particular cop that was pretty famous around town, and we all called him Dirty Harry, because he did dirty type of things. He was the type of cop that would literally prey on the drug dealers in the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he would really kind of prey on everybody, because if he pulled you over and you had drugs inside your vehicle, he'd confiscate it, and he might let you go. He might get your money out your wallet, but he'd let you go. He was so bad, so notoriously bad. He would literally be sitting on the top of drug houses, and that's how he would do his bust. And I remember a lot of people in the neighborhood saying, he would basically force them to buy the drugs back once they confiscated the drugs.
Wow.
But when they got them back, it would be stepped on. Meaning, I guess in drug terms, that it wasn't 100% the same type of drug that he gave it to him.
Right.
So my thing is, I've always been skeptical of cops, because like I said before in the space, it was always the cops that were doing things in our communities while blaming others, to have us back and forth looking at each other kind of crazy, and it kind of kept the smoke off of them. So what I would like to know is if anybody would really think that, because I don't think that that's a coincidence that, like you just said, that they control a lot of things coming into this nation. So how is it that some things, the majority of the things get caught, but others don't, because it's an inside job. And so my thing is, if now we're starting to see a spike in bad marijuana being passed around, I think it's the same people who bring in the drugs in the first place, the same people who drop guns off in our neighborhoods in the first place. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Exactly. I don't think it's no big major drug cartel. Yeah, DJ. I don't think it's no big major drug cartel or nothing like that, because they're not trying to mess up their money like that. It's the lower echelon folks that's doing this foolishness. Those who know exactly which communities to drop it in to make sure, because we're not reading about, the governor and the senator's daughter getting caught up and laying out, overdosing or nothing like that. It's the lower echelon folks. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, I can confirm those police, quote unquote, they got the badge and they pull you over and they strip, they want to pat your pockets. And like you said, if you got drugs on you, if you got money on you, for sure, they taking it. I remember an incident where I had a safe house, and I would probably get over there once a week, but one time I was leaving out of there, and like you said, an undercover cop pulled me over, black dude, had his little badge on his little chain or whatever. He gets in the car. I'm like, I knew it was weird, because why are you sitting in my passenger seat? I knew it was a weird interaction right from then. So he gets in the car. He's talking, blah, 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 yeah. And I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? He starts patting my pockets, going in my pockets, taking everything out of my pockets. And I knew right. And it just kind of dawned on me, oh, this is like a robbery, essentially, because he has no intention of taking me, arresting me or anything like that. The strangest thing, as he was doing that, back then they were called task force and they would always be in these multicolored I think they weren't Impalas, they were like Oldsmobile or Pontiac Cutlasses or something. It was a particular type of car. I think they had Luminas, you know, this is back in the 90s. So, but they would have a blue one, a red one, a green one, whatever, you know, and and so whenever you would see those particular cars, you knew that was the drug task force. And it was so ironic that they come riding by at the same time this dude is running through my pockets. And he says, see, if it wasn't me, it would be them. But I'm thinking this dude's probably really thinking if they knew what I was doing right now, it would be a problem anyway. So he ended up taking whatever I had in my pockets, and then he was like, don't let me, you know, obviously don't let me catch you around here again, whatever. But man, you know, it was like, wow, that was just crazy, bizarre. We had different neighborhoods where we knew there was one officer named Lynch, this white dude. He was so fucking aggressive. He was like the cop on Colors, Sean Penn. He was that type of cop. Real aggressive, overly fucking aggressive. Was harassing the shit out of us. And but what you find out in a lot of those small towns, especially, is them cops be doing drugs. They're dirty as fuck. Like she said, they selling the drugs, they repackaging the shit. That's
today. King Kong ain't got nothing on me, son. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know, and this is a whole nother story, but it's in the same lane as what she just said. So as a fast forward a few years, maybe like a decade or so later, and matter of fact, 2 decades later, so I'm dating a girl. She works at a large strip club in downtown in the city that I live in. And so Christmas time comes around, she gets invited to a Fraternal Order of Police private Christmas party. She goes to it, you know, because it's a way to make money or whatever. And the story she tells is like open sex, open snorting of cocaine off of women's bodies, like every possible criminal action you could possibly imagine. And these are all like detectives and whatever, city cops, just involved in every possible criminal activity that you can possibly imagine. So they are dirty, they are corrupt. You know, so I never have respect for these people because they essentially feel like they're above the law, and they don't respect the law, but they want us to respect the laws. And when it comes to this marijuana issue, this is a business, has always been a business, even when it was underground, quote unquote, or black market, which they, you know, they want to put black in front of anything negative. There was money to be made. There's always been money to be made. And the fact that they are now using it as a way to fill up their pockets, build up their industries, build up their banking system, you know, because once this comes from Schedule 1 to whatever schedule they drop it down to, it's wide open. I mean, it's like a gold rush or a green rush or whatever you want to call it. And we are not in position to capture the wealth that's going to come out of this green rush once the federal government opens the door wide open. And that is the problem. And that little commercial that Biden put out should have led him to creating infrastructure for Black Americans to be owners in this new green rush that's coming. I mean, it's already been here for a while now, but this is going to ramp it up to a whole new level. Yeah, the good thing about this space is I get to get out some of my some of my memories. And again, these are like, man, 30 plus years old, but these memories, you know, it's one of those things. The thing about that lifestyle that a lot of Black men have a hard time walking away from is it's the things that people see on TV, they see in movies, they never get to experience it. And our society has a fascination with it. But when you are a person who's living that life every single day and you're breathing it and you're involved in it, it has its own addiction, own addictive personality to it. That's why a lot of people can't just walk away from it. Unfortunately, the smart ones do eventually walk away from it. Let's see if this is better. Just let me know if the mic is a little bit better. If not, I'll drop out and come back in. But yeah, the addiction of it's not the money. It's there's a level of importance, I guess, that you might feel from being the plug, being the man, being the person that everybody is calling. Even as a weed man, being the weed man, to be honest, is sometimes in the neighborhood is like the coolest person to be, because there ain't no violence usually associated with it. You're usually like got some other thing going on. You work at the store, you manage the local store, or maybe you got a barbershop or something. Whatever the case may be, it's usually like a side hustle, and it's really not like hardcore drug dealing, to be honest. If you are just involved in marijuana, usually that person is one of the coolest people that you know. And that, I mean, that's just been my experience with that part of it. You know, when you get into the other things, then yeah, that kind of raises the level of what you're involved in, unfortunately. But yeah, it's you become addicted to the lifestyle, simply because you are living the life of what you see in movies, TVs, what you hear in the music or whatever. And a lot of people don't get to experience it, you know. A lot of people experience it and then don't survive it. Those of us who have experienced it and walked away from it, you know, we just end up with these stories to tell, I guess, is what it ends up being. But so glad that, you know, people that I care about have not had to go through that, or haven't had to go through those experiences, because over time, you know, even 30 years ago, like I said, that was when the music really brought gang activity into our city. And I mean, that's back when what were the movies? Boys in the Hood and the Menace to Society. I mean, everybody's emulating those movies, and so even Colors, for that matter. And so, you know, that created a lot of unnecessary deaths in the community, because just being influenced by the culture, as they call it today, that is on a whole different level. Couldn't even imagine surviving being involved in that today. It is so much more tragic than I remember. So yeah, the plant. We gotta figure out a way to get our hands into that stream of business, economic activity. It's an engine, and we definitely gotta. I mean, now we talk about Black State of America. We talk about taking over these states. The state of Delaware has legal medical marijuana. But yeah, that story does say that the governor vetoed a recreational marijuana bill, which is weird, which basically tells me he wants white people to have control over that industry, and you know, doesn't want to allow others, and that means us, to even have the freedom not to be arrested and or harassed and or incarcerated behind the thing that they're selling legally, quote unquote, in that state. So some people still are using it as a weapon against us. We get control over some of these states. We can change that day one. I wrote that in my book. There's things that we could have been had legal, based on the things that we want as a people. And marijuana is definitely one of them. to be honest. Moving drug addiction from a criminal prosecution type of a public policy over to a medical and health public policy, makes it so that you actually are caring for the people who are victims of this drug war, who are victims of the dealers and whatever the case may be. Then you can clean up the streets and you can get the people the real help that they really need to rehab. And that rehab process it's a nightmare. Miss Aaron mentioned using marijuana to get off of alcohol. And there are a lot of people who use marijuana to get off of much harder drugs, cocaine and heroin and whatever else. And, it should have always been used in that way as a bridge away from things. They always painted it as a bridge to much harder drugs, but you can actually use it in the opposite, as a bridge to get away from other things. And that's the way it should have that's the way it should have always been used. It's the way we can use it. So yeah. And I respect Black American Homeland's theory of zero tolerance. The issue that I've always grappled with when I've thought about policy is there is human behavior. And oftentimes when you make something illegal, it creates an underground market. It creates more of a desire for that thing because it's illicit or because you're not supposed to have it. And I think it's more prudent to accept human behavior for what it is and figure out a way to not regulate it as much, but just to make it so that, the people are going to do certain things, and you figure out a way to make it so that they're not going to harm more people. And I think by drugs, especially drugs being illegal, it has harmed way more people than it's helped. Because we, right now, when I just did that little search about fentanyl laced marijuana, and here's the interesting thing about the fentanyl laced marijuana. The marijuana advocates are saying it's a myth, it's bogus, it's not happening. Law enforcement and all these different media outlets are pushing this story, pushing this narrative. But when you look at the fentanyl stories, they're fucking like it's 100. This person had 10 million pills. That person had 50 million pills. Like that shit is coming over here like water, and that shit kills people. It will kill you dead. And this stuff is just coming in. I mean, it's literally being flooded into this country right now. And you hear stories about it every once in a while, but unless it affects you personally, I guess you don't really talk about it or think about it. But that is the real problem. The fentanyl is the real. I mean, that's a massive problem. And if it's coming from China, this because way back when there was opiate wars, where I believe it was France was pumping opioids into China, and they were using it as a weapon against the Chinese people to keep them basically deaf, dumb, and blind over there. I think there was something about the Chinese connection or something. If you Google some of this stuff, you can look into it. And so this may be China's attempt to get retribution for that, because that was basically the Western white European powers using opioid addiction to keep them subjugated in a sense. And they may just be like, okay, well, the US is wide open, it's a drug market, let's put something in there that will kill these people, and so they could slowly kill off the population through these overdose deaths or whatever the case may be. Miss Rella, I think you had your hand up.
Hey, so I was just gonna say they need to put sugar on the as a Schedule 1 or 2
white
substance.
Sugar. Yeah, white sugar for sure. Yeah, I reposted something that was talking about the harms of white sugar is how they categorized it. They made it a distinction between the two. So I just had tea tonight, and I love that raw brown sugar. I try to use that as much as I can. I put some honey in there. But we know everything that's processed probably has the white sugar in it for sure.
Can y'all put something in the Jumbotron about that? I haven't seen that one.
Okay.
Hey, Miss Trevor. Yeah. Hey there.
Okay, I'll try to look for that. We got Insane up.
Hey, what's happening? Good topic. How's everybody doing? Hope everybody's all right.
Good. How about you?
I'm okay. All right. Yeah, this whole gesture here it's just really ugly. What this man is doing is just one more slap in the face, and I've largely been comparing it. At the juncture in the election season or cycle that he's doing this. This amounts to, what the Confederates attempted to do in the last few seconds of the Civil War when they allowed some slaves who were freed by their masters to go fight for them. This is just, too little, too late, and as I'm understanding it, there's a tremendous difference between pardoning someone and letting someone out of prison. And then it's only 6,000 people. It's just a slap in the face. It's just another slap in the face from the Democrats, and they don't care anything about us as a constituency. And I was just listening at some of the other things that you were saying, mentioning China and their involvement in fentanyl coming into the country. Yeah, China's got an axe to grind. And, you were speaking about the opium wars earlier. That was actually Great Britain that was attempting to trade opium, or they were trading opium for tea. They got this big thing about tea in Great Britain, and, how they managed to make that arrangement with China. That's worth looking into, but you're right. Ultimately, they had the Chinese people strung out, and the leader looked around and he saw what was happening to his people. So they rose up and rebelled, and they threw the shit in the water and burned it. And of course, the retribution from the West was, okay, you did that. Obviously, there were too many of them for them to engage with them in a war. So what they did was they took 3 of the ports over there, and they, stipulated long-term leases. So that's most prominent when you look at Hong Kong. That's why Hong Kong has such a heavy Western influences, because that lease they had in Hong Kong was a 100-year lease. And a lot of us remember about 10 or 15 years ago, there was this big to-do about Hong Kong reverting back to the Chinese. Well, that was part of the deal, but that deal came about as a result of the Chinese roughly 100 years ago just raising hell about opium being in the country, and they again dumped it and destroyed it, and the West went over there with some big guns and said, hey, this is what we want. And they had 3 ports. I'm not sure how long the leases were on those other 2 ports, but the longest one was in Hong Kong, and it was 100 years. So, yeah, China's got an axe to grind. And it helps to keep that into perspective because, you know, these countries like China and Iran, that's another country that we went into and overthrew the government. Not we, but the government here did that. And Iran has got to axe to grind too, and legitimately so. They were a democracy, and the government went in there and overthrew a democratically elected government, and they haven't forgotten, and neither has China. So this whole conversation about cannabis and what have you, I'm very distrustful of the government. I think anybody involved in it, I think Kite touched on it earlier, doing your own thing, I think is probably the best way to be involved in it. I do believe that governments have a history of using drugs either against their people or other people to subdue a people. So that's proven. That's a historical truth. So I wouldn't trust anything. I don't care who's involved in the labs. I think the potential for the government to infiltrate the labs with their own people is great. That's what the CIA does. They place people in certain places to bring about destruction and undermine operations. So anybody involved in it, I agree with Kite, you know, do your own thing. I think we should have exceptions for that. We deserve to be involved in this, and I think there should be some exceptions made for us. So I'll land my plane with that.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you for the the deep dive into the opium wars. Yeah, so the way that every other country on the planet looks at Great Britain, Europe, essentially Western Europe, and the United States as we are, we got this NATO alliance, we are together, we are one, essentially. And so they don't really separate the two, and matter of fact, Putin just had this State of the Union address or whatever they call it over there, and he made it very clear that the West is one unit, who desires to control everyone else. So yeah, that's what they did, and this could be retribution from the Chinese in some way, shape, or form. It's a slow death, like I said. I mean, even if you're killing off 80,000 or more a year, you're reducing the numbers. You're creating, this addiction, and it's going to have an effect over time. There's no question about that. So yeah, when it comes to war, politics and war, they say politics is war without bloodshed, but there's all these different levers of war and mechanisms of war that you can utilize, and I do believe that's one of them for sure. Aaron.
So that you answered the question. I was going to ask if any of you guys believe that it's the fentanyl thing and then COVID. I mean, like, I've come to believe that they are Malthusian, that they do want to reduce the population. And I was wondering if you thought that was an intentional act of war, this fentanyl coming across the border. I mean, it's deadly. Obviously, it doesn't get you high, it gets you dead, right? I mean, it's crazy. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are in terms of being that paranoid where the government is. I mean, I know, I realize who I'm talking to. Yeah, I mean, do you believe it's an intentional act to depopulate people?
What are your thoughts on that, Aaron? Do you think that that's what it is?
I've come to believe over the last 2.5 years, against all my wishes and desires, I didn't want to believe it, but yeah, I'm coming to believe that that's what it is.
Yeah, usually in most things, the simplest answer is the correct answer. There is no question that the virus, the jab, or bioweapons and biotechnology. They've talked about it before that. They had all these simulations that occurred, like quite literally right before they released it. They've been doing all this research for years and years and years. So all of the crumbs point to the fact that, yeah, this is pre-planned, and it is what it is. I'll just put it like that. It is what it is. So whether or not anyone is ever held accountable, it's probably unlikely. I mean, they put out these immunities for the corporations because they want, again, as a biotechnology, they want to be able to cure other diseases based off the technology. So they want to build upon the mRNA in order to cure cancers and whatever else they want to try to cure off of that biotechnology. That's where everything is headed. I mean, I'm posting stuff where they got little fish looking things that are going to deliver medicine, like radiation medicine to cancers inside the body. The technology is so far beyond the regulation, to be perfectly honest. There's no question in my mind that somewhere on the planet they've been cloning human beings. There's no question in my mind somewhere on the planet they've been making hybrids of different species. You know, they got these labs inside of mountains that go down 50 stories, which would be like 500 feet, 1,000 feet into a mountainside. So they're doing stuff that we have no idea. But anything that I think we can imagine, they're probably doing that plus much, much more when it comes to the technology, the biotechnology. He was talking about, DJ mentioned synthetic drugs, and that made me think about there was something that was popular. There was bath salts, and then there was it was a synthetic weed, K2 or something like that. That was real popular for a while.
That K2, I remember that, and it was going around. Young people were getting it from the gas station and stuff, and it was killing. It was sending a lot of young people to the hospital. Some people were dying from it, right?
Yeah. With that being said, K2 is nothing more than incense. It was just the name of the particular incense flavor, K2. But you had dope fiends smoking it. That's that. And but you know the young kids who are dope heads themselves nowadays, you know what I mean? They started hitting it, so it became like a little thing or a wave for a minute. But I know down in the DMV, it's heavy down there. You know what I mean? So, and then I still think it is. This was like back 12 years ago when I was living down there. Man, everybody was hitting that K2, yo. So it's like I ain't really hang out with too many people down there and shit, especially when it came to like getting bud. I was coming back to Jersey and shit to get my weed and come back down to DC because I was living down there. I ain't trust none of them motherfuckers down there too tough, you know what I mean? Because, you know, they're lacious shit, you know what I mean? And you don't even fucking know. So the K2, that's incense. It says it's on the package. You know, this is incense. Don't smoke it. Not to be ingested or inhaled. And, you know, things looking for a $2 high. Or, you know, you just looking for a high. You know, motherfuckers smoking and drinking and pop anything and shit. You know what I mean? Man, you had jokers getting high. Remember the glue wave? Jokers was getting high off glue and shit. And then remember the sub wave? And, you know, now you got to get checked for ID just to get cough syrup medicine, yo. Like, damn, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, up here they were selling it in gas stations. You know, it was one of those things where, like, even with the vape pens and all that stuff, like Aaron had talked about how all these industries pop up. They start making all these different products with all these different brands, and that stuff was popping up everywhere. Then the police sort of were like, whoa. People, the reason why a lot of people were smoking it because they had, you know, they were getting drug tested regularly or whatever. They might have been home on probation, and so that would not trigger a hot drug test or whatever. So people were doing it for that reason. But it's harmful. It's very toxic. So I think when CBDs started coming in, that might have been the thing that people went to replace it. But like I said, this truck driver, he could have been lying. I don't know, because whatever it is, what it is, there is some THC in CBD and it's not regulated. So something you could have one bottle of lotion or one whatever, however it comes in little juice bottles where the levels are not the same. So you might get a dose that's really, really high and that sets off a drug test. Ain't no telling. But yeah, I think the CBDs came in and kind of, in my area at least, replaced the K2s or whatever. Yeah, ironically, I mean, we all heard of Cheech and Chong. There was a story probably less than 10 years ago of the Chong, the Chong person who he was selling, I think he was selling bongs or something like that. And he actually he was mailing them across the country. He ended up mailing it to my area, and they arrested him like as under like federal whatever. And it's so crazy because we have glass shops where they actually sell bongs and all that stuff. They consider it paraphernalia, but they're selling it for tobacco use, right? That's just like how he said the K2, it might say incense on it, but let's be real. There's someone on the YouTube who's saying they were selling K2 in gas stations in Colorado. So let's be clear, who owns the gas stations? They're usually foreign owned, right? So let's and they usually are selling this stuff in our neighborhoods, right? So they got a whole distribution network where they can quickly ramp up these products, put them in our communities, and then what ends up happening, we suffer the consequences because of it or behind it. So this stuff is not coincidental at all. Go ahead, DJ.
No, I'm just glad you brought that up, man, because I'll be trying to tell our people, man, stop going into these Indian stores, yo. It's mainly these jokers from India, yo, that own the liquor stores. Some of, I ain't gonna say the bodegas as much, but depending on where you might be at. But the liquor stores for sure, you know what I mean? Certain other like stores, stop supporting these people, yo. We really need to get our own shit and just really buy from ourselves, man. And then that will solve that. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is the man. That is the $1 trillion answer. Whatever our wealth, they say our wealth is 4 trillion. They say our spending power is 2 trillion a year. Well, if we can just figure out a way to spend our money, whatever the disposable income, and even the, you got to buy groceries every month and whatever else you buy on a daily basis, if we can just figure out how to capture our money and circulate it within our own community, that eliminates all these other groups, these parasitic, treacherous groups that come into our communities and build up stores and whatever. And they are getting wealthy off of us. They're sending their kids to college, they're buying multiple homes, multiple vehicles, etc. And we're still starving. So go ahead, DJ.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up too. So I'm gonna tell you a little story, right? So I'm the music man, right? So I sell CDs for a living. That's actually what I do. So with that being said, hold on a second. I just opened up a can of soda, start fizzing on me, man. I just drank some. So I sell CDs for a living, right? And over here where I live at in the Bricks area, you know what I mean? I know this Indian guy, right? For a long ass time and shit, you know what I mean? So, I have permission to hustle in front of the vicinity we're at over here. And obviously, just like most of these tethers, they have a network, like you said, of folks just coming in and out of the country. You're not trying to hire nobody that's from the neighborhood. It's all either your family or people who's from your particular culture or background. You'll take our money, but you won't employ our people. You know what I'm saying? There's also Well, I'll get into that in a second. So with that being said, you know, one of these new tethers that's working in the spot said something to the Indian guy that I know my whole life. Come in the store, you know, it's never been a problem. You know, and I've been on this property hustling my CDs every weekend for about pretty much like a decade. You know what I'm saying? Give or take, you know what I mean? I'm from the neighborhood, got it out. So he goes and tells the owner, which the guy knows, I know that I said something derogatory to him. So I said, you know, and I came in the store one day just to cash a lottery ticket that a customer gave me. I was just walking down the street. They was like, yo, come here, bro. Yo, Ed, oh shit, good look, you know what I'm saying? And then people do that shit. It's like, yo, just give me money sometimes and shit because they know what I do for a living. Yo, that's for the next time. Give me some CDs or whatever.
Nice.
So it was like $3, $4. No big deal. And I wasn't even thinking about it. I said, well, I ain't walking past the store. Just let me go cash the shit in for the hell of it. You know what I mean? Then I bumped into the Indian guy that I know. He was like, yo, I gotta talk to you. Hey, what's going on? Hey, you said something to my guy, da-da-da-da-da. He said you was in the store selling CDs or whatever. Now, keep in mind, it was a snowstorm that day. So I was outside in the front anyway. So when I was coming, you know, packing up for the day, I said, let me come into the store, on a corner, which he owns too, and just get a hot tea or whatever and shit. So as I'm chilling in the store, you know, it's a snowstorm. It's the corner fucking bodega hood. So the whole neighborhood is coming up in there to get their last little gist before everything shut down. We'll be snowed in for the next couple of days. So while I'm in there chilling, nobody was in there, but everybody just started coming in there because it's starting to be 10 o'clock. Oh, shit, I need you, bro. Let me get 5 CDs, 10 CDs. Let me get some DVDs. Give me whatever. I don't even care right now. So I made like another 200 or 300 in the store, you know, that same day. So I then, you know, good G'd off that day and shit, you know what I mean? So when he was asking me, he was like, yo, who gave you permission to, hustle in the store? Well, I said, you did, even though you didn't give me permission to hustle inside the store. Yeah. You gave me the permission to be on the property. So what would be the difference if I sold 1 or 2 CDs in the store?
Wow.
He had nothing to say to me, yo. It's like I caught him in a lie. I guess he was looking at me to be like, oh, yeah, well, my bad. You know, I didn't mean to do it or whatever. No, like, you gave me the permission to be out here, even though I never had you never saw me sell a CD in the store. I just happened to be in the store because I was drinking a tea, bro. So, okay, well, to go get your peoples and tell them to come downstairs because he live above the store. You know what I'm saying? I'm on a corner right here, live a couple houses over or whatever from the store. We can talk about it. Oh, I don't believe you. I believe my guy. Well, fuck you then, bro. You calling me a liar. Just like that, yo. So, you know, he got mad, you know, even though we still speak, but I don't hustle in front of the spot no more. So when I go around town and I be places and my customers see me like, oh, shit, bro, I thought you moved. You know, where you be at? I've been looking for you and shit. So, you know, the love's still out here. I just don't be in front of on the block no more and shit. Even though I'm around here every day and people know where I'm at. And got my number and could call, but like you said, back to, you know, yeah, we might have this particular spending power, bro, but damn, if our people don't fucking support each other, bro, that's just really been my real problem. Yeah, I've been supported by black folk, but not in the masses. I still see folks throughout the years go to the Arab or the Chicken Shack nigga and go get some motherfucking CDs and DVDs, knowing damn well I got them for, a tenth of the fucking price, you know what I mean? The quality is way better, but you still go support these other people, though, man. That's our folks, yo. So you got to think about shit like that, too, man. But, yeah, start buying from your own fucking people, man. Look up Maggie Anderson right here on Twitter. Maggie Anderson on YouTube, wherever you might be in the space. Maggie Anderson, and the name of her book is called Our Black Year. Our Black Year. Maggie Anderson. Look her up, man. Yeah.
I'm a read this thing from the Democrats. This is a Twitter account, the Democrats, and this is a picture of Kamala Harris, and she's sitting there looking like Sister Girl. Oh my God, this broad. And so here's the quote.
Collard greens.
You know, she always looking at somebody like she got oh God, whatever. But I think it's the second one in the Jumbotron if you want to see the actual image of her. But this is what she says. This came out just a couple of days ago. If you believe women's rights are fundamental to America, that immigrant justice is fundamental to America, that LGBTQ plus rights are fundamental to America, vote for Democrats. Now, what is missing? She mentioned 3 groups: women, immigrants, and LGBTQ. What's missing from that?
Negroes for the win, for the win. Negroes for the win. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, like, quite literally, can it be more blatant than the vice president who used being black, quote unquote, flat blackness to get into that position?
Read it one more time, Gray. Gray, I didn't hear it.
Okay, here we go. If you believe women's rights are fundamental to America, that immigrant justice is fundamental to America, that LGBTQ plus rights are fundamental to America, vote for Democrats. That's her quote.
No.
Poof. My God.
No, they hijacked your movement.
Jeez.
Like, that's how I see it, right? So you have, like, if I think about Americans, like foundational Americans, I think descendants of slaves, white Americans, Native Americans, and even Mexicans were here since, like, I mean, they're, New Mexico used to be Mexico, right? So in a lot of ways, Mexican Americans are, part of the original before they started this mass immigration thing. And I do, like, and especially after listening to Sean's thing, I was like, holy shit, the black tax, like, I didn't understand the Jim Crow law. Like, I just didn't get it. Like, I'd heard about it and that was it, right? And now he's up there talking about reparations at Google, and the numbers that he's dropping are crippling, right? To anybody that has to pay back a debt that is owed, right? We're held accountable for the debts that we owe to the elites, and now they need to be accountable to you guys. And I see it, and I think this is where they're trying to replace their base because they kind of don't want to deliver, but at some point,
they're definitely trying to replace the base.
I just feel like they're using music. So this is the thing. The first people who actually did that were the women suffragists. The Margaret Sangers of the world. What was the other lady's name? Gosh. My brain. Margaret Sanger's the Planned Parenthood lady, right? I gotta, yeah, but before her, it was Susan B. Anthony. With Susan B. Anthony, she's a little old lady. Oh no, she's not just a little old lady. So the problem, and see, this is the problem. So people don't know the history behind Susan B. Anthony. Susan B. Anthony, and I think the other lady's name was Martha Grace, I think, who ran the women's suffrage movement, and Ida B. Wells talked about this as the reason why she left. Because she realized it was not a movement that would actually recognize Negro Americans, American descendants, freedmen Americans. Susan B. Anthony, as a white woman, that's why I told you the last time we had this space, is that you need to look up they were her property. Because at the end of the day, the second benefit for the ushering of rights were white women. White women were trying to gain power from white men, but they still operated in the hierarchy as in the sense of white supremacy. And so now what you have is when you see the civil rights movements that happened, but there were more than just one civil rights movement that happened. There were multiple civil rights movements happening throughout different centuries and different eras. We only talk about the one that we are closest to and understand with Martin Luther King Jr., Rosa Parks. But no one brings up Susan B. Anthony and the women's suffrage movement because people want to be like, oh, you tell women suffragists, they're the same as us. No, they're not. They're not the same. Because your fight for power as a white woman from a white man does not equate to the fight for degradation and oppression that we have faced, whether you're a black man or a black woman or a black child. It's totally different. And so Susan B. Anthony talked about how she didn't even want, if she could realize the freedoms of being able to live free as a white woman in a dominated male white space without having to free any Negro, she would. And the second person who said that was Lincoln. Lincoln made the same comments. And so there's always these self-interest when you're talking about these things, but we have to start bringing out all the facts. You're not going to sit here and tell me that the immigrants and people who come here to become citizenship to benefit off of legislation that was written for the ancestral Negroes and the descendants of freedmen, that these people are not taking advantage of it and abusing it by calling themselves something else. Because they are. They damn well are, and they've been doing it. And the people who usher them in are normally either white women or immigrant women. They are the ones who are championing shit. That's why Kamala came out with, I went to Howard, Chucks and Pearls, I'm black. And the moment Joe Biden said, no, let's bring you on as VP, I'm not going to pick Stacey Abrams. Humiliated Stacey Abrams, who is a Georgian. She literally is from the United States. Humiliated her ass all on TV while propping up Kamala Harris, and all Kamala Harris had to do was, as long as you don't go out there claiming you black. And what did she do? Oh, you know what? I'm not black. I'm Indian American now. But you were black when you were walking around in Chucks and Pearls and coming off the plane talking about how I'm just like you. Look what I'm strutting. I'm stomping for the black community. Lo and behold, the distractions were we're not paying attention to the things at play. Her record, the things that she did in California. What has she been doing since she's been in the United States? And we keep ignoring those things because we're looking at people, they're for the LGBTQ. Well, there's black people that are part of LGBTQ. Why are they still suffering in that community? But nobody talks about that. No one talks about why, what's his name? Bruce Jenner. Caitlyn. No.
The Kardashian.
Yeah. Is now Caitlyn is now Bruce Jenner. Caitlyn is now
crazy.
Does not champion any type of libertarian LGBT causes, especially for Black LGBT, because he's still a Republican at the end of the day. And he's not the Republican that we know. He's a Tea Party Republican. He just decided in his Caitlyn. Am I saying?
Oh, right. Oh, Bruce.
Okay.
He's a Republican. I didn't know that.
Yes.
Yeah,
and so at the end of the day, again, they'll put on all these different masks to try to mask the core intentions of the things that they're doing. And Susan B. Anthony did the same thing. Margaret Sanger did the same thing. Hillary Clinton did the same thing.
Yes.
Kamala Harris, Barack Obama, all doing the same damn thing. There is always this mask of, let me put on the most oppressed in the country that have created law, that the United States created laws around, and let me emulate them because I can move in different spaces, but I'm never going to do anything for these people.
Right.
Crazy. My goal is to open the floodgates for immigration.
Everybody else.
At this point,
everybody else.
I don't know. I feel like we're in trouble, like as a nation, together.
Yeah, but Black people didn't do that.
No, I totally understand that. No, it's our government. It's the people running the show, and you start
once I figured out about this World Economic Forum thing, and I listened to their whole speeches, and goddamn, like, you know, they're operating in plain sight. They're saying all this shit publicly about depopulation. I mean, they're so arrogant. And then if you look at who the players are and how they really literally did just pay off, like it's like old school, like mafia tactics. Like that's literally how they're governing. I mean, they're paying off everybody that gets elected. Anybody that might have like a genuine motive, you know, I feel like as soon as they get into office, or at least federally, they're schooled on the way it is. They take their payoffs and they do as they're told. And I don't have any more faith in the electoral system, and I don't think it's a good place to be in. I don't feel like I'm alone. Yeah, but the electoral system is made up of people who actually go and apply to be in those positions, and that's the part that our community is really talking about. Like, we can't get nothing done because we get ousted out of those positions because economics is a factor. You got to pay to get in those positions. Right. 2, you have to get support to be in those positions. Most people are not going to support people who are trying to push for reparations, but then they'll turn around and be like, you know, we don't want handouts, but please, you know, we need another stimulus check. And the stimulus check goes to who? It don't go to the people at the bottom. It goes to the people who have money already. Right, like the PPP loans and all that shit, right? Like, I'm just saying, like, I mean, you got pastors who got money hidden in their walls of their church, talking about how they lost money in their church, and somehow the money come. They find the money in the walls of their church, but they didn't already filed, you know, to get like it's. They done filed them insurance claims. Yeah, do you understand what I'm saying? I'm just saying, everybody last name ain't Osteen, and everybody last name ain't Rockefeller. And all I'm going to say is the reckoning is going to have to come when white folks, poor white people, decide to lay their lives on the line. Because at this point in time right now, y'all should be the ones on the front lines talking that talk. I feel like now... I mean, we're there. I mean, we're almost there, right? Like, no, that ain't true. That ain't true. That ain't true, Sally. That ain't true. Hell no, that ain't true. Because poor white people have an interest in making sure that they keep the level of supremacy, the focal point, and they will stay poor than go against their own people. So stupid. Right. That's right, because it's this weird, like, jealousy or something, right? Like, it's like a competition. I don't even know. It's not a jealousy. It's not a jealousy. That's cultural practices. Meaning that's why you can't go to your community and tell your community, we really need to be fighting for reparation for Black people, because the benefit would be a more structured infrastructure. We would have people that are able to put back into the economy. But because of that, that's why the economy has gone to shit. But poor whites don't look at it like that. They look at it as if, well, you know, we don't care about them niggers. We don't care about. I think that in their minds, they're operating under the same system you're operating under, right? And then you know, like, I swear, like, the whole Jim Crow thing has like blew my mind, and it opened my eyes to a lot of things. I'm still kind of processing it. I've been thinking about it a lot.
Aaron, weren't you in the space the other day with Little Manga?
Yes,
because I remember you from that space when they were asking about reparations for Black Americans, and it just seems to me like you had a different opinion then than what you do now. See, now you're putting it on your people, but the other night I recall you had the same opinion as your people. So you might go on that.
Okay, so I think I managed to stumble upon this space. What I was trying to say the other night is, like, you know, I have these friends that I care for deeply. And I think the last time I talked to her, she's in Florida, I'm in Arizona, I haven't seen her in like 9 years. and she told me she couldn't believe that I voted for Trump, and she was going to vote for Biden, and she just explained to me that people need to pay. She's from Alabama. I'm pretty sure she's a descendant of slaves. And, she was really there for me when I needed somebody in my life. So she just means a lot to me. And as soon as she said that, I'm like, God damn it. Like, I got pissed off because in my mind, like, I've already come to the conclusion that the Democrat Party is just, there's like good cop, bad cop, right? Like Republicans, Democrats, good cop, bad cop. And they're playing everybody, right? And so just like finding out about this bullshit with the World Economic Forum, and then I was looking up the stuff about how the elites operated and all the ruling families out of Europe, and realizing that in order to really make this shit work for them is that they have to keep people ignorant. They have to make you forget history. They have to make you like I don't know. When did you come upon this
epiphany? Because this wasn't the thought process that you had in the market space the other day.
Okay, because I read
against the reparations, I watched and black politics and such. So, did you watch a show overnight that gave you a deeper perspective?
Yes, Black Majority State. I think it was him posted on my timeline a video of Sean Rochester, right? At Google talking about the black tax. And I don't know. I mean, it was hard to watch. I'm not going to lie. Like, it's hard to watch, and I'm listening, and I know everything is true that he's saying. I know it's true. I know enough about history to know it's true. And if you're going to have an honest discussion, and I think what pisses me off so much about politics lately is that nobody's having an honest fucking debate. And everybody on the left who says that they support you and they say that they support Black Americans and LGBT, they're just full of shit, because once you start to really debate them or have them like put some skin in the game or whatever, they show you who they are, right? They show you their hypocrisy. And at that point, I'm not willing to give up my freedom of speech and succumb to censorship and all this other bullshit. They need to fucking pay you guys reparations and stop sending money to the fucking Ukraine. And they need to pay up what's due. If the rich people around the world are going to hold everybody's debt over their head, even the student loan debt, they campaign on shit. They pretty much promised $50,000 forgiveness, and they're still making people jump through hoops. And they can't deliver because it's that carrot, and they're the carrot. And at some point, we got to say, we don't even have a fucking it's bullshit, right?
I agree. You're absolutely right. It is total bullshit. And you know what else kind of feels like bullshit to me is when you have an epiphany when you're in a black space, and now you can see the virtues and the goodness of reparations, but you don't see that same goodness and virtues when you're in a white space. So I would like for you to, when you're in the white space, to feel the way that you feel now that when you're in a black space.
I don't
Otherwise, it's bullshit.
Right. And Aaron, when you go into those other spaces, tag us. I will come in here. Okay. I will come in here. I did it before, and I had to leave because actually the person who actually it's a chick on here. Her name is Erica. It's a black chick. She's a Republican, and every time I see her, I'm gonna have it out for her, because what she did in the white space where they do practice supremacy, right? And they were having a discussion about this, and she decided that she was gonna play coon, but she tested the wrong one. So every time I see her, what does that mean? I don't know what that means. She pretty much she started so how everyone's having a conversation, because the one thing I can say is when you're in those spaces, they normally stick to their ideology and what they believe, right? And so they want to pretend like they want to have a serious conversation, and they'll say, we really are trying to ask the question, right? So they had an African guy in there, and they had her. She's a Republican, a Black American. And I came in there because it was just one of those spaces that I just happened to go into because I wanted to hear whatever they were talking about. And I asked to come on stage because of the topic. what she decided to do is she decided to turn the conversation into we're going to target her because she's talking about reparations, because she's come into our spaces before. And so every time I see her, I'm going to light her ass up. And normally, I really don't try to target anyone, and I normally can have thick skin, and I normally am fine. But her, because she was a Black woman, and she's claiming to be a Black woman of lineage, and she decided to have some white motherfuckers target me in a space, along with an immigrant, I'm going to have it for her every time I see her. Every time.
So what kind of spaces are they? So this is pretty much.
These are the people the ones that have like the frogs, like the normal. Some of them have like frogs on their profile pictures.
Yeah, libertarian, right? Like
it's a racist symbol. That's a racist symbol, man.
They like the let's go. What is it? The Brandon. What was that chant they was saying? Yeah, F.U. Brandon for Biden, and then they believe in like the numbers 44. Like they really are like more Aryan nation.
Okay, so I did want to bring this up with you guys because like I know what they think. Like I've listened to enough white people to know what they think. Right? I know what my mom thinks. My mom grew up complete liberal. Right? Wake Forest University. She raised us crazy liberal. Like she put us through a lot of shit in a small southern town to support the Black people in our community, right? So I take the hit from other white people, right? So I was never even really a part of my community. It was a small town in Central Florida. I don't want to get into the details or give a name of the town because it's that small. But I can say that as an adult, like I went through this period of kind of resentment towards my mom for doing this, right? Because I'm like, what? She likes like Black people more than she likes her own kids. Like we have to go through harassment every day we go to school, get called names. And, but I felt it, like I felt that hatred. And I realize now after listening to that Sean Rochester, that's part of the system, right? So you start, women are more sensitive than men. And so we sympathize more with people. So if white women are getting like friendly or sympathetic towards slaves or descendants of slaves and trying to help them out, they get bullied, right? They either have to become Black and part of the Black community, or, you know, they're going to get bullied and maybe beat when you get home. Like, I don't know. Like, I didn't grow up with rednecks, right? But I lived in the South. I grew up there. Like, I know what you guys went through. At least my hand wasn't in the hot water, but I could see that your hand was in the hot water, right? And I just feel like over the last 2.5 years, the way that this whole country is kind of like gone on a spiral, and the way everybody's freaking out about Donald Trump, it's just like, when will it stop? And the other thing I want to ask you guys is, would a legitimate reparations package that helped you guys establish whatever independence you wanted to have as a community, with enough capital, enough access to capital to really build yourselves up, would that even heal like all the anger? And like I felt it the other night when I was in the space with you guys, especially Secret Sister, you know, like I could feel her pain, like in a very bad way. And it has to do with some personal experiences that I've had, you know, in my life. And we owe it to you guys. The olive branch has to be extended from the oppressors, right? Like,
no, the olive branches don't have to be extended from the oppressors, because we're not looking for olive branches. We're not looking for an olive branch. We're not looking to chop down a cherry tree. We're not looking to sit around and sing kumbaya. We are literally demanding as Americans, just like them fools went up there and stormed the Capitol. We literally are demanding legally for the United States government that represents us, that was literally built off the backs of slavery, to pay its debt. I don't give a shit that your grandfather, grandmother, or whoever, whatever, decided to go and sleep with whomever. That is a civil issue. A civil issue. If that, and I think what happens is there's this, I don't know, this kind of like love. I don't know how to call it. Like there is this sort of this, I don't know, this the term that I'm looking for. It's almost as if like there's this love hate relationship that people who are raised by folks who practice supremacy are looking for sometimes Black people to save them. And they're sometimes looking for Black people to also comfort them and shield them from the elements of their own community, instead of them actually fighting for their own humanity in their community. You can have your own mind and you can make your own decisions and you can look at facts the same as we do. And you can stand on your square in your own community and face the same grunts that we do. There are things in sundown towns. You don't ever hear nobody coming out from the community, your community, talking about something. Yeah, we need to dismantle these sundown towns because it's a practice. It's a practice. There are sundown states. It's a practice. There are things that are happening. And I think deep down inside, again, the conversations you're having with us is because there is grace being allowed for you to have those conversations with us. You don't get the same grace with your own people because you don't stand in the fire to have the conversation with your own people because you ain't found the people that think like you. Unfortunately, if you take the time to probably do that, then you'll find people that you can build a group with. And no one in here is asking you not to be white. Because I heard you say that too. I'm not asking you not to be whatever your family's ethnicity is. I'm not asking you to become nothing other than what you are. I would demand from a spiritual context, from a soul context, that you evolve and learn more of what it means to actually live in humanity, because that's the one thing white folks like to claim. Aren't we all human? We're all the human race first. Are we really? Because some of the white folks don't be acting like they're human. They act like something else. Because you can't be human and then sit around and you see lynchings and things that have happened in history. You see degradation, poverty. You can read reports of homelessness. You can see the oppressions and the things that are happening, even in the cannabis world, and how the effects of it keeps people in groups out of the economic benefit. But somehow that all falls down on the wayside because if it's not your interest, then you don't worry about it.
Correct. It's not my problem, right? Like, so.
Oh, it's not that it's not your problem because you're an American. It should be your problem because it's happening in America.
No,
it's
but
that
I think
it's
that's
not your interest.
People, right. Well, right. But see, like, okay, so most white people, I think what it is, especially white women, is they can tell you all day long that they're for all of this stuff, but when it's time to actually stand up and suffer maybe some like uncomfortable situations, then it's not their problem. You know what I mean? Like, there's only so far they'll go, like, for you, right? Like,
yeah, that sounds about right.
And that's what I mean. And I don't know if that's what you guys meant by the fragile white woman. Or I don't know. I know that there's this book called White Fragility, and I never read it. I want to read it, to be honest.
Well, why not?
It's a personal story. It has to do with my mom. I got mommy issues.
No personal stories, please, God, no.
Okay. So, I don't know.
You didn't want to read the book because you have a personal story about what your mom.
Okay, so my mom, she moved us to this small redneck town. She's not a redneck. She's from Ohio, and she became a Baha'i when I was like 3 years old. So this is like it's kind of a progressive religion, and they're all about like elimination of racial prejudice, right? It's one of these really activists. So my mom was, I would call her like kind of an activist when I was growing up. So she was like on the NAACP. She did all this stuff, right?
Oh God.
But at the same time, when I would go to school, I would get bullied.
Right?
God. And so I was never really part of my white community.
Wasn't part of a black community. Resentment.
And I think like
massive
I never really kind of
issues.
fit in.
Yeah, you were an outcast.
And I just
outcast, full of resentment.
My mom writes a letter to a professor at ASU, talking about asking her a question. I think they were like studying this book together, and the way she treated my mom kind of pissed me off. Okay, and I would say it was probably like what you guys kind of. I feel like you guys kind of hazed me a little bit last time, right?
No, we didn't haze you.
Just tell me the truth.
No, we didn't hate you. We don't, again, we don't, like, this ain't no fraternity and sorority bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I'm not in the business of hazing nobody. But if you want to come into a space and have an opinion on what you think about economics in America and how it affects other people, but you don't have anything to provide or give, to contribute to the conversation, and then start to say, well, you need someone to tell you. You don't. Then we're not having a conversation. We're having a lecture and a lesson. We're not here to lecture or give you lessons.
Okay,
that's a difference. That's not a hazing. That's literally saying that we no longer are in the business of carrying anyone else on our backs. You have to do the work yourself, and you bring your brick just as well as we all brought our bricks to the communities and helped build the communities, because that's what we were taught to do.
These people.
Okay,
crazy.
So trouble. What changed between last time and now is it Black Majority State posted that video from Google, and I watched it, and it changed my mind. I mean, it didn't really even change my mind. It just kind of like validated.
I don't think
that what I was witnessing. Like was real, you know, like it kind of put all the pieces together for me in my head.
I was just saying that's a big change from what you was kind of speaking on when you were around your people the other night, and to watch one video and all of a sudden it changed your mind just that fast. And I mean, people do change. I've changed a lot over the years. In some ways, I've gotten worse. I've learned, you know, I really don't have any more fucks to give, so that's a big change for me. You know, and I really don't have a certain type of tolerance for a certain type of thing that I used to have. That's a big change. And I now have learned to believe people the first time they show me who they are.
Amen.
And like Sister Rella said, I'm just really in a place right now. I don't have time to be trying to school nobody or teach nobody when I seen who you was the first time. I feel like you're a little bit disingenuous, but if you say you're trying to learn, that's cool. But see, there's a whole lot of books and videos and things that you was given the other day. There's a whole lot of books and stuff that you keep speaking on about now. But the only thing that you say at the end of it is, well, I didn't read it. I didn't pay attention to any of it. But I looked at this video that Black Majority State posted earlier, and that changed my mind. And baby, no. Believe my bullshit meter is going on overtime.
No, this was not that quick of a thing. This has been a process of like probably 20 years to get to this point. Like, I can say that I believe in equal rights.
The market
for Black. I can believe that when the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, you know, that freed you guys, and now you guys had all the same rights as me. So there's all of these like myths that kind of don't pan out in real life, and then. So it's all stuff that I've witnessed throughout my life. It's not like it happened overnight. It's just
the political roller coaster over the last couple of, 7 years has kind of like made me kind of not give a fuck, right, about anything. And I just, I don't know. Something led me to this reparations thing. I don't know why. Well, I mean, all I can say is, I can't say I was convinced that you deserve reparations until that Keystone the other night. Is like, I will say this. Whether or not you ever get to the point where you are fully convinced, it really don't matter to us. Because again, reparations is not coming from your tax dollars. It's not coming from your people or your community. It's coming from the federal government. And at the end of the day, just like everything else, emancipation freed our ancestors. However, there were other bills that had to be passed, like the 14th, the 15th, and the 13th Amendment, constitutional rights that had to be implemented so that we all could have rights. Matter of fact, the Voting Rights Act, we are the only group in the United States of America who has a voting rights bill. And it has to be always signed every 25 years. And so I will say like to renew your right to vote? Yes, it's supposed to cover our group, and it's supposed to cover white women and I believe other people who were here. It was a small number of immigrants that were here. However, the only people that are ever ushered into saying, hey, if you don't vote for the Democrats, you're going to lose your right to vote, is they always target our community. They don't target white women. Matter of fact, the reason why I do not deal with a lot of white females in the sense of camaraderie and collaboration is because when they had the Women's March on Washington, that actually was orchestrated by Tamika Mallory, and she went to an Asian woman and another woman to help her put this march on. Because Tamika Mallory believed in the ideology or supported Louis Farrakhan, the two women who were part of that march decided to kick her out of her own organization prior to the march. Next thing you know, the march happens. I'm here in DMV. The march happens, and down on Washington, the first thing white women do who also voted for Trump, they put on pink pussy hats and decide to put a pink pussy hat on Harriet Tubman's statue. Talking about some, it's our right, our body, our choice, right? But it's never our right, our body, our choice when you're talking to Black women and you're talking to Black American women about stuff that have happened to us in the reproductive areas, how even white women also benefit in a degradation of medical apartheid, how they benefit from that. But yet the pink pussy hats was all everywhere. So you'll never ever get me to ever say that we are equal because we are women. It ain't never gonna happen because it's not true. It's not true. And it ain't true because there are facts, there's data supporting it. My great grandmother, my 5th generational grandmother, my mother, who literally lost her life at the hands of an Asian neuro doctor who decided she was not going to treat my mother to help alleviate the hernia. My mother had a hernia stroke, and this neuro doctor decided she wasn't going to treat my mother, and she declared my mother brain dead before she even tested my mother. So when I hear people, I'm in the DMV, and when I hear people always talking about how, we are the same, we're not. And people who have the same genitalia as me always try to use that, we need to stick together BS. No, we don't. Because at the end of the day, you'll never march for my reproductive rights. You'll never march for my the foundation of my Black family. You'll never march and make sure that my children can have beautiful Black children. That'll never happen. And I'm clear on that. So at the end of the day, I ask you be you, because I see who you are. And at the end of the day, if you coming into a space and you want to have conversation and facts, then you better bring the facts.
Bring the facts.
Because if you run into somebody like me, you will cry and you will get your feelings hurt. And I don't intentionally try to make anybody cry, but I literally always say, I'm going to speak the truth, because that's how I was taught. I'm never going to lie to you about anything. I'm going to speak the truth. And the truth does hurt. And it hurts for people who operate in ignorance. Because it really does. I mean, that's facts. I'm not professing I know everything. I'm not saying I know everything. But at the end of the day, you're not going to bullshit me.
Okay, that's the perfect place for me to jump in with this. So this is the Alberta Civil Liberties Research Center. I guess their version of like an ACLU maybe. But at any rate, they call this the strategies of liberal racism. Liberal racism, right? So I'm going to outline the topics that they call the strategies of liberal racism. And I point a lot of these out. I think you made mention of some of these here. But making invisible, ignoring, failing to recognize, they use this person of color a lot, or indigenous person as a regular American. So they make people who are non-white as they make them feel invisible and that they are just a regular good old American, right? They claim reverse racism. Claiming reverse racism, they do that a lot. Individual whites claim reverse racism. They fear of assertiveness. The hesitancy of white people to engage in confrontational or challenging dialogue with non-white people. Denying differences. Comfort of white people around non-white people who talk and act most like white people. Approval seeking. I think we're getting a lot of this approval seeking in this situation. Assuming things are better. Failure to recognize the perceptions of people who are non-white about current racial inequities. Comparing oppressions. Denying or minimizing the impact of racism by suggesting that some forms of oppressions are worse than or analogous to others. I'm more oppressed than you are. As a woman, I identify with your oppression. This is a really strong tactic of white women. Color blindness. I talk about this often, as much as I can. The premise is that sameness is a compliment. I don't even think of you as black. Espousing the liberal sentiment of we're all the same under the skin. Defining the other. Defining a person who's non-white and what their experiences is, inability to listen and to accept their experience, and then finally stereotyping, a fixed set of ideas, often exaggerated and distorted. It is a mental picture that sees all members of a group as being the same. And then I'll say this, my experience with white people are that they're either very angry when racial discussions are brought up, or they are seeking to be absolved of their crimes and their guilt. And so this could be one of the reasons that lead them to black spaces, because they're looking to be exonerated. And we can't offer that. I say this oftentimes when I'm interacting with white accounts. I cannot absolve you of your crimes, of your guilt, of the history that you come from. And I won't even attempt to do that. So, I want to get the conversation back on the topic, which is about Biden in his commercial begging states and governors and mayors even to pardon cannabis convictions, because he doesn't have the power to do that. Because we really like to focus on the difference between the federal government and state governments. And I found this which is an estimate of the cannabis industry. So the market is projected to grow from the current nearly $29 billion in 2021 to nearly $200 billion in 2028. So that's nearly a 1,000% increase in roughly 7 to 8 years. That's a massive increase in terms of a market. And with Biden essentially talking about descheduling marijuana as a Schedule 1 substance down to whatever it is, this is opening up the floodgates. It's just opening up the floodgates. And these projections may be a lot less than what it will ultimately end up being. Especially because what will end up happening is Mexico will go to full decriminalization. You may have Canada doing the same. And then you're going to have this international market that's going to open up. So these are all the things that are in the pike in the system. I saw Miss Trouble had her hand up. If she would like to go, feel free. And then we had Miss Moon. Let me get the name right. Miss Moon Seeker, I believe. Miss Moon Seed. Miss Moon Seed. Okay, thank you so much. So you can go after Miss Trouble.
Oh, I had put my hand down, but I was what you had just said. I was listening to a space earlier with the art appeal in it, and I was trying to find one of the things that he had posted in the Jumbotron. Art appeal put a million things in the Jumbotron. So, but he had said the same thing that you're saying now, that since Biden had made the announcement that he was doing this pardon, that the stocks for marijuana had went all the way up.
They did.
And he put out the facts and the figures that showed basically who all was making the money off of these stocks jumping up. And it wasn't us.
Right.
So I was just going to say that. I didn't mean to put my hand up, though.
No, I totally agree. And I will say that, I'm sorry, Miss Moonseed, that they have the community of people who have been able to actually garner revenue and get into the space to be prepared to benefit from this new wave that's coming after this announcement. They're going to line their pockets.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's getting ready to happen. There's going to be another economic shift, and that's what they're looking for right now.
Yeah, and I never give out stock advice. We got some people in the room who do trade stocks. This is probably something, if you can get the information and figure out who's the leaders in that industry, if you can invest now at the ground floor, essentially, now's the time to put a couple $100 into it and, ride it up as it goes up, because it's only going to go up. Okay, Miss Moonseed, you are up.
So I have to say, first and foremost, that the conversation with the white woman went on way too long. And she was entertained in such a way that only robs us of energy. And then I also have to say that, of course, the economy in this country is about to bottom out again. So, of course, the powers that be have to figure out a way how to get infusions of cash. And it always, in some way, shape, or form, comes out of the Black community because there's a lot of money in our community that doesn't really stay in there. And so this decriminalizing and pretending to let people out of jail is, first of all, a way to engage Black Americans to still rep the Democratic Party that does us no favors, but also to, get comfortable and pump more money into this economy that doesn't serve us. That's all.
Yeah, agreed. So, the use of marijuana is ubiquitous, it's universal. And I see that to mean that every race uses it in one way, shape, or form or another. If you go to these dispensaries, matter of fact, in my area, a lot of these dispensaries are in white neighborhoods. I don't even think there's a single dispensary in a historical black neighborhood in my area. And so, and some of them are in very upper class white areas. So that tells you, or that tells me at least, who the market is in terms of this legalized medical marijuana that they've been pumping out for probably 3 or 4 years now, I believe. So there's a lot of money to be made, and it's going to cover a lot of different groups. Our biggest issue is we need to put ourselves in position.
It's evolution from the animal. It's evolution from the animal. You're the animal.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, but no thanks. So we need to put ourselves in position to where we capture some of this wealth, whether we're investing in stocks or we are moving towards, our political aspirations, to put ourselves in position to
we need to grow it. We need to be farming, and we need to have a leg in that industry. We need land, and we need to be growing it, because we're not the ones that are going to make money if we don't control the seed.
Well, so that goes in hand with politics, because you can't be a grower in a state, and this is all controlled at the state level, where they require you to have $1 million in the bank in order to become a grower. It's just flat out, they have established and instituted laws to keep us out of the market, to keep us out of the industry. There are a few of us. We've highlighted some of the black women, one in Boston, one in Ohio. I'm sure there are a few others that are not celebrities, even, that have maybe they have a dispensary, or maybe they have some other aspect of the business, but we're likely 1% of the actual industry of marijuana in this country at this point.
True. I don't even know if it's 1%. I have to look that up. Like, it might be less than that, because the programs that they had put out prior to where we are today, like I said, those programs were supposed to be kind of like self-help programs, but you still had to have like 60 grand to just to get in.
Yeah, and someone earlier said like a what did they say? A random. It was by, like, you would pay your $20,000 fee or something, and then they would randomly select people. The lottery. So, I broke down one of those randomly selected things, and some other, I can't remember what it was about, but essentially what it is we're only 13% of the population. So anytime they have something that's random, a lottery, whatever they want to call it, you got to think about it just from a pure numbers perspective. If we are 10% or 3% of the actual people who can afford to even get into that lottery, what are the chances when 97% of the other people, or 95 or 9, whatever it ends up being, are going to get the actual opportunity to invest or become an owner in these situations? So when they use that randomly selected and lottery system as a weapon against us in every way, every chance they get, it sounds fair. It's not fair at all. The odds are stacked way against us whenever they start talking about randomly selected and lotteries and whatever the case may be. That's just the reality of it, because you need to know how many of us are involved in it, how many of us put our money up, and then how many people are we going against in this so-called randomly selected lottery. Miss Trouble.
Okay, so there's an article in Fortune magazine as of April that stated that Black cannabis entrepreneurs account for less than 2% of the nation's marijuana business.
Yeah.
So that's still not a solid number, but it's less than 2%. And then there's other articles, stating how the stocks have surged, highly surged. One article said they surged and fell, but for the most part, they're all agreeing that they surge with the highest stocks going to Innovative Industry Properties, Tilray, and Coronas Group, yada, yada, yada. So I just wanted to just add that in.
Can you put that down in the chat or like underneath this particular space? If not in the Jumbotron, in that way, because I'd like to look at that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Figure out how to do that.
Just click on the treble. If you're looking at your screen, do you see the little chat bubble that it should say like 7? Should have like the number 7 down at the bottom. I'm not sure. Well, mine is at the bottom.
Yeah, mine says 7 at the bottom too.
Yeah, some folks won't see the actual
the bubble.
Yeah, it depends on your phone, your operating system, all that other stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna tell y'all what kind of apple I got, but
okay, so if you're looking at your
you got the Apple One. You know what I'm saying? You got that Apple One. You got the Apple One.
I upgraded last year. Stop, DJ. I upgraded last year.
Well, if you see the bubble that has the number, you can click on it. It'll take you to the actual space chat, on the chat under the space, and then you can post it that way.
Yeah, I see that. I'll go there.
Okay.
Awesome. We were talking about Kamala earlier, and our senile in chief, he likes to go off the cuff every once in a while. So he says
Hey, maybe he need to hit the weed, burn up some of them old brain cells and make some new ones.
Man, it might help his condition, whatever that is. But he was sitting, he's always sitting at a desk, and there was a woman speaking to him. It turns out she's an Indian doctor from India, and it's like a little bit of, oh my God, I can't believe I'm talking to you. And he's like, oh yeah, blah, blah, blah. So then these are the words that come out of his mouth. Indian descent Americans are taking over the country. You, speaking to this doctor, my vice president, speaking about Kamala, and my speechwriter. So the whole she's black, that's done. It's over. It's gone. Forget about it. Yeah, exactly. Go ahead, Miss Moonseed.
Well, her being black was never, it was never in the house anyway. She only did that to get black votes, as pandering.
Right.
And
pandering.
It's like going back to what you were talking about, marijuana. Like, yeah, we do know that they are always going to put traps in our way. But if we did things like if we were more cooperative in our economics, and we did things like the Caribbeans do, where they get behind one person and put money in a pot, and so every year people get a business until all the 10 people in their little susu hand has a business. If Black Americans did things like that, then the trips and the little foibles that whiteness puts in front of us wouldn't come down so hard on us. That's just what I think.
Well, but see, I'm gonna say that they do, because I know people in my community who talked about susus, that they were actually trying to join, and there was a whole push on another platform to get black community to actually do the susu, and I think people were doing it, but there was like some scamming and stuff involved. A lot of scamming. To your point, I think that if we actually maybe take a crack at it and actually legitimately see something through, I agree with you. We could do damage, but at the end of the day, I can't even get $1,900 to go take the damn appraisal class.
No, we got you. We got
start a whole team of people getting into becoming appraisers.
All you gotta do is do the GoFundMe. We'll run that GoFundMe.
That goes back to DJ's point. We somehow, for the things that we need to actually support each other on, that is influential and a must to rebuild our foundation, we seem to run from it. This cannabis situation is one of them. we should be able to start our own groups or get in with an organization somehow that has a standing organization, but we actually become the front runners for our people, and build and put money together to get in on the farming. If we need $1 million, okay, we need to have an initiative for $1 million. What state are we going to start the farm in? Who are we going to send down there to be part of the growers so that they can learn what to do, and then they can go out and spread, to another state, and then teach, and vice versa. It should become like a chain reaction. But we can't seem to do that because why?
I think that we can't seem to do it because it's been beaten out of us, and we were forced in this country, especially as far as farming, which really could save the Black community. I'm actually working on building intentional community to have us kind of governing our own land, because I think that is like key in putting us back to where we need to be. But like we came here, we taught these white people how to live intentionally, how to farm, how to survive. And in the meantime, they beat that out of us. And so it's like you have, our grandparents were, if you will, I'm 45. So my grandparents were the last generation in the Black community that had a connection with the land. So the further we get from that, and the more we are like into the Nike, Reebok, like urban thing, and cut off from like what supports us and what we get back, and what we should be giving back to, we lose all that stuff. We lose our trust in each other because we don't really work together. We can't trust this system. So I think it all goes back to that. We need to heal, and we need to heal on multiple levels so that we can like be there and be better for each other politically, economically, things like that.
Yeah, I agree. Someone mentioned the Suzu, and there was a flower money and the blessing loom. So I had 2 family members, and probably more, but 2 that I know of. They got wrapped up in one. The first time there was a return, woo, 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 put, double down, put more money in. Woo, woo, woo. More money comes back by the third go around. And this is how these scams tend to work. It's you are thinking you're going to get something for nothing. It's like a pyramid scheme. You're going to get something for nothing. They hit you back with the money, and you're like, oh my God, let me get more people involved. And then once they got the big pot of money, that's when they take off. So if you're going to run into those schemes, it's almost like gambling. You gotta pull out early. It's like, okay, I'm gonna put my money in once, watch it flip, then I'm gonna take the money and run. If you get 2 flips, you super lucky in those situations. But by the third one, it's game over. You know what I mean? And people kind of get seduced into it. So just be careful when it comes to stuff like that, because like I said, I've seen 2 family members lose big money in those things. I love everything about the healing. All that's true. There's a political element to it, because you could have 1,000 villages, much like the Georgia Initiative Project, where they went and bought a bunch of acres, and then it's like 100 of them all together. But they don't have any real authority, and so we try to really steer our people to real authority. And in order to develop an industry, especially like marijuana, you got to have the authority in order to protect, prosper, and empower our people. That only happens at the state level. We got to have the mindset of, yes, we can do all of these things. We can heal our population through education, through social programs, through having, oh, damn, another mic issue. Okay, let me know if you can hear, if it's good now. If not, I'll go out and come in. DJ can go.
Go out and come back in, right?
Okay, gotcha.
Name me co-host, bro, so that way you just stay up there and shit. No, hopefully ain't no change.
Okay, gotcha. Is Black American Homeland still with us?
Yeah, he's still here.
I haven't heard him in a minute. Okay, I'm gonna drop in and out. I just haven't heard from him in a minute.
So while you do that, I want to say this.
Yeah, we need to have real power out this motherfucker. We can't just keep saying we can do this, we can do this, we can do that, because we can't do
pretty
this.
much all of my
power.
ancestors were, we went from laborers to farmers. Farmers to laborers. They changed their classification, and there's something to that. And I will say that we do need to actually get back to farming. I think because times have changed, technology has changed, industrials have changed, that there's no way we're going to get away from the companies like the Nikes, the Koch brothers, and things like that that were built. What it is we have to redistribute the money. When Detroit, Oklahoma, Tennessee were destroyed, the towns in Texas, when we're talking about the manufacturing companies were sent overseas, that further diminished our actual ability to sustain economic floor. Kwame Brown was sent to jail because he was trying to do the same thing Marion Barry was doing down in DC. And so all that to say, if we have to have Nikes, if we have to have manufacturers who distribute video games, things that our people are entertained with as citizens to be able to freely move around and do, we have to be the builders. I'm not in the business of trying to say, hey, we need to go back to farming, and farming is the only thing that we have to do. We actually have to build infrastructure, which actually consists of manufacturing, as well as having farming where we actually control the farms, but we also need to make sure we control the land, the distribution of the land, and keep in mind, you got people that don't even live in this country that own American land. So that's another conversation that we need to actually be dealing with, because if we are talking about, I want to have a cannabis farm, and I want to have a cannabis farm, and I would love to build a cannabis farm where I'm at, prime real estate, right? I would have to fight to make sure that there is no one that is from outside of the country that owns the land. There's problems to that, and what does that look like? Not being in a Black majority state where there are enough of us around that even if I had a farm, no one could come and run up on my farm to try to take me out and take the land. So there's different things I think that we can all agree that need to happen. We need manufacturing. We need to establish manufacturing. We need to get into tech, and we also need to get back to farming. Farming is probably going to look different from what our ancestors did, because now you got people doing hydroponics.
It's so much easier. As somebody who farms, it's so much easier.
So but we have to look at it as also to people who don't have land. How do we build mini farms? I actually was talking to Brooke about this, not to give a lot away, but I want to develop a mini farm so we can develop mini stores, and we redistribute the money, because at the end of the day, we have to play match game. They have out-organized us. The dominant society has out-organized us. They've outbuilt us because they have put us in a position of economic depravity to the point where we make a majority of the homelessness in our own effing country, while they're ushering other people into the country and putting the homeless who are homeless in the streets. Where the hell they do that at? Where do they do that at? Only here. If I don't look, if white folks want to be outraged, they need to be outraged about that shit. They're putting Americans who are homeless in the street to make room for other people. You don't think they would do that with the cannabis situation? Yes, because they're doing it. People who have the money can put in on these programs because some of them are probably taking money from other programs to get into these programs, and there you go. Every time they do a story about cannabis, Vice, 60 Minutes, they're showing the growers, the people who own the facilities, they're never Black American. Never. So
let me add this in there, because I don't think anybody's ever mentioned this. Seeds, right? So I'm on one website where they say 4 corporations own 56% of the seeds, the proprietary seed supply. This article is a few years old. But there is this thing where I remember where, the corn, especially. So you drive down the road, being a truck driver, you'd see signs. They look like those political signs, but they're essentially signs saying what type of corn is growing, what company owns the seed, essentially. And I've heard stories where farmers would get sued either for using a different seed or not using the seed that the company owns, or whatever the case may be. So now I am finding that there are these heirloom and organic and different types of seeds, and there are places that actually sell the seeds. It seems like farming today is a situation where the modern farmers are not saving their own seeds, and I guess that's a whole skill in and of itself, of how to save the seeds from the products that you grow.
Seed saving has become illegal. It's for the most part, small scale seed saving is illegal because of Monsanto.
That's what I needed to know. Yeah.
Black majority state.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Look up Monsanto. There you go.
Yeah. Do you remember?
Wait. So hold on. I'm sorry, Trouble. Seed saving. So you can't save seeds. Is that in all states? I gotta look that up.
It's what they do is they say that it's because it's not FDA approved if you're saving your own seed. So you can do it if you're only growing for yourself, but if you're going to sell them, then they have to be FDA approved. I put this thing in the link. It's Southern Harvest Seed Exchange. It was started by a Black woman. Her name was Iris. She's elder. She's wonderful. But they actually sued Monsanto and won because they could prove that Monsanto was literally coming in the middle of the night and messing with the germ of their heritage seeds by like having planes fly over and people like sprinkling things, so that when they went to then sell the seed, Monsanto tried to say, you owe us money because you're selling our seeds. And not saying it. So like the whole seed saving thing and that it goes beyond cannabis. Like they are trying, they have a lockdown on the food that we eat and getting untainted food that is unbelievable.
Wait, Moonseed, where did you put it? Because I don't see it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to reference, that what she's talking about now, and then the fact that I believe there were some Black farmers that had sued the companies for selling them erroneous seeds.
Yes.
A while back. I'm going to have to look that article back up, but I remember specifically when they were suing these companies because they were selling them bad seeds in bulk.
Oh, yes. Those were Black farmers, I believe, who were getting bad seeds. Absolutely. I remember that story. And I remember Moon Seeds, where she's saying they're sprinkling in their seed so that they can sue farmers who have, they might have 1 or 2 plants that's theirs, but that's all they need in order to bring lawsuits against a farmer. It's a dirty game.
No, Monsanto created this thing where they sprinkle something and it permeates every seed and changes the genome of your seed to their seed.
Wow.
It's crazy.
Wow. Oh, that sounds like that sounds like a biotech weapon. Absolutely. Insane.
Are they the ones that did they get sued for the Roundup situation?
Yeah.
Is that what this says? They were the same company?
Same company.
Yes. No. Hold on a minute. the drug maker was the original owner of Monsanto. They wound up selling it. Excuse me. They were the original owner of the Roundup. Bayer. They sold it to Monsanto, and Monsanto took the hit from there on out. Go ahead.
Oh, from the lawsuit. Because remember that lawsuit that was going around with Roundup, the weed, was cancer or whatever, right. Cancer causing. Wow.
Look up the groundskeeper. I think he was in California. He wound up contacting Hodgkin's lymphoma. Roundup for years.
It's a black guy, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I remember that.
Like clothing or any of that stuff. So the judge, I forgot what the first judge originally awarded him. It was up there in like the hundreds of millions of dollars, but you always get these jokers that got just long arm fucking lawyer money and shit. So they wound up arbitrating it, and it wound up getting knocked down to like 20-30 million. Same thing with the guy that was working at Tesla, the black dude who was getting a rash, racial profile, it was whatever it was, right? Judge originally awarded him like 200 million, some weird shit like that. Wound up getting arbitrated, got knocked down to like 15, 20 million, some weird shit, you know what I mean? But fuck
you talking about the one that Elon Musk was calling him the N-word, him?
Well, it wasn't Elon specifically, allegedly. And that's allegedly still, but
no, allegedly. Let me say allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. You know what I mean? But it was definitely, obviously other co-workers that it was being addressed to Elon or whatever the case be, and it was being swept under the rug because you could check any EEOC, Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, race-based discrimination case filed by a Black American, 9 times out of 10 it gets swept under the rug. So when you have race-based issues, make sure you get that shit on tape. So these folks was able to actually prove their claim, and they wound up winning. You know what I mean? I had something similar happen, but your money ain't long enough to fight these people, man. Go ahead, Ro.
Miss Moonseed, the Southern Harvest that you posted, that's an Australian URL. Is that where they're located at?
No, they're in Virginia.
Huh. Okay.
Let me make sure I posted the right thing because they're in Virginia.
Okay, yeah, because that AU is definitely Australian, and then that website says something about Tasmania, which is definitely in Australia. So, because I want to invite you to our social platform. We have a community for farming. It's called Farming, Food, and Caring for Livestock, and so we try to organize this farming information over there.
I'm in, but if you press it, it links to the catalog of the Southern Harvest Seed Exchange. So it's not and that tells you like about the place, but it's actually an intentional community started by a Black woman named Ira, who is has taken heirloom seeds to a whole nother level. And she's a wonderful mentor and a wonderful person to work with. So if you press the link, it takes you to their catalog.
I'm not able to see the link. Why? Where is the link?
I put it in the little 9 space.
Oh, okay. I'm here. I'm at the chat. I don't see it. Send me hey. Oh, here it is. Yes. I'm sorry. Okay, found it.
But yeah, anything that has to do with us, working together and building things, I'm interested. I'm down.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so yeah, if you get on social SOXCIAL and if you go to my account, there's a link. Let me see, is it a link or just the? Yeah, so social's up there. You could just click that and then you can sign up for it. But we do have this farming community. We're just trying to put information there, organized to have anybody that's interested in farming, Black farmers, to be able to have conversations, post, etc. in that space. And But yeah, so the reason why I asked about the Australia part of that harvest thing is that the United States has laws about bringing in foreign anything, whether it's birds or agricultural goods, cheeses, all types of stuff that they confiscate. So I just was curious if it was a foreign seed bank, if the United States government would allow that into the country.
No, I think that's just where they're hosting it for some reason. But yeah, it's literally I'm going there tomorrow. It's 4 minutes from my house, and I live in Central Virginia. It's actually a really interesting concept because they built a whole income sharing, egalitarian community around this multi-million-dollar heirloom seed business.
Yeah, it's crazy when you live in a world and in a country, for that matter, where you cannot harvest your own seeds, and then produce product. Well, food is not a product; it's food. Quite literally, you produce food that you can sell to the public. That is pretty crazy. Pretty fucking crazy, Chief. Wow.
And I think the reason why it does say Australia is because they don't follow the stringents here. Like, we have what they're allowed to put in our food and claim organic is really atrocious. So I'm pretty sure that Southern Harvest does it. They follow European standards, which means you're actually getting food and not bioengineered plants.
Exactly. For sure. Yeah, that's crazy. That's all crazy. Now we haven't discussed this part of the marijuana, and I don't know if any other plants have this thing. The male and female plant, and when you are growing these plants in order for the pollination to occur. Does anybody have any information on how that operates? Because there was a time where I was like, man, we got a bunch of weed seeds. We're trying to grow some plants, some seedlings, that type of thing, and then see if you could
Do you want them to be next to each other? Yes. If I was going to grow marijuana, I would tell you that you want them to be next to each other.
Next to each other. Okay. Gotcha.
So that they can kind of pollinate. You put cross pollinate. Yeah, you would allegedly put a fan in there with them, and then it would take care of themselves. Or you have them. You do a mix of hydro plus outside, and then the bees and stuff will take care of it for you.
Nice.
That's why I always say I use the term seedlings. Seedlings, you need a male and female plant. Just biology.
Biology.
Is anybody going to the Growers Summit next on the 13th through the 14th in Atlanta?
Oh, wow.
We didn't know about it, but we know about it now. Did anybody else know about the Growing Summit?
I had no idea. No, I haven't heard anything about it.
I'll put the link in the chat.
Okay.
Let's see. Join social and add it on social.
Yeah, please. Man, Atlanta popping. Whew.
Bet.
Okay, everybody. It's almost 3 a.m. I'm gonna run through the Jumbotron. I see Miss Rella posted that Tuberville situation. That is so disrespectful. But I'm gonna try to see if there's anything else. I did post the white sugar in all of and these are some of them. I think diabetes. There's another list that shows what it does to your body. So I've been a sugar addict my whole life. Drinking hot tea very regularly, drinking sweet tea almost every day. Knock on wood, so forth.
I use a lot of sugar. I need to fall back.
Man, I use so much sugar in hot tea. I put sugar on fruit. Yeah, I just like you. I do need to slow that way down for sure.
You put sugar on fruit, bro. What you making? Preserve? You making your own jams or something over there, bro? Let me find out you canning over there, bro. I got to take a strawberry and a grape, homie. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? Strawberries, any type of like what's that real sour grapefruits, stuff like that. I put a little bit of sugar on it. Watermelon, the watermelon today is not like the watermelon when I was a kid. It has no flavor.
It sure hasn't.
When I was a kid, that watermelon was fire, you know, and so you got to sprinkle a little bit of sugar just to bring the flavor out.
Look up seeded watermelon versus seedless. That's the problem if you don't know about that by now.
And my kids got a bad habit of putting salt on their watermelon. It might be a country thing, but
no, because the salt actually brings out the sugar. So I have a question. Are we going to like really get into this whole farming situation? Because I'm excited. There was a guy doing it on Clubhouse when I was on Clubhouse. He would have like Sunday meetings and stuff. Every Sunday. God, I think he's on here, but I can't remember his name right now.
Yeah, I would love to. I know I've been trying to create my own garden for the last 2 years with very much failure. I did get the watermelon to grow this year, and it got nice size. And then I got excited and went to take a picture of it. So I wanted to swing it around just a little bit to get a good look, and the sucker said, "Boof!"
Oh wow!
Oh no! But out of all, I bought a lot of different seeds from Walmart, which is my uncle told me was my first mistake. And nothing. I grew squash. I mean, I grew a little bit. I planted a little bit of everything. The only thing that spawned was the watermelon, and it only spawned 2. And I got my tomatoes to grow good, but I let my neighbors come and get them. And now some bell peppers are popping up, but I must have planted like 6 or 7 different things, and none of them really spawned. So I don't know.
Tomatoes grew really well, though.
Yeah, the tomatoes grew good.
Then it means that you have a lot of nitrogen in your soil, and you probably need more potassium.
Wow.
Yeah, I did the potted this year because last year when I tried it, the squirrels and the other little critters or whatever was coming and they ate my onions, they ate everything I planted, they came and ate. They just took them. And I seen the squirrels when they did it. And then because I feed the birds, I seen the birds out there one day kept swooping down in my yard. And I was like, but I feed y'all. What you doing?
So who were the real culprits? Was it Alvin, Simon, or Theodore?
It was Theodore. I knew, but Alvin told me to do it. But it's crazy. I really, because the last couple of years we've been on the survival tip, and so we've been, packing little things away inside of storage, just for that just in case moment. And I'm real big on buying little things, tents, air mattresses, lighters, a lot of various items, toilet paper, stocking up on stuff. Like, I don't go crazy with it. I'll just buy an extra one every time I do and stick it in storage, but I started thinking to myself, we need to know how to grow food. And that's something that my family was big into, but, me being grown up in the city, we got away from. So I started trying to teach myself how to do it, but I've been failing miserably, maybe because I've been going to the store buying different kinds of soils, and my uncle was telling me, like, did you get you some coffee grinds? What about your eggshells? Did you make up a vinegar spray? And I was like, I don't know about nothing.
Yeah, see, I got my coffee grinds. I got eggshells. I save all my eggshells, but it's the soil. Yeah. So because I honestly think that I need to actually repot my plants too. And I keep saying, every time I go to the store, I don't see a good soil. And I don't want to get that grow mix stuff. So I bought
That's what I bought. That's what I bought.
Yeah, I don't want to get my mistake. And I didn't want to get that. I actually wanted Home and Garden had a bag, but it had all these aphids and bugs and stuff in it, right? And I had the bag in my house, and I kept trying to figure out where the hell are all these damn things flying around in here. And come to find out, the bag was by the door. Girls, the spiders, and everything was just coming out of the bag, and I was just like, okay. I need to figure out how to clean the soil so that I can use it to repot my plants. And so I never got around to it, but I actually found a video. There's a black guy on YouTube. He talks about growing, in your house and stuff like that. And so that's where I got into started learning about the hydroponics. I was like, that might be better for me. Being where I live.
Farmer? Is that who you follow?
Is that his name?
Farmer?
I think so.
Yeah,
he has. Yes, I really like him. And he's on YouTube, and he was talking about how he had grew some pineapple and stuff. Like I just like that type of stuff we need, but at the same time, we just need to figure out where do we go to get like the right type of soil. When do we,
You got to compost. You got to compost.
Compost.
We need to compost. But see, here's the deal: if you compost, you have to change how you eat because you don't like. Okay, you don't want to compost McDonald's scraps, right? Because then you're gonna put. So if you're eating healthy and you're eating clean, and then you have your little table scraps and stuff, your compost. Then that you build the soil. The last thing you want to buy is soil. And then also for those aphids and stuff, cinnamon. If you sprinkle cinnamon on top of it, it keeps all that mess out. So you could, and the cinnamon will help your soil. So when you're doing those potting plants, what you do is you get you a big thing of cinnamon, and you take like maybe half a cup and you mix it in there, and then you won't have those pests.
Okay, because I was actually going to get some. I actually was just going to buy some. What is it called? Diatomaceous
earth. Diatomaceous earth. That'll work too. Too.
So cinnamon, diatomaceous, got it. And I do have my bananas and fruits and stuff. So I have my peels from all of my like vegetables and stuff. So I do have compost, but I never keep it long enough. So I guess maybe figuring out how to store it until I get ready to go and put it in the soil.
You got to find a little place in the backyard, and you start dumping it. And then what you do is, there's ways to make compost that are really easy using like the shopping bags from stores and stuff like that, paper bags and things. And then you do that, and you build up your soil because. You put a banana on the ground, and sooner or later it's going to be dirt. So you do that, and then you don't ever have to buy any soil. You just don't want to put bones or meat into that compost that you're going to put in your garden.
Nice.
That's some good information.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. I can't wait till you get over on the other app so we can get to it.
I'm joining, like literally what I'm starting in April. I'm starting this project. I'm trying to build an intentional income sharing egalitarian community for foundational Black Americans. And so this is all this stuff is my wheelhouse. Like that's why I was so excited about this conversation, because I was like, well, I can't sleep. You know what I mean? And then it's like, like-minded people who are talking about the same things that I'm interested in. And so, yeah, like growing our own food and making our own medicine and and having money in our community that literally goes around 12 times before it leaves instead of 3. All that is so possible.
Well, you let me know. You said you're going to try to go down to Central Virginia. You going tomorrow?
Oh no, I'm in Central Virginia. I'm in Central Virginia. I am literally like right now. I've started this community. I have LLC and all this stuff. I'm fundraising now for land. I got some folks who are talking about donating acreage out here.
Okay, are you near? Are you near Montpelier?
I'm in between Richmond and Charlottesville.
You're down that. You're down there. Yeah. Okay, so I'm north of you. Okay.
And see, here's the deal. In the area that I'm at, there are communes. So I live in a predominantly black town, and in the 50s, in the 60s, a group of white people bought up 500 acres of land out here and started a hippie community. And so they grow all their own food. They do all, of course they're, you go down there, you visit, it's filthy, it's whatever, whatever. But the fact that if they can do this and be prosperous and have businesses, then we can do it too. Mm-hmm. And there's this communities movement that is all across America, where you got white folks that are living sustainable, really great lives outside of the alternative, and they're healthy and they're like maintaining. Mm. And so it's like if they can do it, then we can definitely do it too.
I'm excited. I'm excited too. I'm not even in Virginia. I'm in South Carolina, but that sounds so exciting.
That's close enough. Ain't nothing but a drive up and down the coast.
Okay, I get past.
Yes.
Right between the South Carolina, North Carolina line. I'm right there. I remember my daddy put me out in Virginia one year, but yeah.
There was a brother who used to always be in the spaces, who was a black farmer. And I cannot remember his name. I don't think he had a picture. He might have had like either a letter or some text or something in his avatar.
You sure Black it wasn't his name wasn't like Harvest or something? I could have sworn there was a guy who was actually like, that's what he talked about. He talked about farming.
Yeah. He was a farmer.
In the Jumbotron, y'all, top left-hand side. That's the person you really want to speak to about farming in Canada. Homestead Heart, sister, right there, top left-hand side. YouTube, subscribe to that channel.
Homestead Heart. That's not that's not the guy that used to be in the spaces, though, right?
I'm not sure now. I'm just making a suggestion on more or less or whatever.
Gotcha.
Yeah, follow Homestead Heart. The person y'all could be talking about, and that could be anybody. Who knows? I'm not sure. Shut up on that one.
Yeah, it's been a minute. He hasn't. I haven't seen him in a couple of months, but no, he was in our first Black State of America spaces, and then he, again, like everybody else, popped up here, popped up there, but I haven't seen him. It's been a while. He might have got caught up in a lot of the stuff that goes on. He might have been like, man, this is not for me. So
it's okay. We got Moonseed.
Yes.
Homestead Heart, that's a reference. And then I know Black, some people too. And I mean, I think we'll be good.
Who told me, Mario? I'm not a
fan. Oh my gosh. And we got DJ, of course. DJ and Black American. I mean, all of us, we have some form of something to contribute to this, because I'm going to tell you, up north in the DMV area, the way that the food deserts are, we could use a new development and being able to get our fruits and vegetables from, farming, a new way of farming, and not having to rely on, grocery stores. That is going to be a push.
I just wanted to add something to that. I see y'all talking about farming. I don't know if y'all mentioned it or not, but when you're looking for seeds and shit, I think it's one of the best
ways to identify what seeds to use. A lot of these seeds are also processed and full of GMOs, and a lot of this shit ain't even real. But if you look up heirloom seeds, those are some of the best seeds you can use because they actually have like a chart, like a family chart. Like it'll tell you pretty much for the past 50 years where the plant seeds came from and where they were grown, how they were processed, how they were grown, shit like that. So you can help it. Like my mom, she got like a whole box full of different kind of heirloom seeds, and they all have like a family tree attached to it. It's crazy. Like if you go back 30, 40 years, showing like where the seeds come from and where they were grown and what was used and how they was cultivated. So you can help it. Definitely look good. Can look up, try to get some heirloom seed. They pretty much every kind of fruit they have it. Every plant, every vegetable, they have heirloom of them. You can find it probably on Amazon. You know what I'm saying? But that also know you're looking at it as well to make sure you get it from a good source because you can be lying. You know what I'm saying? But check it out when you get a chance. Heirloom seeds.
Yeah, I seen that on Amazon because I was trying to find some seeds to buy in bulk. So you're right about that. And that's one thing I noticed about the heirloom seeds is they did have like the whole tree thing going on.
I feel like that's just a good way to be able to track what you're growing and have it. I guess you want to be conscious about what you're using and what kind of seeds you actually growing because some of the seeds that people be using already be GMO and be what I'm saying not natural seeds, so you already not eating natural shit. So I guess that's just one way to try to help help kind of figure it out a little bit in case somebody have a question about it.
If you're gonna order from Amazon, make sure they're not from China. Get them from England, New Zealand, Australia, places like that.
You heard the lady. You heard her.
Yeah. Okay. So I love the idea of the villages and the cooperatives and things of that nature. The only thing that I always say about those, and that's that Georgian initiative in which Miss Moonseed is talking about, is that we got to pick a state and then we all build those villages in that state so that while we're doing that in these smaller groups, we are also building out a black majority state so that we can ultimately get to political control. Because I wonder how much influence, or not influence, but how much authority states have over the agriculture within their state. You would assume they have a lot of authority.
They do.
Okay, so there you go. So then you have the governor, the legislators who can work together to get rid of some of this corporatism that controls the farming within their state. They might not be able to affect the rest of the country, but they can dictate and or remove some of the dictations that are controlling what's going on within their state. So that's just another incentive to get more control.
County also has a lot to say in it. Like I'm here in Virginia doing my project because there's precedent, because there's so many already like intentional communities around here. The precedent that I can build and farm and have organic things and like build alternative structures that don't necessarily have to like fit into the mainstream. It's already all here as precedent. So that's something to look into too when we pick states. It's like what are the counties, don't do it in Florida because you can't do solar power in Florida. Don't do it here because you can't do, you know what I mean? So I think that the area of the DMV is a really great place. The DC, Maryland, Virginia area, because there's so much land and there's so much like forethought of like and ingenuity that people are doing around growing and farming.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, if you can make the D stand for Delaware, I'm all in on that one. Go ahead, Neo.
No, I was gonna say, like, just isn't it crazy how we literally going back to like ancient times or some shit. Like the more technology advanced, the more we realize we gotta go back to a more simpler way of living, to actually be healthy, sustain our stuff in the proper way. It's crazy how time really isn't real. It's just like it's loops and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? We literally covered our ancestors, like, in a sense. You know what I'm saying? Going back to these kind of ways of living is just crazy to me. Like,
we have to go back. The society that we live in now was built for and by white people who don't comfortably live or reside in nature. You know what I mean? Like, so they had to build all this stuff. They had to have windows and houses to shelter them from the sun. They had to invent sunblock so they didn't get skin cancer. So, like, we have to go back, because none of this shit that we do now is natural. It's literally killing everything on the planet. And as indigenous people, as brown people, as foundational Black Americans, this shit is ours anyways. So
I was just about to say, I'm sorry.
When you think about it, how things was before we integrated was we were to a certain degree better off as a people. And so when you're thinking about how things is now, living around people who really don't want to be around us in the first place, why not go back to the way that we used to do things? And therefore we can control how our Black families progress in this world, rather than outside entities dictating and taking away from.
Facts. And it makes sense, though, because you think about just about the history that we've been told, or whatever, what we learn over time. Like, you see how they treat the earth. That's how you know that it's not even theirs for real. Like, they don't really belong here, because if they really cared, they really was from here, they would take more care of it. They wouldn't build all these unnecessary buildings and put towers and shit just because they can. Like, they would take more care of their land. That's how we know this shit is ours. You know what I'm saying? They showing us every day that this shit is ours. People don't even see it. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's so much. I don't know. It's crazy. It's so many ways you could just literally tell. Like, they literally showing us and telling us the shit that we already know. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it's just we don't even see it. It's just crazy.
Well, they see the planet and really anything that they touch as something to exploit, something to profit off of, but definitely something to exploit for their gain. You know, if you look at their futuristic movies, in all of them, they're in space. They're in artificial life ecosystems, and they're essentially like, the Jetsons, where the food just comes out of a machine, and it might have been made by some type of slime, and it comes out like a gelatin, whatever. Even in the military, and I've not been in the military, but they have those prepackaged meals, where I guess you add water, shake them up, whatever, and then they eat that.
RMEs.
MREs. Okay. So yeah, that's the future that they see for themselves, and it is unnatural.
Eat cockroaches. They're literally trying to get people to drink cockroach milk. Okay, they got Bill Gates is investing serious amounts of money into turning human feces into meat and urine into drinkable water, right?
So yes, they're trying to make it so that you start to sustain yourself off of your waste and the waste of bugs. And the crazy part is the only people who think like that are people who I think are diabolical. Because first of all, your waste is not meant for you to eat it.
Oh God.
That's why it's waste. Your body is doing something. It's cleaning itself. It's not for you to take and re-ingest the toxins that your body is getting rid of. That don't even make no damn sense. I remember someone was saying, I was watching something on TV and they were talking about, if you ever get stranded, you could drink your urine.
Oof.
Right? And I'm thinking to myself, your urine is literal toxins that from the liver and the kidneys, filtering out the toxins that are breathed in through your skin and breathed in through your lungs. And it's actually filtrating the kidneys and the liver are the filtration system of the body, along with the lymph nodes. So why in the hell would you sit there and want to why would you want to drink that?
Oh God.
That makes no sense. That is not even. That's like that's that has to be something else. That's something else that is not one with nature. I just don't know. I can't call it.
Yeah, she mentioned cockroaches, but crickets are big on the menu. I've been posting stories about these cricket factories where they are growing crickets. I think there's 2 in Canada, and I think there's either 2 in America or they're planning them.
You know what's even bigger on the menu? Oh shit, us. You hear me? They also building cannibal restaurants and shit, and they making it cool to eat people. You know what I'm saying? Like they really, they doing some other shit. I'm not gonna lie. Saw this post on Twitter or some shit. They had like this cannibal restaurant where you can go in, and they had like heads and arms as people was really eating it. Like I don't know if it's fake or real, but like it was the illusion of people actually eating other people and they making it okay to do that. Like you know what I'm saying? And this shit is. I remember back in the day, certain cultures and shit did that shit. But that maybe be a bit about a sense.
That's not back in the day. There's I'm gonna go find it, but there was a video. Yeah, there was that's what Spirit Cookouts. There is a country in Africa that they were actually talking about. The people were actually hunting another group of people, and they were burning. I think, burning the body and eating it. Like just burning the body and eating it. And not everyone was doing it, but apparently there was, I guess, a group of guys that had did this to a man, an elder man. They burned his body and was eating it in front of the other villagers. And I'm thinking to myself, again, that cannot be. That's something else. That's spirit. That is something else.
That's demonic.
Yes.
Goodness gracious. Whew. Well, so in the prepper game, speaking of cannibalism, in the prepper game, right? You have to be able to protect anything you're going to do, right? So think about that. The society is collapsing. Someone had a space the other day where they said, if there was a nuclear war, what would Black Americans do? Essentially, how will we survive? So think about that. There is this collapsing of the society. We are thrown back into the horse and buggy days because that's essentially what would happen very quickly with no electricity. And then you have to basically get all of the resources that you can get that currently exist. That's going to last 6 months to a year, maybe, if we're lucky. It's probably going to be gone much quicker than that. And then we're going to be in a situation where, can we stop to grow food? Without organization and being able to protect that, the answer is likely no. You're going to be living a nomadic lifestyle if you survive it. And so at the end of all of it, to be very, very blunt about it, you need to have weapons and you need to have ammunition. That should be your number one tool, because there's going to be wolves. There's going to be sheep and there's going to be wolves. And if you are planning to be a sheep, the wolves are going to come for you. That's just the bottom line of it. Go for it.
Yeah, that's a fact. I just feel like that's why I think us getting back to the barter system is also important. Like learning how to trade for trade, like being able to exchange. Look, we got water. Y'all got this and that, you know what I'm saying? Let's come together and see what we can exchange. Because, it may come to a point, you know what I'm saying, where we have to really do that. Like, that's why I feel like it's important for us to really try to, like you said, gain some natural resources or create some our actual own resources. Like, try to figure out a way to have our own natural wells or some shit, or just have something that we can actually call our own that can actually sustain life to the point where, you know what I'm saying, we're not really needed, but we have a way to trade off of other people, you know what I'm saying, in case times get hard. Because, like, it's coming. Like, you can see it. You feel me? Like, America about to be on their ass. Like, they claiming this new digital shit is about to be the new shit, but that may take us to some shit we never even got the chance to experience before. So we got to be ready for whatever is to come. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know, but I just feel like it's going to be a shift.
That brother that's making those water machines that he had out in Flint, and then he took it out.
You talking about Moses West?
Yes, he made his own little water machine. Really, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Just throw some funding behind that brother right there and see if we can, start mass producing those bad boys.
Yeah, but we got to get into a place. I think that's what we're trying to get to, is where we create a centrifugal force of ecosphere where we can all do that, because everybody, again, financially is not in the same boat. So we have to be willing to get everyone in the financial ecosphere, and that would also include barter and trading. Like, I can't barter and trade with you and still be financially strapped.
Facts.
Like, it has to be something where we have to get into the mindset of, okay, well, we're going to create systems. Okay, everyone has a business, whatever it is, that even if you don't know what business you want to start, we need to help each other develop creativity so we can get going. And that's why I was going back to saying, we need a full throttle system and everyone connected, from here to California, from east to west, north to south.
And a well-trained militia. Okay.
And a well-trained, I know people had an issue with Grandmaster Jay, I think that was his name, but I actually have a lot of respect for the fact of not necessarily, the personal aspects of however he came about, but the mere fact that he still was actually putting on the scene show of there are men and women in our community who understand why, gun rights are important. Responsible gun ownership is important, and developing our own protections is important. And for that, respect is due to him for that. Now, how people feel about him in regards to other stuff, I can't help you with that. Ain't my business. All I can say is if you're not moving in that energy, and in that realm, then you're in the way. Because I'm not here to argue about what it is that he didn't do right. I'm here to say we need to talk about what he did right and how do we replicate that.
There's a really powerful brother in Philly named Maj Toure, who is really on some like Second Amendment rights and like training and being healthy and all the things that we're talking about. He has the t-shirt called Black Guns Matter. It's a really dope little movement. But to be really honest, like the majority of, if something happened and everything fell down, 75% of the population wouldn't last the first winter.
That's facts.
And
that's facts.
You because if you can't split wood and you don't know, what herbs to grow to, fix some things, and you're not gonna survive.
Yeah, half of us don't even know how to be outside. So I'm gonna just say that.
Yeah.
At the pieces though, because there's people out here who do know how to do that. Like, you know what I'm saying? I just want to say, I want to pick about what she's talking about the talking about military and all that. Like, what's crazy, we have all that. Like, we got the pieces. We all right here. We're like, we got the Hebrew Israelites. We got the, but they don't want to like let their ideologies, you know what I'm saying, put them to the side so we can come together. We could do that. We could put how we feel about whatever we believe in to the side. All agree on one thing. We could really create a system for real. Like, we could use certain people that already have their own position of power to just use their own power to protect the people while we build what we need to build for us. But people use religion or their spiritual beliefs. That shit get in the way so much. I don't even understand that. Because, like, they had so many tribes that were still able to come together and still incorporate everything together as one and still have a nation of everybody still doing their own thing, but we still all operating. Like, you could do this, you could do that, you could do this, you could do that. And that's what create the system that we need. Like, you know what I'm saying? But people just don't see that shit. They just really want to just, I don't know. But we gonna get there, though. I feel like we gonna get there. I feel like it's gonna take a lot of people to bite the bullet and to kill all their pride and ego. And we can really, you know what I'm saying, like, on the low, build some shit for real. Like,
Yeah, because I want to build with people, but I'm not trying to be a sister wife.
I feel that. 100.
And you shouldn't have to be. You know what I'm saying?
Read the first one. Just read the first one.
Oh Lord, no.
Oh man. Well, you know what I'll say. Let me know when you find the ones that want to be them, and just send them in my direction.
Where you trying to have sister wife?
To be really honest, I don't care. It's like if we're trying to build,
you know, she got a cousin black for me. You know what I'm saying?
If we're actually trying to build something, and you look and you see where we were taken from, which is West Africa, and you see how polygamy worked there, then yeah, and here's the deal: if you are with a man who has a baby mom, you're already a sister wife.
Amen to that, man.
So I mean, it's not really what you do; it's how you do it.
Yeah, I'm a little bit selfish. I don't like to share my toys. I don't.
But see, maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is. I gotta look at the bigger picture. Okay, so at the end of the day, yeah, I'm gonna table that.
Because here, just think about it. If it all falls down, right? Half of these dudes are, like I said, ain't finna make it to the last winner, to the first winner. Oof. So you know what I mean? Like
but Murphy, they not trying to be brother husbands. If they ain't trying to be brother husbands, then you ain't. Don't be trying to ask me to be a sister wife.
You don't know what people are willing to do.
Hold on, Hold on. Reach your mic. You know what I'm saying? I gotta go Biggie Smalls. 2 dicks and no bitch. You find yourself in serious shit.
Now look, if they walking around looking like Biggie Smalls, then yeah, I'll be a sister wife. I'll be the one to do the cooking, damn it, and you can handle the bedroom, baby. I got you.
Nah, I ain't Biggie. I'm just saying. I'm just quoting, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh, no, man. I'm sexy, girl. You know what I'm saying? I'm Billy D on the low. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna say, he said Biggie. He said Biggie Smalls. Now, had he said someone else...
Now, hold on again. I'm just quoting Biggie. You know what I'm saying? From the sister wife, you said...
I'm just saying, if you're not interested in being... If you ain't interested in being a brother husband...
Nope.
Then we can't do the sister wives, because you're gonna have to be a brother husband. Because whenever you ain't around, somebody got to be around.
Well, that's different. I mean, is one of these brothers going to jail or something, or we just?
Well, wait a minute. Why they got to be going to jail? They don't need nobody.
Yeah, black. Make sure you give my wife some dick and shit. Nah, man. While I'm gone, make sure she ain't fucking nobody else but you. Nah, man.
Why? Who is going to jail? Nobody is going to jail.
You know what the other chick said? Yeah, I ain't sharing my toys, so yeah, you're gonna have to suffer, Rella.
I'm gonna be. So I see that I'm gonna have to own my queendom, and I'm gonna just have to be like, if you're not trying to be a brother husband, then we can't rap.
I mean, you can be on your queen shit. You can be on your pimp shit. You know what I mean? I said you can be on your queenie pimp slash.
What did you say? You said I'm too high maintenance.
No, men are too.
Oh, men are too high maintenance.
Man, let me tell you something.
Hold on, wait. Who said that? What men you dealing with, yo? That's high maintenance.
No. Excuse me, men are. Y'all don't understand that you're high maintenance, but you are. Okay.
I'm trying to figure this out.
She's saying because you need someone to cook, clean, take care of the children.
And y'all are sensitive.
Men are sensitive. Yes.
No, not me.
Yes. And there's nothing wrong with that.
I'm past all that. I'm grown.
If I'm talking to my husband and the kids walk in the room, and me and the kids start talking, homie get all the way in his feelings like I was talking first. Like, Yeah, I mean, this room for all of us to conversate, but I mean, he gets real sensitive because he wants undivided attention at all times if he steps into the room. And we have 4 boys, and so they want undivided attention. Look, I'll be up in here fighting with 5 men in this.
Listen, that's why I said. That's why I said. And I think that there is nothing wrong with men being actually emotional. I honestly believe that that's one of the things that we kind of like. We try to ignore, suppress, as if our men don't feel, and they do. They do. That's one of the reasons why the whole manosphere and all that other crap came about, and people, driving wedges between gender divides and all that other stuff, because we really don't get down to the brass tacks of we are truly people who...
I'm sorry.
No, we really... Listen to what I'm saying. We don't get down to the brass tacks of how we actually communicate on a physical level and on a spiritual level. You cannot tell me as a black man that you don't feel anything, because you do. When you see your mother, if you have a good relationship or a bad relationship, hold on.
Back up what you said, though.
When you see, I am backing up what I said. I'm backing up. Hold on. When you see your mother or you see your father, you know for a fact that those are people who you have a love for and a genuine connection to. Those are feelings. That is something that is within you, that is deep in you, that you have. We all have those abilities. And to say that men don't have the ability to connect with other people, black men especially, is a lie, because you do. You do.
And you're supposed to. I'm not talking about the feelings thing. Hold on, real quick. I'm not talking about the feelings thing. I'm talking about the manosphere thing. That didn't come because men couldn't express their feelings. We was always expressing our feelings to you. Y'all just wasn't listening. That's just what it was.
No, that's not fair.
Then why is the manosphere here? Why is the
manosphere
community?
The manosphere is here because now men are starting to learn how to communicate with men. Women have always done that. The manosphere came about because that was the one thing that women would always say: why do men not communicate with each other on a larger scale and help build? Now that it's happening, now do I like the way that it happened and how it actually, decided to boomerang? No, because the person who was leading it didn't live the same life he was trying to teach others. However, you have other men who are leading honorable lives, who do have healthy relationships, and who are trying to cultivate and redefine the black family, and they are speaking up now. And that, to me, is a blessing that comes out of all things that evil tries to, run down the street and take over. The one thing I will always say, and the one thing my spirit tells me all the time, we will actually grow as a people the moment the men learn how to cover the community. Period. Point blank.
And see, Mr. Blank. So when y'all want to be like, I'm independent and I don't need a name.
No, listen, we have done.
When y'all say that, you come off. Hold on one second. I just want to combat that. When y'all say stuff like that, then that means you hit the wall. That's what that means to us.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You know why? You know who taught me? You know who taught me how? You know who taught me how to be?
Hold on a second. Let me finish real quick. Because men been trying to tell y'all that for years. So what's the 80-20 rule real quick? Let's talk about that.
Hold on, before you go on somewhere else.
Never got along with men.
No, that's not. No, it's not.
And all this other stuff. Come on.
Listen. Because I really need you to hear. You have women in this room in different age brackets telling you, literally, you know who taught me how to be independent, who told me I have to not take wood nickels, and who told me to make sure that I'm always having my head on a swivel? My father.
Yeah, man.
My mother told. Hold on. No, But you get mad when you hear a woman say those things when it was a man who literally told her as a young girl, this is what you need to do to grow up and be strong as a woman. You had a mother who was telling you how to nurture yourself. It didn't mean that our parents were not going through things and that men still weren't doing certain things. There are values in our community from both the mother and the father that help cultivate our emotional and our physical state. That is not something that is just solely on a woman to do. And I really need Black people in general, the male and the female, to stop making it seem like Black women are so wrong for operating in a space of being independent. The problem is Black men are independent, and we now need to be working together and actually building something together. That's not a bad thing.
We've taken on the aspects of.
Hold on, I never said that's a bad thing. I said that's when y'all say that. But go ahead. I'm not trying to cut you off.
It's a way of living that is not ours and has nothing to do with us. And Eurocentric manhood is so flimsy that in order for it to operate, it has to have a mask. Okay. Afrocentric manhood was never like that until slavery. And so what being here in America has done, it's taken the original man and it has made him take on unoriginal characteristics. Black men are the original protectors and providers. So of course they're passionate. Of course they have emotion. Of course, they're supposed to be like that, because how are you a warrior if you don't have passion and you don't have deep emotions? But Eurocentric society has told Black men that those emotions that they have are feminine, right? And so a lot of this goes back to just getting the white man out our heads. Like once we do that and we reclaim a culture that is actually ours, because all this shit that we're living in now, how we express our emotions, the polarization of Black men and women, that is all created by white supremacy and manifest destiny. That's not how we truly live or how we even truly feel, right? And so you got these brothers who all of us have been indoctrinated. Everyone that is foundational Black America has been indoctrinated, and we are living out this shit that does not belong to us. This patriarchy, the misogyny, all this shit was never in our foundational culture, and so we don't really know how to do it. And that's where this divide comes. This divide is also like, it is white people that tell us that we don't communicate with each other, right? Up until like it was white people who decided that Black men and women couldn't be in the same house together in order to get government benefits after they ruined our fucking communities and emasculated our men. Right, so a lot of this shit that we're bantering about, and the manosphere and all that shit, like that's not us. That has nothing to do with us. Once we give that shit up and go back to our original cultures, we'll be fine. Because the myth that Black women don't love Black men, it's divide and conquer. Because every time a brother gets shot, who's the first person out there defending his life? Is the Black woman. Up until very recently, up until the past 10 years, a Black woman wasn't even looking at anybody else other than a Black man, right? Like their family structures, white family structures have always been iffy. White men have always been tipping out. They always had to like hide and child and make their women. That's not our culture. Like as soon as we just and say fuck it and live our all of this shit that we think is real here.
So I'm convinced that I'm going to have a brother husband situation. That's what I'm gonna do.
Oh God. Oh goodness gracious.
And I don't want to hear DJ talking about nothing about being independent. I want to live the softest life possible.
Wow.
Now, what you got to say about that, DJ?
He's so quiet. He has nothing. He ain't say nothing.
He gonna throw that hand
Hold on a second. I'm rolling up this weed for y'all. Y'all about to get it. Hold on a second, y'all.
Okay, go ahead, Moon. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me say this.
I'm just laughing.
So these love triangles that are really prominent in moonseed set it Eurocentric circles, they are a part of American life, to be perfectly honest. So when you say brother husbands, and I think someone brought up about the baby mamas, the same thing can be said about the baby daddies as well, because you have situations where women, just like men, have multiple partners for whatever reason, and they got a chick on the side or they got a dude on the side or whatever the case may be. So they are effectively living that lifestyle. And oftentimes men don't even mind, to be perfectly honest, because, it's just like they got access and they don't have to have the responsibility that comes along with it. A polygynous relationship is much different than that. It is nation building. It is sister wife with being in real sisterhood, which is a whole different element. So I get all the jokes and everything like that. I do take it a little serious, to be honest, because it is a way for us to really grow and build and protect our families for sure. So just the same way you got and here, well, whatever, I'm not gonna get into the LGBTQ thing, just to say this: polygyny is a credible choice, just like heterosexuality or any other of these other things that are out there, and it should be legal for people to engage in that if they choose as adults and everybody's aware and everybody agrees to it. So I'll just end with that.
Now, see, I came up here because I heard brother husband and was confused by that statement. I need somebody to clarify.
LB.
Clarify.
Words talking about the white
So, okay, Albie. So, earlier, they mentioned being a sister wife, and I was like, okay, well, I don't think I could be a sister wife. I said, because you don't hear people talking about being a brother husband. And then that's how
that's what I do with the big small student. Now, what are the perks of being a brother husband, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't know, because I've never engaged in it. So I figure if the same perks apply for being a sister wife, then being a brother husband would just mean I have double the protection, double the economic security, double, depending on what the situations of all the brothers, and depending on how many, there happen to be. And then I'm never alone. So,
in this situation, what type of men do you expect to play this role of brother husband?
What type of men? You mean their characteristics, or
what type of dude you expect to be down with being?
I don't know. Are you applying? Are you applying? Because I'm just wondering.
I'm not applying. I am married. Sorry, I am married. But I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from. I want to understand.
So jokingly, I just made the comment as a pretty much an opposite of what a sister wife would be, and I don't know what that would entail, other than for me, if it was a brother husband, they would have to have the qualities of building your nation, and it would literally have to be on the premises of wanting to be in agreement of being in a relationship. Now, the whole conversation on polygamy, and I think the other conversation of this polygamy, and then there's the other one. Oh God, what is it? I forgot the name of it, but it's the opposite. It's when you have multiple partners, and then I think the partners have partners or something like that.
Polyamory.
There you go, polyamory. So I'm assuming sister wives is the same thing, unless you're doing like polygamy. I honestly, I don't know.
Okay, I just want an understanding of what you had in your mind, what you were manifesting, fantasizing. I just wanted more understanding because I couldn't see it. I couldn't see two men being brother husbands.
Actually, there's a girl on Instagram who actually has that. She actually posts all the time. She got 4?
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Does she have 4 or whatever?
Wow, I thought she had 3.
I thought it was only 2. Okay, so
oh wow.
the one I see. So this young lady that's on Instagram that I've seen, her name is Passion Jones.
Oh damn.
And she has 2 husbands.
Good and great.
And they all live together. All 3 of them live together. Now, I've always been a one-woman person, and I've never known any other makeup because that's the family I grew up in. So this conversation would be new to me. And would a brother-husband situation be a possibility? It could be, because it sounds like there are men who are out there that might want to engage in something like that. But I feel like psychologically, listening to you ask those questions, that might be something I have to do my homework on what would that look like engaging with both of them, or however many. I don't even know how many it would be.
Yes, because I'm like, okay, so she has 2 husbands.
Wow.
What is she bringing to the table for these 2 men? Like, why do they love her so much? What has she done to present to them the opportunity of being in love with her with another male?
Oh, you know what? I don't know. You'd have to ask her. From what I've seen, it seems like sexuality is fulfilled. I think she had a conversation about this on her YouTube channel where they all work. I think she might have a child with one of them, and then they all live in a household. So economically, the money comes into one place. And that's all that I've seen so far. So as far as like what their personal life is outside of social media, I wouldn't know.
But here's
You know
the
what?
deal.
Good for that queen.
Why don't you
Good for that queen.
Why don't you just ask a dude that's a side dude, that's comfortable being a side dude? Because he can tell you why he's comfortable. Because a brother husband and a side dude is just one truth tell away, right? Like, you know what I mean? So like, and there are plenty of dudes out here who will be a side dude in a minute.
But see, I just feel like when you start getting into like side pieces and stuff, then that means that there is room for the word infidelity and stuff to start coming into play. So if a brother husband is a situation or a sister wife is a situation, then that means these are people who know of each other.
Precisely. And I think if we lived in a society that didn't have the ownership of marriage, people would be more comfortable. Because how many times have you been hit on by a dude that you're like, I got a man, and he was like, oh, but can you have friends? Like, he's really, telling you right there that he's willing to be a brother husband.
There you go.
All the time. I have to explain to certain fellas all the time that,
a brother husband without the responsibilities, though. Hold up, back it up. You know what I'm saying? Back it up.
There's a difference.
But that's what I'm saying. So I think that in that conversation that they would equally have to have the same responsibility. There couldn't be a differentiation.
That's a Jody nigga right there.
Jody.
No, the homie that come clap your cheeks. The homie that come clap your cheeks when your man in jail.
BJ, why is everybody in jail with you? Nobody is in jail. Nobody's in jail, BJ.
I don't want to be Jody and come clap your cheeks.
No, I don't want.
Your man at work don't come and
It's 2022, bro. We ain't gotta go to jail no more. We ain't gotta go to jail no more. It's an opportunity now.
I'll be spending 2020.
Oh, no, 80-20 rule. 80% of the women chasing 20% of the men. So some of them 20% of men is thug niggas. Let's keep it real. Let's keep it real.
We ain't got to go to jail no more. Now, my brother, we can say
thug niggas be the ones that be winning.
We ain't got to go to jail no more, though.
Okay, thug niggas be ones that be winning more than anybody else. Okay?
Nah, those is incels, sis. I'm trying to tell you something. I'm from the 80s. Those just simp niggas. You know what I'm saying? Real niggas not having that shit.
As a man who say that, and as a woman, I know different.
Well, there is a difference. There is a difference. The difference is.
Oh man, I gotta hit y'all with the biggie, yo, all day. Go ahead.
Yeah. The difference is a thug, a street mentality dude will run up in a woman who has a man, but he's not going to let another man do the same to his woman. That's the distinction.
Yeah, see, I don't want that. No, I would want someone, because I guess for me, no, it's not, because I feel like a brother-husband situation would be, if I'm going to have the imprint of these two men, and I always speak from a spiritual context of their connection with me, then it's the same if it was one dude. Like, I could not have it to the point where, okay, well, you're going to have a problem with me being with someone else, but then you could go off and do, somebody's else.
So what if me and Black wanted to, you feel me? We was homeboys and we wanted to be brother husbands with you, but you feel me? Me and Black was out in the street doing our own thing. You feel me? But we belong to you though. We was loyal to you, but we still was out in the street. So how would that make you feel?
And everything.
Take your time. Don't.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Don't.
So then. So you decided to go out and be with other people, but you was with me.
But me and Black, we loyal to you. Like, we really love you. We really love you, but we go out with other women and just, feel me, we just pump and dump them. But we really love you.
That would hurt me. That would hurt my feelings double time.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
polyamory. But Black is my homeboy though.
Yes. That would hurt me double time. Because now, not only it's because it's almost like, if it's like me being with one guy and he decides to do that, now I'm just getting it double time.
So you rather it be with two separate guys who don't know each other than two guys who know each other?
No, oh God, see, I didn't think about that either.
See, I tried to tell you.
This is the reason why
communication has to come into play, and you have to be able to establish these rules from the get-go. And if those were not the rules that I agreed to in this brother-husband situation, then that's not going to work. We didn't agree with he's tipping out.
But if it's
go behind in the other room and wait till I get there.
If it's a brother-husband situation,
sis. My bad. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. My bad.
If it's a brother-husband situation, wouldn't you want two niggas that's brothers?
Well, okay. Well, I wouldn't call them niggas, but I wouldn't want two guys that are brothers, or I think maybe being friends would probably be hard, because I think guys have, it's something about a guy who messes around with a girl that was once his. Y'all be flipping.
Now, wait a minute. You said a good guy. That is a lame. Okay, don't think that.
Thank you, son.
Did I say good guy? I don't mind simps, and I don't mind simps because simps will protect you and they'll take care of you, and so will guys who are in the street, but you just have to be ready for the street life. I probably don't want that. I don't want the street life. I'm a little too old for that. So I would say that it would definitely have to be a guy who is all about building businesses, focusing on building, nation building, that sort of thing. And then same with the other guy, but they don't have to be friends.
So basically two simpy ass niggas. Excuse
You don't gotta be. Why you gotta say it like that? Why you gotta say it like that?
One is the simp, one is the simp, and the other is the incel.
Oh my God! Oh my goodness!
And the other is the incel. There you go. That's your combo right there, brother.
Okay, well, what's the opposite? So then, what is wrong with? Why do people use that term? What's wrong with guys being? What's wrong with the whole simp situation?
Listen. Let me help you understand. Two happily proud black men are not going to be able to share the love of their life with another man.
That may be true, but how does that work when you all have sister wives?
That's sister wives. That's two different things. Well, we talking about brother husbands and sister wives.
Women don't have the same ego that men do. Women don't have the same ego that men do.
Yeah, I don't think we do. I think honestly, that's why it's so easy for men to have multiple situations. It's only when they lie. And I think men would probably they would go further if they didn't lie. They would go a lot further. If you was upfront and honest in the relationship, like, hey, I want to have this situation over here, I just want to be upfront, Most women nowadays, I'm like,
and I agree with that because, right now in Atlanta, it's like 1 to 5 out there and shit. The one niggas that's out there, half of them niggas is gay. Like, wow. You feel me? It's statistics. Wow. It's statistics.
And the females accept it. They cool with the gay homies and shit, but they ain't cool with the regular homies on the street. You know what I'm saying?
But it's been going on for so long. Like, how many people went to the funeral and didn't find out that their daddy had a whole nother family until the funeral?
But Moon, think about it. He's a black father. How many black fathers are there really? And we're talking about in the 1980s?
Okay.
Black?
Because I had a black father, I don't know. Right? I don't know. So
I had a black father. So I don't know.
He was a hot commodity. Bitches was throwing them pussy left and right.
I saw it. I saw women throw themselves at my daddy, but I also had an uncle who had a duplex and had a wife upstairs and a wife downstairs. So it's like we've been doing this, right? We just haven't been talking about it. In
talking about it I would say talk about it in a healthy way, because some of y'all be talking about it and be like not even serious.
And here's the deal: a sister wife thing is not about pussy. It's about power and purpose. It's not about it's about nation building.
It's about love.
Yeah, but agape love and real love and not some intangible shit. So and a lot of times these dudes now, they just want to fuck, right? And they just want a smorgasbord of vagina, right? And
I'm not the rest of the dudes. I'm not the rest of the dudes though. I want to fuck. I want to fuck with you. That's it.
Moon. What happens when a dude gets so much pussy that he don't pussy gets played out if you get so much pussy? After a while, you're going to be like, bitch, what the fuck else you coming with?
Yeah, but we wouldn't know anything about that.
I'm married.
I'm about to say, that's something.
You better have some fun, nigga. The fuck?
I'm just saying,
I don't think pussy ever get played out. I think it's the people you're dealing with.
Thank you, Neo, for being honest. I'm just saying. Some people
You super dude. You just going in there on Superman level, knocking them down, and never get tired, nigga. All right, man. Nigga gotta go to work tomorrow. I gotta go to work tomorrow, bro.
I should end this live, bro. We gonna end this live.
I'm saying, after the nut, you feel me? After the nut, you don't want to be laying in the bed like, bitch, I'm finna get up out of here. You feel me?